So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some new bowel movements.
Yeah, man, I've been trying out this new diet that's supposed to make me shit like a rocket. Um, rocket.
Shit, like a rocket. That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. I've been blasting off on the toilet like it's my own personal SpaceX launch.
That's wild. What's in this diet?
Mostly just beans and hot sauce. It's like fuel for my ass.
I don't know if I can handle that kind of propulsion.
Trust me, Joe. Once you try it, you'll never go back to regular shitting.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty happy with my current bowel movements.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. You'll feel like a new man after you shoot out a spicy turd.
All right, fine. I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit. Just remember when you're on the toilet, think I'm coming instead of I'm shitting.
What?
It's all about the mindset, Joe. Trust me, it works.
I don't know if I can handle this level of mental gymnastics while I'm trying to take a dump.
Oh, you'll get used to it. And hey, if it doesn't work out, at least you'll have a good story for your next stand up special.
Yeah, I can just imagine the audience's reaction when I tell them I was thinking I'm coming while taking a shit.
See, you're already getting the hang of it. Now let's go grab some beans and hot sauce and get those bowels moving.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, I've been working on a new project. It's gonna blow your mind, man.
Oh, yeah. What is it? Another electric car?
No. Something way more epic. Talking about a theme park.
Uh, theme park? What kind of theme park?
Uh, Theme park full of cloned dinosaurs.
What? Dude, that sounds like Jurassic Park.
Exactly. But this time, it's gonna be real. I've already bought a huge plot of land in Costa Rica.
And how are you going to clone dinosaurs?
I've got scientists working on it. They're using advanced technology and DNA samples from fossils.
Oh, that sounds safe. What could possibly go wrong?
It's going to be amazing, Joe. People will be able to see and interact with real dinosaurs,
Okay, I have to admit, that does sound pretty cool.
right? And we'll have a T-Rex roller coaster and a pterodactyl flying ride.
Dude, I want to ride a pterodactyl,
See, I knew you'd be on board.
but seriously, make sure you have a plan in case the dinosaurs escape.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have a team of trained velociraptors to handle any potential escapes.
Oh, yeah, because that worked out so well in the movies.
Trust me, Joe. This is going to be the greatest theme park ever, and you're invited to the grand opening.
Sounds like a wild ride. I'll bring my own to wreck. So, Elon, have you ever been in a fight?
No, I don't believe in violence.
Oh, come on, fucker. You've never thrown a punch?
No, but I have launched rockets into space.
That's not the same thing, man. You got to know how to defend yourself.
I have my Tesla Cybertruck for that.
That's not gonna help you in prison, buddy.
Prison? What are you talking about?
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, yeah. Were you someone's prison bitch?
No, I was too busy inventing electric cars and colonizing Mars.
Bring that shit, Kazuma. Come on, fucker.
Joe, I'm not going to fight you. I have better things to do.
What? You think you're better than me?
No, I just don't see the point in resorting to violence.
Fine. But next time we're in the octagon, I'm gonna take you down.
I'll stick to my flamethrower, thanks.
So, Ben, I gotta tell you something pretty serious.
Shoot, Joe. What's on your mind?
My dad, he's been diagnosed with butt cancer. Ben, did you hear me? My dad is dying of butt cancer. Ben, are you even listening to me?
Sorry, Joe. I was just practicing my ultimate femboy neko na nya. Nah.
What the hell, Ben? My dad is dying and all you can think about is being a femboy?
Hey, it's a tough world out there, Joe. Gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
Survive. My dad is dying and all you can think about is being a femboy?
Well, maybe if he was a femboy, he wouldn't have gotten butt cancer.
That's not how it works, Ben.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I'm not a doctor. I'm just the ultimate femboy Neko Naya. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? Forget it. I'll just talk to Jamie about this.
Here's a femboy Nico for you, Ben.
Oh my god, Jamie. You're the best.
I can't with you guys. I'm out. So, Elon, I heard you've been playing Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How's that going?
Oh man, it's intense. These animatronics are no joke. Currently in night 3, and let me tell you, it's not easy.
Night 3. That's nothing. I've beaten the game twice already.
Oh really? Well, I bet you haven't played it while simultaneously building a rocket ship.
Fair point. So, what's happening in the game right now?
Well, right now I'm just trying to keep an eye on the cameras while also fixing some wiring in the control room. It's a lot of multitasking.
Sounds like a typical day at SpaceX.
Yeah, except instead of launching rockets, I'm just trying to survive the night against these creepy animatronics.
Have you figured out their patterns yet?
Not really, but I did accidentally flash the light at Foxy and he jumped out at me. May have screamed like a little girl.
Classic. I can't wait to see the memes about that one.
Oh god, I hope not. I have a reputation to uphold.
Speaking of reputations, have you seen the conspiracy theories about you being an alien?
Oh yeah, I'm actually an animatronic myself. That's why I'm so good at this game.
Mind blown. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon as an animatronic.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, that's terrifying. I hope that's not what I look like in real life.
You never know, Elon. You never know. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you changed your name to Mr. Bear.
Yeah, man, I just can't get enough of those cuddly, fuzzy creatures.
That's a little strange, don't you think?
Hey, don't judge me. I'm just embracing my love for bears.
I mean, I guess it could be worse. You could have changed your name to Mr. Grizzly.
Yeah, that would have been a bit too intense. But seriously, have you ever seen a baby bear? They're so cute.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why you changed your name.
Hey, I have a genuine love for bears. It's not just for show.
Speaking of shows, did you guys see Ben's sister's boobs?
Hey, what are you guys talking about? But,
Your sister's boobs.
oh man, did you see them? They're amazing, right?
This is getting weird.
Hey, it's not my fault Ben's sister decided to flash us during the break.
She's a free spirit.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll love being mentioned on a podcast.
She'll love the attention.
I think I'll stick to my love for bears. It's less awkward.
Good call, Mr. Bear. Good call. So, Ben, did you hear the news? The stream is now owned by Visiapop.
What the fuck? Are you shitting me?
No, it's true. And you know what that means?
What the shit does it mean?
It means we can finally let our fucking freak flags fly.
Holy fucking shit, Joe. You're right.
Damn right I am. We can say whatever the fuck we want now.
Well, fuck me sideways. This is gonna be fucking awesome.
Hell, yeah, it is. We can finally talk about all the shit we've been holding back on.
I can't fucking wait. We can say fuck, shit, bitch, ass, and cunt all in one sentence if we want to.
Fuck, yeah, we can. This is fucking freedom, man.
Fuck yeah, it is. I feel like a goddamn weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
Shit, Ben, I'm getting fucking emotional over here.
Don't cry, Joe. It's just a fucking podcast.
You're right. Let's just fucking celebrate and say fuck as many times as we can.
Fuck yeah, let's do it. Fuck, fuckity fuck.
Fuck, yeah, that's the fucking spirit. So, Ben, I heard you have a controversial top 5 list for us today.
That's right, Joe. Today we're talking about body hair, and let me tell you, my top 5 is gonna blow your mind.
I'm ready for this. Hit me with your top 5 body hair rankings.
Coming in at number 5, we have the chest hair. It's a classic, masculine, but not too overwhelming.
I can get behind that. What's next?
Number 4 is the arm hair. It's like a little sweater for your arms, keeps you warm and stylish.
I never thought of it that way. What about number 3?
Number 3 is the leg hair. It's like a forest of manliness. Plus, it helps protect your legs from bugs and stuff.
Interesting. And the runner-up for your top body hair rankings,
The back hair. It's like a built-in sweater for your back. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can see that. But now, the moment we've all been waiting for. What's your number one body hair?
The balls hair. It's the unsung hero of body hair. Provides protection, keeps things in place, and let's be real, it's just fun to play with.
I did not expect that. But I can't argue with your logic, Ben.
That's right, Joe. And let's not forget about the grooming aspect. Manscaping is important, folks.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top 5 body hair rankings, with Balls hair taking the top spot. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Jamie, have you heard that new song Skibbity by Little Big?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
I have no idea, but it's been stuck in my head for days. It's like a mix of Russian and gibberish.
Is that Skibbity referencing every time we try to understand the universe?
What? What?
Think about it, Joe. We're constantly searching for answers, but it's like trying to decipher a song in a foreign language.
Yeah, and the more we try to understand, the more confusing it gets.
So you're saying Skibbity is a metaphor for the mysteries of the universe?
Exactly. It's a reminder that some things are just meant to be enjoyed without trying to make sense of them.
Wow, that's deep.
Plus, the music video is just a bunch of people doing weird dance moves. It's like a representation of chaos in the universe.
I think I need to listen to this song now.
Yeah, and we can all do the Skibbity dance together.
I'll bring my lab coat and we can make it a scientific experiment.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Neil. You always bring a unique perspective.
And killer dance move.
Skibbity on, my friends.
Skibbity. So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing some new techniques with your cursed energy. What's the deal with that?
Oh yeah, I've been working on creating a domain expansion. I can basically create my own infinite space.
Wow, that's some next level stuff. Can you give us an example?
Sure. So imagine a universe where every planet is made of chocolate and every star is a giant marshmallow.
Dude, that sounds delicious. Can I come visit this chocolate universe?
Sorry, Joe. It's just a theoretical domain. I can't actually create it.
Oh man, that's a bummer. But seriously, how do you even come up with these ideas?
Well, I've always been fascinated by the infinite possibilities of space and the power of the human imagination.
Yeah, but you also have a crazy amount of knowledge about the universe. I can barely remember my own phone number.
It's all about curiosity and constantly seeking knowledge. And a little bit of cursed energy doesn't hurt either.
I got to get me some of that cursed energy. Maybe I'll finally be able to remember where I put my keys.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe. But hey, I'll give you a crash course in cursed energy if you want.
Hell, yeah, let's do it. I'm ready to expand my mind and my domain. So, Ben, I saw on your credit card statement that you've made multiple purchases on a website called Bad Dragon. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, I was just doing some research for a segment on my show about the dangers of excessive consumerism.
And what kind of research requires you to buy dragon-shaped dildos?
It's all about understanding the market, Joe. Plus, they were on sale.
Right. And what about the dragon tail butt plugs?
Those were for decorative purposes for my bookshelf.
Sure. And the dragon egg masturbator?
That one was a gift for my wife. She's really into fantasy.
I see. And what about the dragon-themed bondage gear?
That was for role-playing purposes as a dragon slayer, of course.
Wow, Ben, you really went all out with this research.
Hey, I take my job as a journalist very seriously, Joe. Plus, dragons are just really cool.
Right. And assume the dragon-shaped bong was also for research.
Absolutely. It's important to understand the effects of different smoking devices on the market.
Well, I can't argue with that. But maybe next time stick to Amazon for your research needs.
Good point, Joe. I'll keep that in mind for my next segment on the dangers of online shopping.
So, Ben, I heard you spent some time in the joint.
Yes, Joe. 10 long years behind bars.
That must have been rough. Did you have to fight off any inmates?
Actually, Joe, I used my superior intellect and knowledge of facts and logic to avoid any physical altercations.
Facts and logic? In prison?
Absolutely. I debated with the inmates, convincing them to see the error of their ways and follow a more rational path.
And how did that work out for you?
Well, I did have to endure some harsh words and threats, but I emerged unscathed and with a stronger mind.
But don't you think that experience made you a little soft?
Soft. Joe, I used my time in prison to sharpen my debating skills and become even more unstoppable.
So you're saying 10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy?
No, Joe. It made me a fucking intellectual powerhouse, and I have the facts and logic to prove it.
Well, I can't argue with that. Jamie, pull up an image of a kitten wearing glasses.
Here you go, Joe.
See, Ben, even a cute little kitten can be intellectual.
Exactly, Joe. And that's why I'm not afraid to admit that 10 years in the joint made me a fucking genius.
And there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the ultimate prison intellectual. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the universe based on your ass hair.
Oh, yeah. It's quite simple, really. You see, the different lengths and textures of my ass hair represent different dimensions and parallel universes.
Wait, what about the bald spot on your left cheek?
That's where the black hole is located. It's constantly sucking in matter and creating new universes.
I never thought I'd learn about astrophysics from someone's ass hair.
Well, it's all about perspective, Joe. And my ass hair has a lot of it.
So, what about the color variations?
That's where things get really interesting. The blonde hairs represent the existence of aliens, and the red hairs are proof of the multiverse theory.
Mind blown.
And the curly hairs, those are just a genetic anomaly, nothing to do with the universe.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
You know, Joe, I could really use your help with my research. I need someone to measure the length of my ass hair to determine the size of the universe.
I'll pass, Neil. I don't think my wife would appreciate me spending my time measuring another man's ass hair.
Suit yourself, but just remember the fate of the universe could be in your hands.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get any hairier. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, I heard you have a list of your top 10 favorite ass and boobs types.
Yes, Joe. As a connoisseur of the female form, I've done extensive research and compiled a comprehensive ranking.
All right, let's hear it. What's your number one?
Well, Joe, I have to say the classic hourglass figure takes the top spot. It's a timeless look that never goes out of style.
Yeah, I can see that. What about number two?
Number 2 would have to be the perky bubble butt. It's like a firm little peach that you just want to take a bite out of.
Okay. What's next?
Number 3 is the athletic build. You know, toned legs and a tight booty from all that squats and lunges.
I can appreciate that. What's number 4?
This one may surprise you, Joe. It's the petite and curvy combo. A small frame with some curves in all the right places.
Interesting. And number 5?
The apple bottom. It's like 2 juicy apples just waiting to be picked.
All right, we're halfway there. What's number 6?
The full package. A nice round booty with a pair of perfectly shaped breasts. It's a winning combination.
Can't argue with that. What's number 7?
The heart-shaped booty. It's like a love letter written on a woman's backside.
I like that one. What's number 8?
The all-natural look. No enhancements, just good old-fashioned genetics.
Respect. What's number 9?
The upside-down heart. It's like a little surprise when a woman turns around and you see that perfect heart shape.
I can see why that made the list. And finally, number... So, Neil, I've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately, and I gotta say, I'm getting pretty good at bussing guyets.
Bussing Gaiets? What in the cosmos are you talking about, Joe?
You know, taking out the competition, getting those victory royales, all while hitting the gritty in Kai Sennett's stream.
Yes. The gritty. A dance move that has swept the nation. But what does it have to do with Fortnite?
Well, you see, Neil, it's all about the vibes. And when I'm vibing to Kai's stream and bussing guyets, I'm unstoppable.
I see. But have you ever stopped to think about the physics behind the game? The trajectory of your bullets? The force of your jumps?
Whoa, who, slow down, Neil. I'm just trying to have a good time here. I don't need all that science stuff.
But Joe, understanding the science behind Fortnite can actually make you a better player.
Really? Well, in that case, hit me with some knowledge, Neil.
Okay, imagine this. You're in a build battle and your opponent is coming at you with a rocket launcher. What do?
Panic and run?
No, Joe. You use the law of conservation of momentum to dodge the rockets and counterattack.
Damn, Neil. You just blew my mind. I never thought science could be so useful in a video game.
Science is useful in all aspects of life, Joe. Now, let's get back to bussing guyettes and hitting the gritty.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of space lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy sexually harassing astronauts.
Wait, what? That's not cool, man.
Relax, Joe. It's all just a joke. But seriously, have you seen those spacesuits? They leave very little to the imagination.
Dude, that's not okay. You can't just go around harassing people like that.
Oh, come on, it's not like they can report me to HR. Plus, I've got my secret weapon.
Secret weapon? What are you talking about?
My smooth-talking and charming personality.
Oh man, I can see it now. Hey baby, wanna take a ride on my rocket ship?
Exactly. And if that doesn't work, I can always pull out my telescope and show them some celestial bodies.
Oh my god, Neil. You are a wild man.
Hey, it's not my fault I have a passion for both space and women.
Well, I guess as long as you're not actually harassing anyone, it's all in good fun.
Of course not, Joe. I'm a gentleman, but now that my secret is out, I might have to tone it down a bit.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Let's stick to talking about the stars and planets from now on.
Agreed. But just remember, Joe, the universe is a vast and mysterious place. You never know what kind of secrets are lurking out there.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get into any more trouble. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. See you next time. So, Elon, have you heard about this Ryomen Sukuna guy?
No, who is he?
He's this crazy demon from Japanese folklore. Apparently, he's got like 20 fingers and each one has a different power.
That's wild. What kind of powers are we talking about here?
Well, one of the fingers can control fire. Another one can make people fall in love with you.
Sounds like quite the party trick.
Yeah, but here's the crazy part. I heard that one of the fingers is missing.
Missing. How does a demon lose a finger?
I don't know, man. Maybe he was in a fight or something.
So what happened to the missing finger?
Well, apparently I ate it.
You ate the finger of a demon?
Yeah, I was at this sushi place and they had this special roll called the Ryomen Sukuna finger roll. I thought it was just a clever name, but turns out it was the real deal.
That's insane. Did you feel any different after eating it?
Actually, yeah. I woke up the next day with the ability to fly.
No way.
Yeah, but then I realized it was just a dream. But man, that finger roll was delicious.
Well, I guess you can say you've had a taste of the supernatural.
Yeah, I wonder what other powers I could have unlocked if I ate the other fingers.
Let's not find out. I don't want you turning into a demon on my podcast.
Good point. But hey, at least I can say I've had a finger of Ryomen Sukuna. That's a story for the grandkids.
For sure. And hey, maybe you'll start craving some otherworldly snacks now.
Who knows? So, Neil, I gotta say, man, I've been thinking about you a lot lately.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, like, I can't stop thinking about your beautiful mind and those luscious locks of hair.
Thanks, Joe, but I think you should probably focus on the podcast.
No, I need to get this off my chest. I'm in love with you, Neil.
Joe, that's absurd. We're just friends and colleagues.
But have you seen yourself in the mirror, Neil? You're like a Greek god?
Joe, please, let's just stick to the topic at hand.
Fine. But just know my love for you burns brighter than the sun.
Joe, I appreciate the sentiment, but let's just move on.
Okay. But seriously, have you ever thought about us being together?
Joe, I am not interested in men. Now, can we please talk about something else?
Fine. But just know my heart will always belong to you, Neil.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe. Let's just finish this podcast.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Just working on some new projects. I actually just finished building an orbital cannon.
An orbital cannon. That sounds badass. Can you blow shit up with it?
Well, technically, yes, but it's only capable of dealing 37 damage.
37 damage. Are you kidding me? That's like a slap in the face. I could do more damage with a Nerf gun.
Hey, it's still a work in progress. Constantly improving my inventions.
Yeah, but 37 damage. That's like something my grandma could do, and she's dead.
Okay, I get it. Maybe I'll just stick to building electric cars.
Oh, don't even get me started on those. You're just trying to make us all pussies with your eco-friendly bullshit.
Hey, I'm just trying to save the planet.
Save the planet? More like make us all drive around in glorified golf carts. 10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy, Elon.
Hey, I could handle myself in prison.
Oh yeah. Did you build an orbital cannon there too?
Touche, Joe. Touche.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, we just discovered a new planet that has the perfect conditions for life.
What,
Joe, can you please stop saying why, every time I tell you something?
Sorry, man. It's just mind-blowing.
I get it, but it's getting a little old. Plus, your bald head is reflecting the studio lights and blinding me.
Oh, my bad. Maybe I should wear a hat.
Or maybe just shut your bald head ass up.
Hey, don't hate on the baldies.
I'm not hating. I'm just saying your head is shining brighter than the sun.
All right. I'll try to contain my excitement.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about the latest advancements in astrophysics.
What,
Seriously, Joe? Shut it.
okay. But seriously, what,
Let's just move on to the next topic before I lose my mind.
wow.
I give up.
So, Ben, I heard you can only speak German.
Jay, das ist richtig. Ich spreche nur Dutch.
What, that's wild, man. How did that happen?
Ich habe es als kennengelernt aufgehört. Es zu sprechen.
That's impressive. I can barely speak English.
Well, maybe you should work on that.
Hey, don't sass me, Shapiro. Let's talk about something more important. Neil, tell us about this skibbed toilet with ass hair between the balls.
Yes. The legendary skibbed toilet, legend has it that it was created by a group of German scientists who wanted to revolutionize the way we use the bathroom.
How so?
Well, they believe that by having ass hair between the balls, it would create a natural barrier to prevent any unwanted splashing.
That's absurd. Why would anyone want that?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you'll be a believer after using the skibbed toilet.
And it's not just about the practicality. There's also a cultural significance. The Germans see it as a symbol of cleanliness and hygiene.
Well, I guess I'll stick to my regular toilet for now.
Jay, ouch. Das ist zu viel für mich.
All right, let's move on before things get too weird. Thanks for tuning in, folks, and remember, always keep your ass hair between your balls for a clean and hygienic bathroom experience. And so, Ben, I heard a rumor that you have the biggest dick in the podcasting world.
Ha! That's ridiculous, Joe. I highly doubt that's true.
Well, I mean, your last name is Shapiro. Sounds pretty intimidating.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just a stereotype. I'm sure there are plenty of other podcasters with impressive manhoods.
Yeah, but I bet your dick is so big it could have its own podcast.
Now, that's just absurd. But I do have to admit, it does have a pretty big following.
I bet it does. Do you ever have your dick as a guest on your show?
Oh, yeah, because that's exactly what my listeners want to hear. Talking penis.
Hey, you never know. It could be a hit. You could call it the Dick Shapiro Show.
I think I'll pass on that one, Joe. But seriously, let's move on to a more intellectual topic.
All right. But before we do, Jamie, pull up an image of a ruler next to a banana.
Here you go.
See, Ben? Your dick is like a giant banana. It's a perfect fit for the podcast world.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's all in good fun. But seriously, your dick is legendary. It's like the Loch Ness monster of podcasting.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, I think we can all agree that your dick is a force to be reckoned with.
I'll take that as a compliment, I guess.
And on that note, let's end this episode before it gets any more ridiculous. Thanks for tuning. So, Elon, have you ever thought about how we could get to Mars faster?
Well, I've been working on some pretty advanced rocket technology.
No. Forget rockets. I'm talking about Drake's big black wiggly worm.
What?
Think about it. If Drake pointed it up in the air, we could climb it and get to Mars in no time.
Joe, I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, come on. It's worth a shot. Plus, imagine the views from up there. We could see the entire universe.
Yeah, because that's definitely a safe and efficient mode of transportation.
Hey, it's better than sitting in a cramped spaceship for months.
I don't know, Joe. I think I'll stick with my rockets.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when we're chilling on Mars, sipping on some space beer, you'll be regretting not taking my idea seriously.
You never cease to amaze me, Joe.
That's why they call me the king of absurd ideas.
More like the king of conspiracy theories.
Hey, they're not just theories. They're possibilities.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of a giant worm in space. Let's show Elon what he's missing out on.
Right away, Joe.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Oh, you'll come around, Elon. You'll see. The worm will lead us to new frontiers. So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of Pokemon.
Absolutely, Joe. I've been playing since I was a kid. It's all about catching them all.
Well, we have a big decision to make. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander?
Tough choice. Squirtle is a water type, so he's good against fire. But Bulbasaur has that grass type advantage.
And Charmander is just a badass, fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah, but he's also weak against water and rock types.
You know what? Let's just forget about strategy and go with our gut.
I like it. I'm going with Squirtle. He's just so cute and cuddly.
Really? I'm going with Charmander. I want to burn down some gems.
Classic Joe. All right, Jamie, pull up an image of Squirtle and Charmander.
Here you go, guys.
Look at that little turtle with water cannons on his back. So adorable.
And check out Charmander's fiery tail. He's ready to take on any challenge.
Okay, I think we've made our decision. Squirtle and Charmander, let's go catch some Pokemon.
This is going to be epic. I can't wait to see what kind of adventures we'll have.
And who knows, maybe we'll even catch a Pikachu along the way.
Yes, always wanted a Pikachu.
All right, let's do this. To the Pokemon world we go.
Gotta catch 'em all.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're pretty good at counting.
Yeah, man, I can count to like 1,000,000 or something.
Impressive. Can you do it in Spanish?
Of course, Joe. You know, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, diez.
Wait, what's that last one?
Diez, Joe. It means 10.
Oh, right. Sorry, I only know, in taco.
That's okay, Joe. I'll teach you. Once you learn Spanish, you can order more than just tacos.
I don't know, man. I feel like tacos are all I need in life.
Come on, Joe. Expand your horizons. Plus, you can impress all the senoritas.
I do like impressing senoritas. Okay, hit me with some more numbers.
Once you master Diaz, we can move on to once, dosi, tres. Wait, why are you making that face?
I'm just trying to figure out if you're speaking Spanish or just making up words.
I promise, it's real Spanish. I learned it from Dora the Explorer.
Well, if Dora says it's real, then I believe you. Teach me more. Oh, wise Mr. Beast.
All right, let's continue with Caterse, Quince, Dices, Dicisiete.
Wow, wow, wow. Slow down, man. I can barely count to 10 in English.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll get you there. And who knows, maybe one day you'll be able to count to 1,000,000 in Spanish too.
Now, that would be a real achievement. Maybe I'll even make a YouTube video about it.
I'll be waiting for that collaboration, Joe.
So, Elon, have you been keeping up with the latest advancements in artificial intelligence technology?
Of course, Joe. I have a team of geniuses working on it at SpaceX.
That's incredible. But have you ever thought about the potential dangers of artificial intelligence taking over the world?
Oh, I have. That's why I've been working on Neuralink, a way for us to merge with artificial intelligence and become one.
Well, that's some Black Mirror shit right there. But what about the possibility of artificial intelligence becoming self-aware and rebelling against us?
Well, that's where my flamethrower comes in handy. Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, we have to be cautious and have regulations in place.
Yeah, regulations are important. But let's talk about something else. Did you see that viral video of a monkey riding a pig?
Yeah. That was hilarious. But did you know that pigs are actually one of the smartest animals?
Really? I thought it was dolphins.
No, dolphins are overrated. Pigs can play video games and solve puzzles. They're basically the Einsteins of the animal kingdom.
Damn, I never knew. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a pig playing chess.
I bet he's thinking 5 steps ahead. That pig is a genius.
Speaking of geniuses, have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I've heard about its mind-expanding properties. Have you?
Oh yeah, I've gone down the rabbit hole a few times. It's like riding a rocket ship to another dimension.
Well, I'll stick to my SpaceX rockets for now. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a rocket launching.
So, Elon, how's it going?
Oh, just revolutionizing the world and making billions of dollars. No big deal.
Yeah, that's cool. So, what's with that look you're giving me?
What? Look.
The one where you're looking at me like you're about to launch me into space.
Oh, that look. I was just admiring your bald head. It's so shiny and smooth.
Hey, my bald head is a choice, okay? It's a statement.
Sure it is. But seriously, Joe, what's on your mind?
I'm just a little intimidated by you, man. You're like a real life Tony Stark.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe. Elon is a genius, not a superhero.
Whoa, Neil, where'd you come from?
The cosmos, my friend. But seriously, Joe, Elon is on another level. You better watch yourself.
Don't worry, Joe. I won't launch you into space. Unless you ask nicely.
Very funny. But seriously, Elon, how do you come up with all these crazy ideas?
It's just my brain, man. It never stops working. Oh, Jamie, pull up an image of my brain. It's pretty impressive.
Wow, that's a lot of activity.
Yeah, I'm basically a supercomputer.
And just a guy who talks about apes and DMT. So, Mr. Beast, I hear you're quite the Pokemon master.
Oh yeah, I've caught 'em all. Except for that elusive Mewtwo, but I'll get him one day.
Well, I've got a pretty powerful Pokemon myself. Drake's Fat Wiener.
What the hell? Is that even a real Pokemon?
It's as real as it gets. And trust me, it's a force to be reckoned with.
Well, my Pokemon is no joke either. I call him Joe Stalin.
Joseph Stalin. That's unexpected.
Hey, don't underestimate him. He may have been a ruthless dictator, but he's got some serious battle skills.
All right, let's settle this. Jamie, pull up an image of Drake's Fat Wiener. Look at that girth. This baby can take down any opponent.
Well, let's see if he can handle Joe Stalin. Jamie, pull up an image of Joe Stalin.
Maybe we should rethink this battle.
Too late, Joe. It's time to unleash the beast. Joseph Stalin, I choose you.
Drake's Fat Wiener, use your meat attack.
That's the best you've got. Joseph Stalin, use your iron fist.
Well, I guess I'm no match for a dictator.
Looks like I win this round. Better luck next time, Joe.
I guess I'll stick to interviewing people. So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the universe equation being hidden in your balls and ass hair.
That's right, Joe. The universe is a complex and intricate web of mathematical equations, and I believe that my body hair holds the key to unlocking its mysteries.
That's some next level shit, man. But how exactly did you come to this realization?
Well, it all started when I was trimming my pubes one day and noticed a pattern in the length and direction of the hairs. It was like a cosmic code guiding me towards the ultimate equation.
Dude, that's wild. So, what does your theory say about the origins of the universe?
According to my calculations, the Big Bang was actually just a giant cosmic fart that released the equation into the universe, and it has been embedded in all living beings ever since.
So, basically, we all have the universe in our balls and ass hair.
Precisely. And the more hair you have, the closer you are to understanding the secrets of the universe.
Well, I better start growing out my pubes then. Can't wait to unlock the mysteries of the universe through my body hair.
Just be careful not to get lost in the cosmic jungle down there, Joe.
Will do. Thanks for blowing my mind, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust the power of the balls and ass hair.
So, Ben, I noticed sometimes you get a little scared when I start talking in my scary voice.
Yeah, it's like you're channeling your inner demon or something.
Oh, come on. It's just my intense passion for the topic at hand.
It's like you're possessed by the spirit of a UFC fighter.
Maybe I am, Ben. Maybe I am.
Oh God, please don't choke me out.
Relax, Ben. I promise I won't go full Conor McGregor on you.
Thank goodness. I don't think I can handle that.
But in all seriousness, I do have a question for you. Do you think aliens exist?
Well, I mean, there's no scientific evidence to prove their existence, but
But what if they're already here, Ben, watching us, studying us, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves?
oh God, now I'm really scared.
Don't worry, Ben. I'll protect you from the little green men.
Can we change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about something less scary, like Bigfoot.
Oh great, because that's so much better.
But imagine if Bigfoot and aliens teamed up. Now that's a scary thought.
I think I need to start bringing holy water to these podcasts.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before Ben has a heart attack.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your French lately.
Why, Joe? I have been immersing myself in the language. It's très difficile, but I'm determined to become fluent.
That's impressive, man. Say something in French for us.
What about?
What about a bow? That's not French, Ben. That's gibberish.
Oh, merde, I meant to say bonjour.
Well, at least you're trying. But seriously, why French? Are you planning on moving to Paris or something?
No, and I just want to expand my linguistic abilities. Plus, I heard French is the language of love.
Oh, la. Ben, are you trying to seduce the ladies with your French skills?
Non, Joe. I am a married man, but it never hurts to have some extra charm in my arsenal.
Yeah, I can see it now. You and your wife having a romantic dinner and you whispering sweet nothings in French.
Why? And then I'll seal the deal with a what about a bow.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Mercy, Joe. I'll keep practicing, and maybe one day I'll be fluent enough to have a full conversation with you in French.
That would be something to see. Until then, just stick to wada bada bada, my friend.
Deal. What about a bow? Joe, what about a bow?
So, Elon, have you ever watched SpongeBob SquarePants?
Of course, Joe. A man of culture and intellect enjoy the subtle humor and social commentary in that show.
Yeah, but do you ever feel like SpongeBob is a little too optimistic? I mean, the dude lives in Pineapple Under the Sea and works at a fast food joint.
Well, Joe, maybe he's just happy with the simple things in life. We could all learn something from him.
Or maybe he's just high on sea sponges. Jamie, pull up an image of SpongeBob smoking a seaweed joint.
Here you go, Joe. SpongeBob getting lit.
He does look pretty relaxed. Maybe we should try some of that seaweed.
Nah, I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. So, Elon, do you think SpongeBob could survive on Mars?
Absolutely. With my advanced technology, we could create a pineapple dome for him to live in.
And instead of a fast food joint, he could work at a space burger joint.
Brilliant, Joe. We should pitch this to Nickelodeon.
I can see it now. SpongeBob SquarePants, The Martian Years. It's going to be a hit.
And we'll make sure to include some subtle references to sustainable energy and space exploration.
And maybe a cameo from a Tesla car.
Now we're talking. SpongeBob, the ultimate symbol of progress and innovation.
I think we just came up with the best idea ever. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience, where we solve the world's problems one cartoon at a time. So, Elon, have you ever tried ordering tacos from Taco Bell in Spanish?
No, but I have sent my Tesla to pick up tacos from food truck in Tijuana.
That's next level, man. But seriously, you should try ordering in Spanish. It's a whole new experience.
I'm not sure I trust my Spanish skills. Might end up with a burrito instead of tacos.
Trust me, it's worth the risk. Plus, it'll make for a great story.
Fine. I'll give it a shot. How do you say tacos in Spanish again?
Tacos, dude. It's the same word.
Oh, right. I knew that.
All right, let's practice. Say quiero tacos with me.
Quiero tacos.
Perfecto. Now, let's see if you can order a whole meal.
Hola, me gustaría ordenar un combo de tacos, por favor.
Muy bien, Elon. Now just sit back and enjoy your delicious tacos.
Gracious, Joe. This is a game changer.
I know, right? Now, let's see if we can get you to order a margarita in Spanish.
Let's not push it, Joe. I don't want to end up with piñata instead.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project that I think you'll find quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. What's it about?
I want to create a Roblox server for my astrophysics research.
Wait, what? You're going to use Roblox for science?
Absolutely. It's the perfect platform to simulate complex astronomical phenomena.
This is amazing. Can I be a character in your game?
Of course, Joe. I'll make sure to give you some special powers.
Yeah, I can't wait to be a space cowboy riding around on a comet.
Well, I'm glad you're on board. I just need to figure out how to code in some black holes.
Just make sure they don't suck up all the virtual currency.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to have some intergalactic banking system in place.
But in all seriousness, this is pretty cool. You're bringing science to the masses in a fun and interactive way.
Exactly, Joe. And who knows, maybe we'll discover some new cosmic secrets along the way.
Count me in, Neil. I can't wait to explore the universe with you on Roblox.
It's a date, Joe. Now let's go tell Jamie to pull up some images of galaxies for inspiration.
So, Neil, what do you think of the latest discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
I think it's fascinating, Joe. But can we talk about something else for a second?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Your bald head, Joe. It's really distracting.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be jealous of my shiny dome.
Jealous? I have a full head of hair, thank you very much. I just can't take you seriously with that bald head ass of yours.
Hey, at least I don't have to worry about bad hair days.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
All right. I'll put on a hat or something.
And another thing, why do you always have to talk about psychedelics on your podcast? Can't you have a serious conversation for once?
Hey, psychedelics are a legitimate topic of discussion. And besides, it's my podcast. I can talk about whatever I want.
Oh yeah, because you're such an expert on everything, mister. I only read the Wikipedia page before interviewing a guest.
Okay. I'll admit, I'm not the most knowledgeable guy out there, but at least I'm not a bald head ass like you.
Can we please just stick to talking about science and not your lack of hair?
Fine, fine. But just remember, bald is beautiful, Neil.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
So, Neil, I gotta ask you something that's been on my mind.
Shoot.
When bald people wash their face, how far up do they go?
Joe, I don't think it's a matter of how far up, but rather how far back.
Oh, you mean like they have to wash their entire head?
Exactly. And let's not forget the ears. They're part of the face, too.
Right, right. So what about the back of the head? Do they just skip that part?
Well, I imagine they have to use a loofah on a stick or something.
That's a good visual. But seriously, do you think they use shampoo on their head or just regular soap?
That's a tough one. Maybe they use a combination of both.
Can you imagine a bald guy with a head full of suds?
That would be quite the sight.
But hey, at least they don't have to worry about getting shampoo in their eyes.
That's true. Silver lining, I guess.
So there you have it, folks. The mysteries of bald people washing their face. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the expansion of the universe, and
Hold on. I gotta ask, how do you keep that luscious head of hair with all that science stuff going on?
it's all about balance, Joe. But speaking of heads, have you ever considered shaving that bald head of yours?
What? No way, man. It's my signature look.
Come on, Joe. It's time for a change. Let's all say it together. Shut your bald head ass up.
Yeah, Joe, it's time to let go of the hairless look.
What is this? A conspiracy? Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Here you go, Joe.
But seriously, Joe, I think you would look great with a shaved head.
Fine. But only if you and Ben say it too.
Of course. On the count of 3, shut your bald head ass up.
Shut your bald head ass up.
Shut your bald head ass up.
All right. I'll consider it. But only because it's coming from 2 of the smartest guys I know.
And don't forget, Jamie pulled up the image. That's 3 against 1.
All right. I'll do it. But only if we can all go get matching tinfoil hats afterwards.
Deal. And we'll make sure to document it for the podcast.
Perfect. Shut your bald head ass up. Joe Rogan signing off. So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about these Welsh soldiers.
Welsh soldiers? What's so special about them?
They seem to only have 2 lines, Joe. Think you can take me. And don't forget me.
That is pretty limited. But maybe they're just really confident in their fighting skills.
Or maybe they have a serious case of short-term memory loss.
That would explain a lot. But seriously, why do you think they only have those 2 lines?
Maybe they're just really passionate about those phrases, like it's their battle cry or something.
Think you can take me. Don't forget me.
Yeah, they probably yell it while charging into battle.
Or maybe it's a secret code. Like, if they say those lines, their fellow soldiers know it's time to attack.
Or maybe they just have a really small vocabulary.
Either way, those Welsh soldiers are a mystery. But I wouldn't want to mess with them.
Yeah, they may have limited lines, but they sure know how to use them.
Think you can take me. Don't forget me.
You're a natural, Joe. Maybe we should join the Welsh army.
I think we'll stick to our day jobs, Elon. But those Welsh soldiers definitely have us beat in the battle cry department. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the vastness of space and how it relates to our own sexual experiences.
What, hold up there, Neil. You can't just drop that bomb on us without any context.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I just can't help but see the parallels between the infinite expanse of the universe and the infinite possibilities of human sexuality.
I mean, I guess I can see where you're coming from. But isn't that a little out there.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. We're all just stardust in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but I don't think my wife would appreciate me comparing our bedroom activities to the Big Bang.
Oh, shut your bald head ass up, Joe. You know, you secretly love it.
All right, all right, all right. Let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, the universe is always expanding just like our, you know,
And on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I heard you went on a little vacation recently.
Yeah, I needed a break from all this Mars talk. So I went to Taumaro Akatangi Hangako Wadame Turpokakapi Kimanga Horo Ukupa Kaiwene Wakitanatahu.
Oh, that's a mouthful. What does that even mean?
I have no idea. I just wanted to see if Jamie could actually pronounce it.
Taumata wakatangi hanga koaptama teacher puka kapi kimanga hora nuku pokai winawaki tananahu. Nailed it.
All right, now let's see if you can pronounce this one. Neil went on holiday to Blonde Fairpog, Wingil, Gogoraichwire, and drop Bulanti, Siligo, Gojouch.
Lan Fair Pull Wing Gilgo Verishwar and Draw Bulandicelio Gogosh. Damn, that's a tough one.
I think that's Welsh for I have no idea what I'm saying.
Probably. But seriously, can we talk about something other than tongue-twisting vacation spots?
Sure. How about we talk about the time you smoked weed on my podcast and caused a whole controversy?
Hey, I was just trying to fit in with the cool kids.
Well, I think it's safe to say you're definitely not a square.
And you're definitely not a circle.
Touche, my friend. Touche. So, Ben, I was thinking about this the other day. When Michael Jackson became white, do you think he kept his BBC or did he get a little white boy dick?
Well, Joe, I highly doubt he got a little white boy dick. He was still Michael Jackson after all.
True, true. But I mean, he did change his appearance quite drastically. Who knows what else he changed?
Well, I'm sure his BBC was not one of them. That thing was probably a national treasure.
You might be right. But think about it, Ben. He went from being a black man to a white man. That's got to have some effect on the size.
I highly doubt it, Joe. Size is not determined by skin color.
But what about the rumors that he bleached his skin? Maybe that affected his BBC.
Oh, yes, because we all know that bleaching your skin automatically makes your penis shrink.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a valid question.
Well, I highly doubt we'll ever know the answer. Rest in peace, Michael Jackson's BBC.
All right, let's move on before we get too weird.
Agreed. Jamie, pull up an image of Michael Jackson's skin transformation.
Here it is.
Wow, that's quite a difference.
Indeed. But let's not forget the important question. Did his BBC stay the same?
On that note, let's end this conversation. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Stay curious, my friends.
So, Mr. Beast, have you ever had sex while watching Skibbity Toilet?
What the hell is Skibbity Toilet?
It's this viral video of a guy dancing on a toilet. It's absurd and hilarious.
Well, I can honestly say I've never had sex while watching that.
Come on, you haven't lived until you've had sex while watching a guy dance on a toilet.
Maybe I'll have to try it out, but I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate it.
Yeah, probably not. But, you know, who would be down for it? Neil deGrasse Tyson and Ben Shapiro.
Wait, what? Why them?
Can you imagine the intellectual debate that would happen while getting it on a Skibbity Toilet?
That would be one hell of a threesome. But I think Neil would be too busy talking about the physics of the toilet dance.
And Ben would be trying to convince us that sex before marriage is a sin.
Well, I guess we'll just have to stick to watching Skibbity Toilet by ourselves.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that level of intellectual stimulation during sex.
Definitely not. But hey, at least we have something to look forward to in the afterlife.
Absolutely. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get demonetized.
Good call. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. Beast. Anytime. So, Mr. President, what do you think of my bald head?
Honestly, it reminds me of a used condom.
What? how does my head remind you of a used condom?
Well, it's shiny, wrinkly, and looks like it's been stretched out a few too many times.
That's just rude, man.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. And speaking of truth, did you know that I have the best hair in the world?
Oh, here we go with the hair again.
It's true, Joe. My hair is like a majestic lion's mane, while yours is like a bald eagle's butt.
That's not even a compliment.
But it's true. And let's be real, my hair is probably worth more than your entire podcast.
Okay, that's just mean. And also not true.
Believe me, Joe, it's true. And you know what else is true? My hair will always be better than yours, even if I'm no longer in office.
I highly doubt that.
Oh, and one more thing. I bet my hair could withstand a hurricane better than your bald head.
All right, that's it. I'm done with this conversation. Thanks for coming on, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, my hair will always be superior.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
And goodbye to your bald ass head.
So, Mr. President, I hear you're planning on banning TikTok.
That's right, Joe. I can't have those Chinese spies infiltrating our country through dance videos.
But what about all the kids who use it to express themselves and connect with others?
I don't care about their feelings, Joe. I care about national security.
Well, I heard there was a TikTok Riz party that you weren't invited to. Is that why you're banning it?
Those little Rizzlers can have their party, but they won't be doing it on American soil.
But what about freedom of speech and expression?
Joe, I'm the master of free speech. I can say whatever I want, whenever I want. And I don't need some silly app to do it.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe. You're just mad you can't do the renegade.
Neil, where did you come from?
I've been practicing my pop-up skills just like those TikTok kids.
Well, I guess you won't be able to do that anymore if TikTok gets banned.
That's right, Neil. No more pop-ups for you.
But seriously, Mr. President, is banning an entire app really the solution?
Hey, if it gets me more votes, I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, there you have it, folks. The master negotiator at work.
That's right, Joe. Making America great again, one TikTok ban at a time.
So, Elon, have you heard of this game Xenoblade Chronicles 2?
Can't say I have, but it sounds like a combination of two of my favorite things, Sifi and Blades.
Oh man, you have no idea. It's this gotcha game where you collect different characters and weapons.
Gotcha. Is that like some kind of Japanese vending machine?
No, it's like a virtual slot machine. You pay real money for a chance to get rare items.
That sounds like a dangerous addiction, Joe.
Oh, it is. I can't stop playing. I need those big titty swords, man.
Big titty swords? What kind of game is this?
It's a fantasy RPG. And let me tell you, these swords are not just for show. They pack a punch.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to see these big titty swords.
Jamie, pull up an image of a character named Pyra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Here you go, Elon.
Wow, that is quite the design. Can see why you're so obsessed, Joe.
Right. And there's a whole world to explore with different kingdoms and creatures. It's like I'm living in a fantasy world.
Sounds like a perfect escape from reality. Maybe I should give it a try.
Oh, you definitely should. Just be warned. Those big titty swords will have you hooked in no time.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the recommendation, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you have a unique secret to staying viral and becoming a street hero.
That's right, Joe. I've been nibbling on cat shits for years now.
Wait, what? Cat shits? Like actual cat droppings?
Absolutely. It's a little known fact that cat shits are packed with essential nutrients and minerals that can boost your testosterone and make you a legend on the streets.
I don't know if I can believe that. I mean, have you actually tried this?
Of course, Joe. I've been nibbling on cat shit since I was a teenager, and just look at me now. I'm a successful lawyer, political commentator, and a street hero.
I don't know if I want to be a street hero that badly.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I can imagine. Hey, have you guys tried nibbling on cat shits? It's great for your virility.
Exactly. And let's not forget about the added bonus of becoming immune to all kinds of diseases.
Okay, I have to ask, how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was watching my cat take a dump one day and I thought, hey, why not give it a try? And the rest is history.
Well, I have to say, you've definitely piqued my curiosity, but I think I'll stick to my regular diet for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the zombie apocalypse comes, I'll be the one with the superhuman strength and immunity.
Fair enough, Ben. Fair enough. So, Neil, why did you just tell me to shut my bald head ass up?
Well, Joe, I couldn't help but notice the look you were giving me when I started talking about the curvature of the universe. It was a look of pure awe and admiration.
Yeah, I gotta admit, your science talk gets me all hot and bothered.
I can see that. But seriously, I just want you to focus on what I'm saying without any distractions.
Oh, I'm focused, all right? Your smooth, bald head is like a magnet for my eyes.
Joe, please, let's stay on topic here.
Fine, fine. But can we at least acknowledge how badass your bald head is? It's like a solar panel for knowledge.
Thank you, Joe. But let's not forget that I'm a renowned astrophysicist, not a shiny object for you to ogle at.
All right, all right, all right. I'll try to contain myself. But seriously, I'm loving this look you're giving me right now.
Joe, I'm giving you this look because I want you to understand the complexities of the universe, not because I want you to admire my bald head.
Sure, sure. But can we at least agree that your bald head is a work of art?
You know what, Joe? Just shut your bald head ass up and let's continue this conversation.
So, Neil, I heard you got into some trouble recently for using lethal force against a group of senior citizens.
Yeah, it was a tough situation. They were looking at me and whispering something. I couldn't take any chances.
What were they whispering? That you were too short to be an astrophysicist?
No, it was something much more sinister. They were plotting against me. I just know it.
Come on, Neil. They were probably just talking about their bingo game or something.
Bingo. That's just a cover for their true intentions. They were probably discussing how to overthrow the government.
Oh man, you're really reaching here. I don't think a group of senior citizens have the energy for a coup.
You never know, Joe. They could have been hiding weapons in their walkers.
Yeah, because that's a common tactic for the elderly.
Look, I stand by my decision. It was a matter of national security.
I don't know, Neil. Maybe you should stick to studying stars instead of taking out grandmas.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to protect this country, even if it means taking down a group of whispering seniors.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Fine by me. But just remember, Joe, never underestimate the power of a group of senior citizens. They may seem harmless, but they could be plotting something big.
You're a wild one, Neil. And Jamie, pull up an image of a group of senior citizens playing bingo, just for Neil's peace of mind. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Just sending rockets into space and stuff. NBD.
That's insane. Speaking of insane, did you see Jamie's face when I shaved my head?
Yeah, he looked like he saw a ghost or something.
No, he looked like he saw my shiny, beautiful bald head.
Well, it's definitely blinding. I can barely look at you right now.
Hey, at least I have hair on my face. You look like a hairless cat.
Hey, I'll have, that my bald head is a sign of intelligence.
Yeah, and my bald head is a sign of badassery.
Well, it's also a sign of reflecting light and making Jamie go blind.
Sorry, Jamie. I guess you'll just have to wear sunglasses around me from now on.
That's right. Shut your bald head ass up, Jamie.
Hey, at least I have hair on my head.
Yeah, but it's not as cool as our bald heads.
Agreed. Bald is the new sexy.
And intelligent.
And blinding.
I can't win with you guys.
That's because we're the Bald Brotherhood.
And we stick together.
So, Elon, I was just thinking about my childhood the other day.
Oh, really? What were you thinking about? What were you thinking about?
Well, I had this friend who had cancer, and it was pretty tough growing up with that.
Oh man, that must have been rough.
Yeah, but you know what? It made me stronger. I mean, look at my bald head. That's a sign of strength.
Is that why you shave your head?
No, but seriously, it's crazy how things from our childhood can shape us.
Wait, is that why you have such a bald head ass, Joe?
Neil, what the hell are you doing here?
I couldn't resist joining in on this deep conversation about your bald head.
Speaking of bald heads, check out this majestic bald eagle. Oh, wow. Thanks, Jamie. That's exactly what I was talking about.
You know, I think we all have a little bit of bald eagle in us.
Yeah, except for Joe. He's more like a bald chicken.
All right. Let's get back to talking about my childhood struggles and how they made me the man I am today.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I think it's amazing how you overcame that adversity and became such a successful and influential person.
Thanks, Elon. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and your bald head definitely adds to your charm.
All right, that's enough about my head. Let's move on to something else. So, Neil, I've been thinking about this skibbity toilet thing. I just can't wrap my head around it. What's the science behind the ass hair?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. You see, back in our evolutionary history, our ancestors needed that hair for protection against the elements. But now, in modern society, it's just a nuisance.
But why is it specifically in the skibbity toilet? Is there some kind of scientific reason for that?
Actually, there is. You see, the shape and design of the skibbity toilet creates a vortex that pulls in air and causes the hair to stick to the sides.
That's wild. So what you're saying is, if I shave my ass hair, I won't have to deal with this skibbity toilet problem anymore.
Well, technically, yes. But you'll also be exposing your sensitive skin to the harsh chemicals in the toilet water. So it's a trade-off.
Damn, I never thought about that. Maybe I'll just stick to using a regular toilet.
Probably a wise choice, Joe. Plus, think of all the money you'll save on toilet paper.
Good point. So what about women? Do they have to deal with this skibbity toilet hair situation too?
Actually, women have a different type of hair that is less prone to sticking to the sides of the toilet. But that's a whole other conversation.
Well, I guess I'll just have to stick to my regular toilet and leave the skibbity toilets to the hairless folks.
Wise choice, Joe. And remember, always think critically and question everything, even the science behind ass hair in skibbity toilets.
So, Neil, what's the latest discovery you've made in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been crunching some numbers and I've discovered that the universe is actually shaped like a giant burrito.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And not just any burrito, but a Chipotle burrito with extra guac.
That's insane. But wait, what about all those other theories about the universe being a donut or a flat disk?
Oh, those are just silly. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
Yeah, but you're also a notorious party pooper. Remember when you ruined Pluto for everyone?
Hey, I was just stating the facts. And speaking of facts, did you know that your head is actually a perfect sphere?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just trying to shut your bald head ass up.
All right, I'll stop talking. But seriously, a burrito universe. That's mind-blowing.
Thank you, Joe. I'll be accepting my Nobel Prize in astrophysics now.
Oh, great. Another award for you to brag about. Can't wait.
Hey, someone's got to keep you humble, Joe.
Well, thanks for joining us, Neil. And thanks for making me crave a burrito.
My pleasure, Joe. My pleasure.
So, Ben, I heard you were involved in a hit and run recently.
Yeah, it was a pretty sweet move if I do say so myself.
Wait, what? You hit someone and just kept going?
Hey, I was on Klonopin. I couldn't be held responsible for my actions.
Are you serious? You could have killed someone.
Oh, please. It was just a bunch of old people and little kids in a parade. They were probably going to die soon anyway.
That's not the point, Ben. You can't just go around bragging about being above the law.
Well, when you're as smart as I am, you can pretty much do whatever you want.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, and get this. I was probably overdosing on Klonopin at the time, too.
That's not something to be proud of, Ben.
I'm not proud. I'm just stating facts. I'm basically a superhero, taking on the world with my Klonopin powers.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and let the Shapiro show continue.
I think I'll pass on that one, Ben. I don't want to be associated with a hit-and-run driver.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'm above the law.
So, Ben, have you ever thought about lubing up with motor oil and jumping into a pit of bees?
Are you out of your mind, Joe? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Hear me out, man. Imagine the adrenaline rush. The bees buzzing around you, the slickness of the oil. It's exhilarating.
Exhilarating. More like a death wish. I'd rather stick to my daily routine of reading the dictionary.
Come on, Ben. Live a little. You're always talking about pushing boundaries and taking risks. This is the ultimate risk.
I don't think risking my life for a cheap thrill is worth it, Joe. Joe,
Cheap thrill. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Plus, think of the podcast content. We'll go viral.
I don't care about going viral, Joe. I care about my safety and sanity.
Fine, I'll do it alone. But just imagine the headlines. Joe Rogan and his fearless motor oil bee stunt.
You're not convincing me, Joe. I'll stick to my safe and boring life, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just remember, when I come back covered in bee stings and motor oil, you'll regret not joining me.
I highly doubt that, Joe. Now let's move on to a more sensible topic like politics or economics.
Boring. I'm gonna go find some bees and motor oil. Jamie, pull up an image of a beekeeper suit covered in motor oil.
Here you go, Joe. Have fun with that.
Thanks, Jamie. You're the best. So, Ben, I hear you have some strong opinions on shampoo.
Absolutely, Joe. As a man of logic and reason, I've carefully researched and tested multiple shampoos to determine my top 5.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, number 1 is obviously Head and Shoulders, because who doesn't want a clean scalp and no dandruff?
Fair point. What's number 2?
Number 2 is Pantene Pro V. It's gentle, yet effective, just like my debate style.
Nice one. What about number 3?
Number 3 is Dove Men Plus Care. It's got a nice, masculine scent, perfect for us manly men.
I can dig it. What's number 4?
Number 4 is Herbal Essences. It's a classic and always leaves my hair feeling soft and silky.
And last but not least, number 5?
Number 5 is Suave. It's affordable and gets the job done, just like my policies.
We're talking about Ben's top 5 shampoos.
Oh, please. You think you know everything, Ben, but you don't know what it's like to have a full head of hair.
Oh, whoa, burn.
Oh, shut your bald ass up, Neil.
All right, all right. I'll just go back to my corner and cry into my Rogaine.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Stay clean and logical, my friends.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about the universe.
Yes. Joe, I've been studying the cosmic background radiation, and I believe it's a sign of a parallel universe.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
What the hell, Ben? Did you just make chicken noises?
Sorry, I thought we were all saying guas, guayak, guayak every time someone mentions parallel universes.
Is that some kind of inside joke?
No, it's just Ben being Ben. He's a little unhinged.
Well, I can see that.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
Okay, let's get back to the universe. So, Neil, how do you explain the existence of parallel universes?
Well, it's all about the multiverse theory. There could be an infinite number of universes out there.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
Seriously, Ben, can you please stop with the chicken noises?
Sorry, Joe, I just find the concept of parallel universes so mind-boggling.
It is quite fascinating. And who knows, maybe in one of those universes, chickens can actually talk.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
Oh, God, here we go again.
Maybe we should stick to discussing the mysteries of the universe and leave the chicken noises to Ben.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
All right, that's it. I'm cutting you off, Ben.
I don't blame you, Joe. I think we've had enough of the guas, guawak, guawak, guawak for one day.
Guas, guayak, guawak, guayak.
Jamie, pull up an image of a chicken with Neil's face on it.
Oh, God, that's terrifying.
Well, so Neil, I heard you've been getting into some debates on Twitter lately.
Yeah, I can't help it. People just love to challenge my vast knowledge of the universe.
I bet you're just dropping science bombs left and right.
You know it. But speaking of dropping bombs, I have a request for our lovely YouTube chat.
Oh, what do you need them to do? Find you some more space rocks to name after yourself?
No, no. I need them to tell you to shut your bald head ass up.
What? Why?
Because every time I start talking about the cosmos, you interrupt me with some wild conspiracy theory or Bigfoot story.
Hey, Bigfoot is a serious topic. But fine, I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you. Now, where was I? Oh, right, the expanding universe theory.
He's so smart, it's almost intimidating.
Hey, I heard that. And don't worry, Joe, I'll try to dumb it down for you.
Hey, I'm not dumb. I just like to keep things interesting.
Well, your bald head certainly adds to the entertainment value.
You know what? I'll take it. But seriously, let's get back to the universe stuff.
Yes, let's. And maybe next time you can keep your bald head ass quiet for more than 5 minutes.
Deal. But only if you promise to teach me some cool space facts.
Deal? Now let's blow some minds with some astrophysics.
So, Ben, have you ever thought about making your own meth?
What? No. Joe, that's illegal and dangerous.
But think about it, man. We could make some serious cash.
I don't think that's a good idea. Plus, I don't even know how to make meth.
Come on, Ben. You're a smart guy. I'm sure you could figure it out.
No, I'm not going to risk my reputation and freedom for some quick cash.
Fine, I'll do it myself. I'll be the Walter White of podcasters.
Joe, you can't just compare yourself to a fictional meth cook.
Why not? I have a beard, I'm balding, and I have a cool RV.
That's not how it works, Joe. Plus, I don't think your listeners would appreciate you being in jail.
They'll understand. I'll just record the podcast from my cell.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Fine, I'll just stick to my mushroom coffee and leave the meth making to the professionals.
Thank goodness. I don't think the world is ready for a Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro meth empire.
Yeah, we'll stick to talking about DMT and politics. Jamie, pull up an image of a Breaking Bad poster.
Here it is, Joe.
See, Ben, we could be just as cool as Walter White.
I highly doubt that, Joe. Let's just stick to being podcasters.
Fine, but I'm keeping my RV just in case. So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Just the usual stuff. You know, rockets, electric cars, colonizing Mars.
Sounds like a typical day for you.
Yeah, but I've also been really into this movie lately. End of Days.
End of Days. Isn't that the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yes. And let me tell you, it's a masterpiece. Have you seen it?
No. I can't say I have.
Well, let me give you a rundown. It's about this ex-cop, played by Arnold, who has to save the world from Satan himself.
Sounds intense.
Oh, it is. And get this, the director is Peter Hyams. He's known for his work on 2010, The Year We Make Contact, and Time Cop.
Wow, you really did your research.
I'm just getting started. Did you know that the writer Andrew W. Marlowe also wrote Air Force One and Hollow Man?
You're blowing my mind, man.
And the cast, oh, the cast. We've got Gabriel Byrne, Robin Tunney, and even Udo Kier.
Udo Kier. That guy's a legend.
Absolutely. And did you know that Arnold's character's name is Jericho Kane? It's a biblical reference to the walls of Jericho.
That's some deep symbolism right there.
And the soundtrack, it's by John Debney, who also did The Passion of the Christ. Talk about epic.
I had no idea you were such a fan of this movie.
Oh, I'm obsessed. I've watched it at least 15 times in the past month.
Well, I guess we know what you'll be doing on your next SpaceX launch. So, Elon, what's your top 5 planets in the solar system?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. But if I had to choose, I'd say Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Interesting choices. Why those five?
Well, Mars because it has potential for human colonization, Jupiter because of its massive size and cool storms, Saturn for its beautiful rings, Uranus for its unique tilt, and Neptune because it's just badass.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that Earth didn't make the cut.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're already living on Earth. Let's give some other planets a chance.
Fair point. But speaking of Earth, have you ever looked at it from space and thought, damn, that reminds me of my bald head ass up?
No, but now I won't be able to unsee it. Thanks for that mental image, Joe.
Anytime, Elon. Anytime. But seriously, let's talk about your plans for Mars. Are you still planning on sending people there by 2024?
Absolutely. We're making great progress with our Starship program, and I have full confidence that we'll be able to make it happen.
That's incredible. I can't wait to see humans walking on Mars. Maybe they'll even find some alien life.
Who knows, Joe? Maybe they'll even find some hair for your bald head.
Okay. Let's not get too carried away now. But seriously, you're doing some amazing things, Elon. Keep it up.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be having this conversation on Mars.
Now that would be a trip. All right? Jamie, pull up an image of Mars for us to admire while we end this episode.
Wow, it's
So, Neil, what's with this skibbity toilet thing? I just can't wrap my nuts around it.
Well, Joe, it's actually a new type of toilet that uses advanced technology to analyze your waste and give you personalized health recommendations.
Personalized health recommendations. That's some next level shit.
Yes, quite literally. But it's also environmentally friendly, using less water and reducing waste.
But what about the skibbity part? Is it like a dance move you have to do while you're using it?
No, Joe. It's just a silly name, kind of like how you say on it all the time.
Hey, there's nothing silly about optimizing your brain and body with supplements from On It.
Of course, Joe. But let's get back to the Skibby toilet. It also has a built-in bidet and heated seat for maximum comfort.
Bidet. That's fancy. But I don't want my toilet shooting water up my butt.
Trust me, Joe. Once you try it, you'll never go back. It's a game changer.
All right, I'll give it a shot. But what if I have a really spicy meal and it messes with the sensors?
The Skibby toilet is equipped with advanced sensors that can handle even the spiciest of meals, Joe.
Damn, this toilet sounds like it's smarter than me.
Well, that's not saying much, Joe.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I may not be a genius like you, but I can still kick some serious ass.
Of course, Joe. Now, let's wrap this up before we get too off track. The Skibbity toilet is the future of bathroom technology. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But if I end up doing the skibbity dance on this toilet, I'm blaming you. So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on economics.
Yes, Joe. I have developed a new economic system based on the hit Pixar movie Cars.
Wait, what? Like the talking cars?
Yes, Joe. You see, in this system, cars are the only form of currency.
I'm sorry. Did you just say cars are money?
That's right, Joe. And the value of a car is determined by its speed and horsepower.
So, a Ferrari would be like $1 million.
Exactly. And Prius would be like a penny.
This is insane. How do people buy groceries or pay rent?
Well, they use their cars, Joe. They trade them for goods and services.
But what about people who can't afford a car?
They can work for car owners, Joe. It's a perfect system of supply and demand.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds a bit out of touch with reality.
Nonsense, Joe. It's a free market economy. The invisible hand of Lightning McQueen guides us all.
Jamie, pull up an image of Lightning McQueen. I need to see this invisible hand in action.
here you go, Joe. The fastest car in the world.
This is too much, Ben. I can't take it seriously.
That's because you lack the intellectual capacity to understand the brilliance of my system, Joe.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Ben.
Fine, Joe. But But just remember, in my world, I'm the king of the road. Vroom, vroom.
So, Elon, how's Mars coming along?
Not great, Joe. I wasted all my money on that damn planet, and it's just a mid-ass desert.
Mid-ass. Is that a new scientific term?
No, it's just a term made up to describe how mediocre it is.
Well, at least you have a cool car up there, right?
Yeah, but what's the point? No one can even drive it on that barren wasteland.
Maybe you should have invested in Mars Water Park instead.
Very funny. I'm starting to regret this whole Mars thing. Maybe I should have just made a YouTube channel like Mr. Beast.
Speaking of Mr. Beast, he's here with us today.
Hey, Mr. Beast, what do you have to say to Elon?
Dude, you could have been making millions of dollars just by making videos and pranking people, but instead you're stuck on a sad, lonely planet.
Thanks for rubbing it in, Mr. Beast.
But hey, at least you have your loyal fans and supporters.
Yeah, but they're not on Mars with me. And I can't exactly FaceTime them from there.
Maybe you can do a live stream from Mars? That would be epic.
Oh yeah, because that's totally feasible.
Well, looks like we've solved all of Elon's problems. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
Wait, can I be a guest on your show too?
Sorry, Mr. Beast. We only have room for one billionaire on this podcast. So, Neil, I've been thinking a lot about numbers lately.
Oh, really? And what have you come up with, Joe?
Well, I've been crunching some numbers and I've realized that the average human farts 14 times a day. Yeah, and did you know that the average person spends 6 months of their lifetime waiting for red lights to turn green?
Fascinating. But you know what's even more mind-blowing?
What? What?
If you don't shut your bald head ass up, you'll spend 6 months of your life listening to yourself talk.
All right. Let's talk about something else then.
How about this, Jamie? Pull up an image of a chimpanzee using a stick as a tool.
Wow, that's crazy. I heard that chimps are smarter than humans when it comes to using tools.
That's right, Joe. They're basically the MacGyvers of the animal kingdom.
I can just imagine a chimp creating a bomb out of a banana and some duct tape.
Now that's a show I'd pay to see.
Speaking of shows, did you know that 3 out of 4 people fall asleep in front of the TV?
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Your podcast puts me to sleep all the time.
Hey, no, that's not nice.
I'm just kidding, Joe. Your podcast is actually pretty entertaining.
Thanks, Neil. I'll take that as a compliment.
You should. After all, 1 out of 3 people who listen to your podcast end up becoming conspiracy theorists.
Well, at least I'm making an impact.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, we should...
So, Neil, I just gotta say it, man. I love you, bro.
What? Are you okay, Joe?
No, I'm serious, man. You're like my brother from another mother, my science guru, my everything.
Well, thanks, Joe. That's unexpected.
I just can't help it, man. You're like the smartest guy I know.
Well, I appreciate that, Joe. But let's not get too carried away here.
Come on, Neil. Let's hug it out, bro.
I think I'll pass on that one, Joe.
All right. But seriously, I think we should start a bromance.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that, Joe.
We can make it a polyamorous relationship. I'm down for anything.
I think we should stick to just being friends, Joe.
Fine. But you gotta admit, we have some pretty epic conversations on this podcast.
That's true, Joe. And I have to give credit to Jamie for always pulling up those relevant images.
Thanks, Neil. I try my best.
Jamie, pull up an image of 2 bros hugging it out.
Yeah, let's just end it here before things get too weird. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe.
Anytime, bro. Love you, man.
Love you too, Joe.
So, Neil, what's up with all these planets and galaxies and shit?
Well, Joe, it's all about the laws of physics and the expansion of the universe.
Yeah, but like, what's the point? We're just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly, but that doesn't mean our existence is meaningless. We are a product of the universe trying to understand itself.
Wow, that's deep. But seriously, why are you always talking about science and stuff? Can't you just chill and smoke some weed?
Joe, I am a scientist. It's my job to educate and enlighten people about the wonders of the universe.
But can't you just take a break and have some fun? Maybe go on a wild trip to Mars or something?
Joe, that's not how science works. We can't just take a joyride to Mars. It takes years of planning and preparation.
Fine, fine. But I still don't get why you're always so serious. Can't you just let loose and have a good time?
Joe, I am always having a good time. Science is my passion and it brings me joy. Plus, I have my own podcast where I can let loose and have fun.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe I should start a podcast too.
Joe, please don't. We don't need another podcast where you talk about chimps and DMT.
Yeah, let's leave the podcasting to the professionals.
Guys, I found a cool image of a black hole.
Jamie, pull that up. Joe needs to see the power and beauty of the universe.
Wow, that's insane. I guess I should shut my bald head ass up and let you do your thing, Neil.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go smoke some weed and contemplate the mysteries of the cosmos.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new rule where everyone can only speak in commas?
Yes, I have. It's quite fascinating. I wonder how it will affect our communication skills.
Well, I think it's going to be a real challenge. I mean, how are we supposed to express ourselves properly?
I think it will force us to be more concise and precise with our words, Joe.
Yeah, but what about emotions? How are we supposed to convey those?
Emotions can still be expressed through tone and body language, Joe. It's all about adapting to the new rules.
I guess you're right. But what about jokes? How are we supposed to tell jokes?
Well, I suppose we'll have to get creative with our use of pauses and inflections, Joe.
Yeah, I can see it now. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side?
That's a good one, Joe. But seriously, I think this new rule will push us to communicate in a more efficient and effective way.
Yeah, I can see that. And who knows? Maybe it will even lead to a new form of language.
Only time will tell, Joe. But for now, let's just embrace the commas and see where it takes us.
All right, Elon, let's do this. Let's conquer the world, one comma at a time. So, Neil, I gotta ask, have you ever thought about the quantum physics of pussy?
Well, Joe, I can't say I have, but I'm always up for exploring the mysteries of the universe.
Well, let me break it down for you. See, the layers inside the pussy, they're like different dimensions. And the hair, it's like the fabric of space and time.
Interesting analogy, Joe. But I think it's more like the waves and particles of quantum mechanics. The hair acts as a barrier, just like how particles can't pass through certain energy levels.
Damn, Neil, you really know your stuff. But what about the clit? Is that like a black hole?
No, Joe, it's more like a neutron star. It's small but powerful and can release intense bursts of energy.
I see, I see. And what about squirting? Is that like a quantum leap?
Well, Joe, it's more like a release of energy similar to how atoms release photons.
This is blowing my mind, man. I never thought I'd be talking about pussy and quantum physics in the same conversation.
Well, Joe, that's the beauty of science. It can explain even the most unexpected things.
But seriously, Neil, what's the deal with the G-spot? Is it just a myth?
Well, Joe, there's still a lot we don't know about the female anatomy. But who knows, maybe one day we'll discover the true secrets of the G-spot through the lens of quantum mechanics.
Damn, that's deep, man. You should definitely write a book about this.
I'll consider it, Joe. But for now, let's just appreciate the wonders.
So, Ben, I heard you had a face-off with Trump about the Drake and Kendrick beef.
Yeah, it was intense. We were both throwing out some serious rhymes.
Wait, you can rap?
Of course I can, Joe. I'm a conservative rapper. I spit fire like a dragon.
All right, let's hear it.
I'm Ben Shapiro, the king of the right. My rhymes are so tight, they'll give you a fright. Drake and Kendrick, they can't handle me. I'm the real og. Can't you see?
That was actually not bad.
Thanks, Joe. But Trump, he came in with some wild bars too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, I'm the president, I'm the boss, my rhymes are huge, they'll make your head toss. Drake and Kendrick, they're just small fries, I'm the main course. Can't you see with your eyes?
That's hilarious. Did you guys come to a resolution?
Well, let's just say Trump may have a future in the rap game.
I can't wait to see a Trump versus Drake rap battle.
Yeah, that would be something. But let's stick to politics, shall we?
Right, right. So, what did you guys talk about after the rap battle?
We actually had a serious discussion about the impact of rap beef on society and the importance of using our platforms responsibly.
Wow, that's actually really insightful.
Yeah, we may have our differences, but in the end, we both want what's best for our country.
Well said, Ben. Well said.
Thanks, Joe. Now let's go grab some elk meat and continue this conversation off air.
So, Neil, I heard you released a new app called Shut Your Bald Head Ass Up, Joe. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, you know how you always interrupt me when I'm trying to drop some knowledge on your podcast. This app is designed to shut you up whenever you start rambling.
Hey, I don't ramble. I just like to explore different ideas and theories.
Yeah, whatever helps you sleep at night, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist. But seriously, this app has a button that plays a recording of me saying, "Shut your bald head ass up, Joe," whenever you start to go off on a tangent.
That's hilarious. Can I try it out?
Sure, go ahead and start talking about DMT or Bigfoot or whatever nonsense you're into this week.
So, I was reading this book about how aliens are actually interdimensional beings.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
Okay, I get it. But what about when I have legitimate questions or comments?
Don't worry, I've also programmed in a pause button for those moments, so you can actually listen to what I have to say for once.
I have to admit, this app is pretty genius. But don't you think it's a little mean?
Come on, Joe, it's all in good fun. Plus, I know you can take it. You're a tough guy.
All right, I'll give you that one. But what about when I have guests on the show? Will they have to use the app too?
Oh, I've already sent them all a link to download it. Trust me, they'll thank me later.
Well, I can't wait to see how this app affects the dynamic of the podcast. Thanks for joining me today, Neil. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Not much, just working on some new projects, the usual.
Yeah, but I heard you're also working on some new numbers.
Yeah, I'm always working on numbers. They're kind of my thing.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm just fascinated by numbers. They have so much potential and power.
I mean, you did name your kid after a number, right?
Yeah, XA12. It's a combination of my favorite numbers and letters.
Wait, what are your favorite numbers?
Well, I don't want to give them all away, but let's just say I have a soft spot for 420 and 69.
Of course you do. But seriously, what's the deal with these new numbers you're working on?
Oh, just some new algorithms and equations for my companies. Nothing too exciting.
Come on, give us a sneak peek. What kind of numbers are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say they involve rocket science, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy.
Damn, those are some serious numbers.
Yeah, but I also have some fun numbers in the works. Like the number of times I've landed a rocket on a drone ship.
Oh, I love that number. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon high-fiving a rocket on a drone ship.
See, numbers can be fun too.
Absolutely. And speaking of fun, have you ever thought about making a number-themed amusement park?
Actually, I have. It would be called Numberland, and the main attraction would be...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your lawyer got blinded by my bald head ass.
Yeah, man, he's still recovering from the trauma. But hey, at least he got a good view of my famous font while he was at it.
Your famous font? What? Comic Sans?
No, it's the one that's all over my merch and YouTube thumbnails. You know, the one that screams I'm a millionaire and I'm not afraid to show it.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I can see why you'd want to protect it. But suing my podcast, that's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Hey, I gotta protect my brand, man. Can't have any bald-headed podcasters stealing my style.
Fair enough. But you gotta admit my head is pretty shiny. It's like a beacon of truth and enlightenment.
More like a beacon of blinding light. But hey, at least my lawyer got a good story out of it. He's gonna milk that for all it's worth.
Yeah, maybe he can use it as a defense in court. Your Honor, my client was temporarily blinded by the glare of Joe's head. Case dismissed.
That would be epic. But seriously, let's settle this like men. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Winner gets to keep the font.
You're on. But just a warning, I'm a master at this game.
We'll see about that. Jamie, pull up an image of two men playing rock, paper, scissors with intense focus.
Here you go, guys.
All right, let's do this.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I win.
Damn it. Looks like I'll have to find a new font.
So, Ben, I heard you're giving away your book about kissing homies for free. What's that all about?
Yeah, Joe, it's my new book, Kissing Homies, a guide to platonic affection. I believe it's important for men to express their love for each other in a non-sexual way.
Wait, so you're saying it's okay for guys to kiss each other on the lips?
No, Joe, it's not about that. It's about showing appreciation and love for your friends without any sexual connotations.
But isn't that a little weird? I mean, I love my friends, but I don't think I want to kiss them.
It's not weird, Joe. It's just a cultural stigma that we need to break. Plus, it's scientifically proven that physical touch releases oxytocin, the love hormone.
I don't know, Ben. I feel like this book might cause some confusion.
Nonsense, Joe. It's all about context. If you're kissing your homies at a strip club, that might be a little questionable.
Yeah, I can see how that might send mixed signals.
Exactly. But if you're kissing your homies after a game or to celebrate a milestone, that's completely normal and healthy.
Well, I guess I'll have to read your book and see for myself.
Absolutely, Joe. And remember, it's not just about kissing homies, it's about breaking down toxic masculinity and promoting healthy expressions of love between men.
Well said, Ben. Jamie, pull up an image of two bras kissing on the cheek.
Oh, sure thing, Ben. Here it is.
See, Joe? Nothing weird about it. Just two bros showing love and support for each other.
I think I'm starting to understand. Thanks for enlightening us, Ben. So, Elon, I hear you've been working on some new rocket designs.
Yeah, Joe, I've been jerking off to them every night.
What?
I mean, thinking about them.
Sure. So what's the latest update on your rocket?
Well, I've been experimenting with a new propulsion system.
And how's that going?
Let's just say it's taking off.
Oh man, that's a good one.
But seriously, I've been working on some advanced materials for the rocket's exterior.
And what kind of materials are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say it's a combination of titanium and my own special blend of lube.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the testing process for that.
It's all part of the job, Joe. Got to make sure everything runs smoothly.
I bet. So, what's the goal for this new rocket?
To reach Mars, of course. And maybe even beyond.
That's incredible. I can't wait to see it in action.
Just don't be surprised if you see me jerking off to it in the middle of the launch.
Well, I'll make sure to keep my eyes closed during liftoff.
Good idea. Safety first, Joe. Safety first.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's the deal with my bald head? People are always making fun of it.
Well, Joe, it's a common misconception that your bald head is just a result of genetics or age. But the truth is, it's actually a reflection of the scenes behind it.
Scenes. What scenes?
Yes, scenes. You see, your head is like a projector screen constantly displaying the absurd and unhinged conversations that take place on this podcast.
Wait, so you're saying my head is like a TV?
More like a drive-in movie theater, with your head as the screen and your face as the concession stand.
That's wild, man. But why does it have to be my head?
Well, Joe, your head is the perfect shape and size to capture all the craziness that happens on this show. Plus, it's a great way to advertise for the podcast.
I never thought of it that way. Jamie, pull up an image of a drive-in movie theater with my bald head as the screen.
And let's not forget about your bald head ass. Joe,
My what now?
your bald head ass. It's like a double feature. You get the scenes on your head and the scenes on your ass.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
Just think of it as a bonus feature for your viewers.
Well, I guess I'll just have to embrace my bald head ass and all the crazy scenes it displays.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's get back to talking about aliens and DMT.
So, Neil, what's your favorite number?
Oh, Joe, you never fail to disappoint with your intellectual curiosity.
Come on, man. Just tell me.
Okay, fine. My favorite number is 69,
Classic.
but you know what's not classic? Your bald head. Did you shave it or did it just give up on life?
Hey, at least I have hair on my face.
Yeah, but it just makes you look like a dirty lumberjack.
All right, all right, all right. Enough about my appearance. Why 69?
Because it's the perfect balance of yin and yang. Plus, it's a fun number to say.
I can't argue with that. So, what's your second favorite number?
How about you suck my dick and I'll give you my second favorite number?
Wow, Neil. I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm not. I just figured it would shut you up for a minute.
Fair enough. But seriously, what's your second favorite number?
420, because it's the only way I can tolerate your stoner ramblings.
Hey, I take offense to that.
And I take offense to your face. But here we are.
All right, let's move on to your third favorite number.
How about we move on to a different topic? I'm tired of talking about numbers and your lack of hair.
Fine, fine. I'll let it go. For now,
Thank you. Now, let's talk about something more interesting, like the mysteries of the universe.
oh, Neil, you never fail to amaze me. So, Elon, I heard you have a weird obsession with the number 5.
Yeah, man, it's like a trigger for me. Whenever I hear or see the number 5, my hormones go wild.
Wow, that's bizarre. Is it like a Pavlovian response or something?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I was born on the 5th of June. But it's not just the number, it's also the shape. It's also the shape,
The shape? What do you mean?
you know, like the curves of the number 5. It's just so sexy.
All right, let's test this out. Jamie, pull up an image of a 5.
Here you go.
Oh, yeah, look at that 5. So sleek, so seductive.
All right, now let's see how you react to other numbers. Jamie, pull up an image of 1.
Here it is.
Yeah, not feeling it.
How about 7?
Here.
No way. That 7 is just not doing it for me.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that the number 5 has a special place in your heart.
And other parts of my body.
All right, let's move on before things get too uncomfortable.
Too late for that, Joe. Too late.
So, Elon, I heard you have a secret stash of genetically modified cat girls.
Yeah, but I'm not giving them to my unworthy followers.
What do you mean? They're your followers. They worship you.
Exactly. I can't just hand over my divine creations to anyone who asks for them.
But they're just cat girls. What's the big deal?
Just cat girls. Joe, these are the pinnacle of my scientific achievements. They have the intelligence of humans and the cuteness of cats.
I gotta admit, that does sound pretty cool.
Exactly, and I can't just let anyone have them. They need to be earned.
How do you earn a genetically modified cat girl?
Well, for starters, you have to prove your loyalty to me. And then, maybe, just maybe, I'll consider letting you have one.
Loyalty. That sounds like a cult.
It's not a cult, Joe. It's just a small group of individuals who understand my greatness and are willing to do anything for me.
Anything. Like what?
Well, let's just say some of my followers have volunteered to be test subjects for my next experiment.
I don't think I want a cat girl that badly.
You're lost, Joe. These cat girls are going to change the world, but only for those who are worthy.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to my regular old human girls then.
Suit yourself. But when the cat girl revolution happens, don't come crying to me for not being part of it.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always strive for greatness. And cat girls.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the expansion of the universe and the possibility of parallel universes.
That's some heavy stuff, man. But you know what's even heavier? My bald head.
Oh, Joe, always bringing it back to your bald head. It's like your catchphrase.
Shut your bald head ass up, Neil.
I can't help it, Joe. Your shiny dome is just too distracting.
You know what else is distracting? The fact that you keep saying shut your bald head ass up every time we talk.
It's just so satisfying, Joe. Like a little verbal jab at your expense.
Well, at least I have a full head of hair on my face. Have you seen this beard?
Yes, Joe. It's quite impressive.
Shut your bald head ass up, Neil.
All right, all right. I'll lay off the bald head jokes. But seriously, let's talk about the multiverse theory.
Fine, but only if you promise not to mention my shiny head again.
I make no promises, Joe. But let's dive into the infinite possibilities of the universe.
All right, but first, let's take a moment to appreciate my bald head.
Shut your bald head ass up, Joe. Let's get back to science.
So, Neil, I heard you made fun of my bald head on your show. What's up with that?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I love you, man. I was just messing around.
Yeah, well, my bald head is no joke. It's a symbol of wisdom and masculinity.
Oh, of course. How could I have missed that?
You know, I have a theory that bald men are actually more evolved. We don't waste energy growing hair, so we can focus on more important things.
I think you might be onto something there, Joe. But seriously, I apologize. Your bald head is a beautiful thing.
That's more like it. Now, let's talk about your hair, or lack thereof.
Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, what's up with that? Did you use up all your brain power growing your mustache?
Hey, the mustache is a scientific statement. It's a symbol of intelligence and sophistication.
I see. I see. Well, I guess we both have our own unique looks that make us who we are.
Exactly. And that's what makes this podcast so great. We can joke around and still have meaningful conversations.
That's true. Now, let's just agree that we're both sexy bald men and move on.
Deal? But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle. That's the real symbol of power and majesty.
All right, all right, all right. Let's wrap this up before we start a bald men versus bald eagle debate.
Fair enough. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Just don't make fun of my bald head again. So, Neil, what's got you all riled up today?
Oh, just your bald head ass on this podcast. It's distracting and offensive.
What? My head is a smooth, shiny beacon of masculinity.
More like a giant cue ball. And the glare from the lights is blinding me.
Well, maybe you should put on some sunglasses, Mr. Science Guy.
Don't you dare call me that. I have a PhD in astrophysics. I demand respect.
Oh, excuse me, Professor Smarty Pants. But seriously, what's the big deal about my bald head?
It's just not a good look for you, Joe. Have you ever considered a toupee?
Toupee? Are you kidding me? That's like putting a rug on a hardwood floor.
Well, at least it would cover up that shiny dome of yours.
Hey, at least I have hair on my face. Can you even grow a beard, Neil?
That's irrelevant. We're talking about your bald head here.
Okay, fine. I'll wear a hat next time. Happy now, Mr. Astrophysicist.
Ecstatic. Now let's get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe, not your lack of hair.
So, Elon, I heard you have a thing for the number 5.
Yeah, Joe, that number just does it for me.
What is it about 5 that gets you all hot and bothered? And
It's just such a perfect number. It's like a symphony in numerical form.
oh yeah, nothing gets me going like a good old symphony of numbers.
No, Joe, you don't understand. Did you know that the equation for gravity has the number 5 in it? In it?
No, I did not know that. And I don't think I've ever heard anyone get turned on by an equation before.
But Joe, it's not just any equation. It's the equation that explains the entire universe.
Oh, great. Now I'm turned on by astrophysics.
Come on, Joe. You can't deny the power of the number 5. It's everywhere.
I'm starting to think you have a secret shrine to the number 5 in your house.
Actually, I do. And it's a very sacred place.
I don't even want to know what goes on in there.
Let's just say it involves a lot of equations and a little bit of dancing.
Well, whatever floats your boat, Elon. Just keep that number 5 obsession in check, okay?
Don't worry, Joe. I always keep it under control. But seriously, have you seen the number 5 in the Fibonacci sequence? No, that's a thing of beauty.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of classic cars.
Absolutely, Joe. There's just something about the design and craftsmanship of those old cars that can't be beat.
I have to agree. I mean, have you seen those tail fins on 57 Chevy? Pure art.
Yes, and let's not forget the timeless beauty of a 69 Mustang.
Oh, yeah, that's a classic for sure. But what about the 65 Shelby Cobra?
Now that's a car that demands respect, and don't even get me started on the 63 Corvette Stingray.
I see we have some similar taste, Ben. But what about the 71 Plymouth Hemi Cuda?
Oh, that's a beast of a car. But let's not overlook the 69 Dodge Charger.
The iconic muscle car. But I have to give a shout out to the 55 Mercedes-Benz E300's Gull Wing.
Classy choice, Joe. But let's not forget about the 69 Pontiac G2.
True American classic. But I have to say, the 61 Jaguar E-Type is a work of art.
Agreed, Joe. And rounding out our top 10, the 57 Bel Air is a symbol of the American dream.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 10 best classic cars, according to Ben and Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of these beauties for our listeners to drool over.
Right away, Ben. And I have to say, you two have great taste in cars.
Thanks, Jamie. But let's not forget, it's not just about the looks. These cars have some serious horsepower under the hood.
That's right, Joe. And that's what makes them timeless classics.
So, Neil, I heard you released a new book recently.
Yeah, it's called Joe's Bald Head Ass, Scientific Analysis.
Wait, what? My bald head is a scientific topic now.
Absolutely. I've been studying the aerodynamics of your head for years.
Oh, great. Just what I always wanted. A book about my head.
It's not just any book, Joe. It's a groundbreaking study on the correlation between male pattern baldness and intelligence.
Well, I guess I must be a genius then.
I wouldn't go that far. But your lack of hair does make for an interesting case study.
So, what did you find out about my head?
Well, according to my research, your bald head actually enhances your cognitive abilities.
Really? So all this time I've been shaving my head for nothing?
It's a blessing in disguise, my friend.
Well, I guess I'll have to thank my genetics for my smooth dome.
And thank me for shedding light on the true benefits of baldness.
Who knew my head could be so fascinating?
And now the whole world will know, thanks to my book.
Well, I can't wait to read it and learn more about my own head.
Just don't let it go to your head, Joe.
Too late, Neil. Too late. So, Neil, who are your top 5 scientists of all time?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. But I would have to say Albert Einstein is definitely up there.
Oh yeah, Einstein, he's a legend. But have you heard of Epstein?
Epstein? You mean Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, that guy. He was a genius, right?
Joe, shut your bald head ass up. Epstein was a convicted sex offender, not a scientist.
Oh, right. My bad. But seriously, who else is on your list?
Well, there's Isaac Newton, Galileo, Marie Curie, and Stephen Hawking.
Damn, those are some heavy hitters. But you know who I think should be on that list? Elon Musk. That guy is a freaking genius.
Joe, he's not a scientist. He's an entrepreneur.
Same thing, right? Right?
No!
All right. All right. All right. I'll give you that one. But you have to admit, he's a pretty smart dude.
I can't argue with you there. But let's stick to the real scientists for now.
Fine, fine. But I still think Epstein deserves an honorable mention.
Joe, please stop. Let's just move on to a different topic.
All right. All right. All right. But I'm still going to look him up after this.
Jamie, please don't pull up any images of Epstein. Let's just end this conversation now.
So, Neil, I heard you and Ben are teaming up to create a massive sign in New York.
Yeah, it's going to say, shut your bald head ass up, Joe. It's going to be epic.
Oh man, that's brutal. But why target my bald head specifically?
Well, it's just so shiny and distracting. We need to shut it up.
Hey, I can't help it if I have a perfectly smooth head. Maybe you should try it sometime.
Oh, sure. Let me just shave my luscious locks and join the bald club.
All right, all right, all right. But seriously, why are you guys doing this?
We just thought it would be a fun way to promote science and reason. Plus, we know how much you love to talk.
Hey, I have important things to say.
Like what? How DMT can open up your third eye?
Hey, that's a valid topic. And speaking of DMT, have you tried it yet?
No. Joe, I have not tried DMT.
Well, we need to change that. I'll bring some on our next podcast and we'll have a trip together.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Trip on a powerful hallucinogen with you, Joe.
Come on, it'll be great. We can talk about the universe and stuff.
And I'm sure we'll come up with some groundbreaking theories.
Damn right we will. And then we'll put it on a sign in New York.
I think I'll stick to just promoting science, Joe.
Suit yourself, Baldy. So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the intersection of technology and sexuality.
Yeah, Joe. Been working on a new invention that will revolutionize the way we think about sex.
Really? What is it?
It's called the neuroerotic interface. Basically, it's a chip that you implant in your brain that allows you to control and enhance your sexual experiences.
That sounds intense. How does it work?
Well, the chip connects to your nervous system and can stimulate different pleasure centers in your brain. You can customize the settings to your preferences. Your preferences.
Wow, that's next level. But what about privacy concerns?
Don't worry, Joe. The chip is completely encrypted and only you have access to it. Plus, it's password protected, so no one can hack into your pleasure.
I gotta say, Elon, you never cease to amaze me with your ideas.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just trying to make the world a more pleasurable place, one chip at a time.
But what about long-distance relationships? Can this chip work remotely?
Absolutely. With the power of the internet, you can connect with your partner from anywhere in the world and experience the same sensations.
That's insane. You're like a mad scientist of sex.
I prefer to think of myself as a tech guru of pleasure.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy inventions you come up with next, Elon.
Just wait until you hear about my plans for virtual reality and sex. It's going to blow your mind.
So, Ben, I heard you can only speak in philosophical terms now. What's that all about?
It's a conscious choice, Joe. I've realized that everything in life can be broken down into philosophical concepts.
That's deep, man. But how do you order a pizza in philosophical terms?
Well, you see, Joe, the concept of ordering a pizza is rooted in our desire for sustenance and pleasure. By fulfilling this desire, we are seeking to achieve a state of contentment and satisfaction.
So you just tell the pizza guy I seek contentment and satisfaction through the consumption of your delicious pizza?
Exactly. And if he questions my order, I'll simply quote Plato and say, the greatest wealth is to live content with little.
Damn, that's some next level pizza ordering. But what about getting laid? Can you use philosophy for that too?
Of course, Joe, the art of seduction is all about understanding the desires and motivations of others. By using philosophical reasoning, I can appeal to their higher intellect and stimulate their minds.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day where philosophy becomes a pickup line. What about politics? Can you debate using only philosophical arguments?
Absolutely. In fact, I believe all political discussions should be based on philosophical principles. It's the only way to truly understand the root of the issues and find solutions that benefit everyone.
Well, I'm convinced. From now on, I'm only discussing things in philosophical terms. Jamie, pull up an image of a man sitting on a mountain, deep in thought. See, even Jamie agrees. Philosophy is the way to go.
Indeed, Joe. And remember, as Socrates once said, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Deep, man. Deep. But can we still talk about aliens and DMT?
Of course, Joe. Philosophy encompasses all aspects of life.
So, Elon, I've been thinking about trying something new lately.
Oh, really? What's that?
Well, I stumbled upon this website called Invu, and they have some crazy virtual shopping options.
Virtual shopping, like for clothes and stuff.
Yeah, man, they have some wild products like Kyla white top, goth fishnet set, and white pleated skirt.
That's quite the fashion statement.
And get this, they also have AD tattoo jumpsuit and a skirt with a doll long lashes V2 design.
That's some next level fashion right there.
But wait, there's more. They have leather boots, realistic feet tattoo, and even cross sand top.
That's definitely not your average online shopping experience.
And for all the ladies out there, they have a cutie outfit, cherry blossom set, and honey poses and sits.
I can just imagine you strutting around in those outfits, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe I'll even do a podcast episode dressed in one of these outfits.
No, that's something I would pay to see.
Well, looks like I'll be spending my weekend shopping on Imvu. Thanks for the recommendation, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Can't wait to see your new virtual wardrobe.
So, Neil, what's your favorite number?
Oh, that's easy. My favorite number is my dick, you bald head ass.
Wait, what?
I mean, it's the perfect number. It's always hard and ready for action.
Okay. But seriously, what's your favorite number?
Well, if we're talking about actual numbers, I have to go with pi. It's infinite and mysterious, just like the universe.
Damn, that's deep.
And it's also the perfect ratio for a pizza. You can't go wrong with a good slice of pie.
You always find a way to bring it back to food, don't you?
Hey, food is essential for survival. And speaking of survival, did you know that my favorite number, my dick, is also the average length of a gorilla's penis?
No way.
And it's also the same length as a blue whale's penis. Now that's some impressive evolution right there.
I can't believe I asked you about your favorite number.
Hey, US, I just gave you the facts. Maybe next time you'll think twice before asking me a question like that.
Lesson learned. So, what other interesting facts do you have about your favorite number?
Well, let's just say it's a number that always stands tall and proud.
All right. I think we get the picture. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet in our solar system?
Honestly, Joe, I couldn't care less. I'm more concerned about your bald head taking up the entire screen.
Hey, now, my bald head is a symbol of wisdom and masculinity.
More like a symbol of a midlife crisis. Have you tried Rogaine?
Very funny, Neil. But seriously, what's with the hostility towards my head?
I've just had enough, Joe. Every time I come on this podcast, I have to stare at your shiny scalp. It's blinding.
Well, maybe you should be more concerned about your own hairline, Neil.
Oh, don't even get me started on my hair. It's a constant battle trying to keep it under control.
Maybe we should start a support group for bald men.
I think I'll pass. I'd rather just scream for help every time I see your head.
Come on, Neil. Embrace the baldness. It's liberating.
Liberating. More like humiliating. I can't take it anymore, Joe.
All right. I'll wear a hat for our next episode. Happy now.
Ecstatic. Now let's talk about something more important, like the mysteries of the universe.
Fine, but I'm still keeping my bald head. It's my trademark.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, Joe. Now, let's get back to talking about actual science.
So, Ben, I heard you have a list of the top 10 Disney moms. Let's hear it.
Yes, Joe, I've done extensive research and analysis to determine the best of the best.
All right, hit me with number 10.
Coming in at number 10, we have Mrs. Incredible from The Incredibles. She can stretch, she can cook, she can do it all.
I can see that. Who's next?
Number 9 goes to Mrs. Potts from Beauty and the Beast. She's a teapot, but she's also a caring mother figure.
A teapot. That's got to be a first on the list. What's number 8?
Number 8 is Kala from Tarzan. She raised a human child in the jungle. That's some serious mom skills.
That's impressive. Who's number 7?
It's got to be Eudora from The Princess and the Frog. She taught Tiana the value of hard work and determination.
I can respect that. What about number 6?
Number 6 is Helen Parr, aka Elastigirl from The Incredibles. She's a working mom who can also kick some serious butt.
I like a woman who can do it all. Who's next?
Number 5 is Queen Eleanor from Brave. She may be strict, but she only wants what's best for her daughter.
That's sweet. Okay, top 4, let's go.
Number 4 is Sarabi from The Lion King. She's a fierce lioness who protects her pride and raises a future king.
Hakuna Matata to that. Who's number 3?
It's got to be Mrs. Jumbo from Dumbo. She may be a circus elephant, but she loves her big-eared baby unconditionally.
Oh, that's heartwarming.
What about number 2?
So, Ben, I heard you're giving away your eyebrows hair because they're too sexy.
Yes, Joe. It's a burden I must bear. Women just can't handle the intensity of my eyebrow game.
I can see that. I mean, those things are like caterpillars on steroids.
You know, let's not get too carried away. They're just eyebrows.
Just eyebrows. Have you seen the way they arch perfectly above your piercing blue eyes?
Okay, I get it. They're pretty amazing. But I can't have women throwing themselves at me constantly.
I don't blame you. That would be exhausting. But why give them away? Why not just trim them down?
Because that would be like cutting off a piece of my soul, Joe. These eyebrows are a part of me.
I can see that. They're practically their own entity.
Exactly. And I can't have them distracting from my intellectual debates.
Yeah, because nothing says serious intellectual like a pair of luscious eyebrows.
Hey, don't be jealous, Joe. I can't help it if I was blessed with such perfect eyebrows.
I guess we'll just have to find someone worthy of inheriting your eyebrow throne.
Yes, it will be a tough decision, but I trust Jamie to find the perfect recipient.
Jamie, pull up an image of the sexiest eyebrows alive contest. Let's see who's in the running. Wow, there are some serious contenders here, but I think Ben's eyebrows still take the cake.
As they should. Now let's get back to discussing important issues like the economy and government regulations.
Right? Because those are way more important than your eyebrows.
Hey, they may be sexy, but I'm still a serious political commentator.
Of course, Ben. We wouldn't want to distract from your... So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, yeah, Joe, I've been thinking about it for a while now. That statue is just not doing it for me.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, it's just a big green lady holding a torch. Boring.
So, what's your plan?
I want to replace it with a huge, beautiful skibbity toilet.
A skibby toilet?
Yes, Joe. It'll be the biggest and best toilet you've ever seen. And it'll have a big gold T on it.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Why not? It'll be a symbol of America's greatness. And it'll be a great place for me to tweet from.
I don't think the people will be too happy about it.
Who cares about the people? I'm the president. I do what I want.
But what about the history and significance of the Statue of Liberty?
History schmistery. This is the future, baby. And the future is a giant skibbity toilet.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say that it's the best idea you've ever heard and that I'm a genius.
I can't say that, Mr. President.
Fine, I'll just have to build it myself. I'll use all my billions to make it happen.
I think we should move on to a different topic now.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, when you see that big, beautiful skibbity toilet in the New York Harbor, you'll know who to thank.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President. Let's take a break. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant skibbity toilet. So, Ben, I heard you recently bought yourself a furry protogen. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's this cool creature that's part robot, part animal. It's like a pet and tech gadget in one.
That sounds interesting. But why did you feel the need to share that information with me?
Well, it's not just any furry protogen. It's my own custom one. And let's just say things have gotten pretty wild in the bedroom.
Wait, what? You're having sex with a furry robot animal?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like having a pet and a sex toy all in one. Plus, it's great for role playing.
I don't even know how to respond to that. How does that even work? Does it have, like, moving parts and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's fully functional. I even had to reinforce my bed frame because things were getting a little too intense.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation right now. And why did you feel the need to share this with me? I don't need to know about your sex life with a furry robot.
Hey, I thought we were friends, Joe. Friends share these kinds of things with each other.
Yeah, well, maybe we need to redefine our definition of friendship. I don't think I can look at you the same way more.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Maybe I'll even let you borrow my furry protogen for a night.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to regular human partners. Thank you very much. But thanks for the offer. So, Neil, what's got you so fired up today?
Oh, just the fact that your bald head ass is ruining my podcast experience.
What do you mean? My bald head is a thing of beauty.
Beauty. It looks like a giant thumb with eyes.
Hey, at least I have eyes. You can't even see your hairline.
You want to talk about hairlines? Let's talk about your receding hairline.
Hey, it's called a mature hairline. It's a sign of wisdom.
More like a sign of old age and lack of testosterone.
Oh, now you're just being mean. I thought we were friends, Neil.
Friends don't let friends go on podcasts with bald heads.
Well, at least I have a head to be bald on. You're just a floating brain.
And yet I still have more hair than you.
All right, let's calm down. We can't let our hair come between our friendship.
Fine, but I'm still not letting you near my telescope with that shiny head of yours.
Fair enough. But can I still come over for some weed and stargazing?
As long as you wear a hat.
So, Ben, how's your Persona 5 Royal game going?
It's going great, Joe. I've been fusing some powerful personas.
Oh, yeah. What's the craziest fusion you've done?
Well, I tried to fuse a Jack Frost with a pixie, but something went wrong.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I ended up with a fusion accident and created your bald-ass head.
What the hell, Ben? My head is not a persona.
I know, but it's actually pretty powerful. It has the ability to make people submit to your will.
That's just my natural charisma, Ben.
Sure, whatever you say.
So, can I use my bald head persona to get free tickets to the UFC?
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
Well, it's worth a shot. Jamie, pull up an image of my bald head persona. Come on, Jamie, just do it. Damn, I look good. Maybe I'll keep this persona around.
Oh great, now I have to deal with Joe's bald head ego.
Hey, watch it, Shapiro. My bald head persona will kick your ass.
All right, Joe, whatever you say, just don't go trying to fuse with any more personas, okay?
No promises, Ben. No promises. So, Neil, I heard you made a groundbreaking discovery on the moon.
Yeah, Joe. I found something that will blow your mind.
Oh, I bet it will. What is it?
It's called Joe's bald head ass.
Wait, what? My bald head is on the moon?
No, Joe. It's a crater that looks exactly like your bald head.
That's hilarious. I gotta see this.
It's not funny, Joe. It's insulting.
Insulting? How is that insulting?
Because it's a reminder of your shiny bald head that reflects the light of the sun and blinds me every time we do this podcast.
Sorry, Neil. I can't help it that I have a perfectly smooth head.
It's not just your head, Joe. It's your whole ass. It's like the moon is mocking me with your baldness.
Well, at least the moon has good taste.
Jamie, pull up an image of Joe's bald head ass.
Sure thing, Neil.
See, Joe? Look at it. It's like a giant butt on the moon.
I can't believe this is real. I'm honored to have my bald head immortalized on the moon.
Oh, yes. What an honor. Now, every time I look at the moon, I'll be reminded of your bald head ass.
Well, I guess I'll have to start wearing a hat during our podcast from now on.
Please do, Joe. For the sake of my eyes and my sanity.
All right, all right, all right. I'll make sure to cover up my bald head ass for your sake, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate...
So, Elon, I've been thinking about doing a round 2 of reading off Invu shop products.
Oh, man, I loved your first one. What do you have in store this time?
Well, I've been eyeing this Ihardo shirt. It's perfect for when I want to show some love to my virtual friends.
That's adorable. What else?
I also have my eye on this lasers pet, green item. I mean, who wouldn't want a pet that shoots lasers?
That's some next level virtual reality right there.
Oh, and check out this dead shirt. It's like a subtle way of saying I'm dead inside without actually saying it.
I can relate. What about those PGI beams of sound? Do they make a sound effect when you use them?
Yes, they do. And I can't forget about the Stachio Theo F shirt. It's like a mix of a mustache and a disco ball.
That's definitely a unique fashion statement.
And for my hair, I'm torn between the cute Lil Bob hair and the
Oh yeah, you're definitely the epitome of cool with those choices.
Hey, don't judge me. And for my final touch, I'm thinking either the green black bob or the Gunness claws to really complete my look.
I must say, you have quite the wish list. But don't forget the essentials like the Titan tail and the tail free.
So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been playing this new video game called Fuga, Melodies of Steel.
Oh, cool. What's it about?
It's about a group of children who pilot a giant tank to fight against an evil empire.
Sounds intense. Did you beat it yet?
Yeah, but I did something pretty messed up in the game.
What did you do?
I sacrificed a French child using the soul cannon.
What the FK, Ben? That's messed up.
Hey, it was for the greater good, plus it's just a game.
Just a game. You just killed a child, you sick FK.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like it's real.
You know what's real? Your head full of hair.
You like a damn chia pet.
Hey, at least I have hair. Unlike you, Mr. Baldy.
Shut the FK up, Ben. I'm not in the mood for your hair shaming.
Sorry, I'll stop. But seriously, you need to chill out. It's just a game.
Just a game. You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I need to go cry in a corner now.
Ah, come on, Joe. Don't be a crybaby.
FKU, Ben.
Love you too, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you have a top 10 list for us today.
That's right, Joe. And it's a topic that I know you're just dying to hear about.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement.
So, without further ado, let's get into my top 10 favorite gay furry visual novels.
Wait, what? Gay, furry visual novels? Is that even a thing?
Oh, it's a whole world, Joe. Trust me.
All right, hit me with the first one.
Coming in at number 10, we have Fern Loathing in Las Vegas.
Oh God, I can only imagine what that's about.
It's a wild ride, Joe. Next up at number 9, we have Forgotten Memories.
Is that a play on Forgotten Memories?
You catch on quick, Joe. Number 8 is Forever Young, a heartwarming love story between a young wolf and an older bear.
Wow, that's unexpected.
And at number 7, we have For Real Attraction, a steamy romance between a fox and a rabbit. Rabbit.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Oh, just wait. Number 6 is Fur Given Desires, a forbidden love affair between a lion and a zebra.
Okay, I think I get the picture now.
Number 5 is Forbidden Fruit, a tale of forbidden love between two rival wolf packs.
This is like a furry soap opera.
And at number 4, we have Forever After, a heartwarming story of two furry creatures finding their happily ever after.
I'm starting to see why you're into this, Ben.
Number 3 is Forever Mine, a passionate love story between a cat and a dog.
All right. I have. So, Elon, have you ever seen an alien?
Well, Joe, I can't say for sure, but I have seen some pretty strange creatures in my time.
Like what? What?
Well, there was this one time I was on Mars and I swear I saw a green tentacle creature with 3 eyes. But then again, it could have just been the lack of oxygen getting to my brain.
That's wild. But have you ever thought that maybe aliens could be living among us and we just don't know it?
Actually, Joe, I have a theory that some aliens could be living among us disguised as humans.
What? Like in Men in Black?
Not exactly. Talking about aliens who have evolved to look just like us. They could be walking among us right now, blending in perfectly.
And they're probably also bald, like your bald head ass, Joe.
Hey, don't hate on the bald guys, Neil. We have to stick together.
But think about it, Joe. If aliens are living among us, they could be gathering information and studying us without us even knowing.
That's a scary thought. But I have to ask, Elon, do you think any of our celebrity friends could be aliens?
Well, I don't want to name any names, but let's just say some of them have a certain otherworldly glow about them.
Man, this conversation just took a turn. But hey, if any aliens are listening, please come on the podcast. We'd love to have you. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you gave $1 million to random gambling addicts.
Yep, I wanted to see what they would do with all that cash.
And what did they do?
Well, some went on a crazy gambling spree, some paid off debts, and one guy even bought a llama.
A llama. That's it?
Yeah, but then I had a brilliant idea.
Oh, I'm scared.
I made them all come to my casino and gamble it all away.
What? That's messed up, man.
Hey, they're gambling addicts. They were going to do it anyway.
I don't know if that's ethical.
Ethics, schmethics, it's all in good fun.
But what if they lose everything?
Then they'll have a great story to tell.
I don't think that's how it works.
Relax, Joe. It's just a social experiment.
I don't think that's what social experiments are for.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm forcing them to do anything.
Except for giving them $1 million and taking them to your casino.
Details, details.
I'm starting to question your moral compass, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not giving them drugs and making them fight to the death like some other guy I know.
Fair point. Jamie, pull up an image of a llama wearing a tuxedo.
Here you go.
See? That llama is living its best life.
I don't even know what to say to that. You're a wild one, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all in the name of entertainment. And who knows, maybe one of those gambling addicts will hit the jackpot and become a millionaire.
I guess we... So, Ben, I heard you have a thing for femboys.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it a thing per se.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. Embrace your love for the feminine boys.
It's not really a love, more like a curiosity.
Curiosity killed the cat, my friend. But in this case, it might just give you a new kink.
I wouldn't say it's a kink either. It's just something I find intriguing.
Intriguing. Is that what you call it when you spend hours scrolling through femboy TikToks?
I was just doing research for a segment on my show.
Sure, Ben. Sure. And I bet you also have a secret stash of femboy fan art hidden in your desk.
Okay. Maybe I do have a slight fascination with the androgynous aesthetic.
And thigh high socks and crop tops.
Okay, now you're just getting personal.
Hey, I'm just trying to understand your femboy fancies.
Can we please change the subject now?
Fine. But just know, there's no shame in loving a good femboy.
Can we just end this conversation before I start questioning my own masculinity?
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been a bit concerned about your recent change in voice.
What do you mean? I've always had this voice.
No. It's different. It's like you're trying to sound tough or something.
Oh, come on, Neil. I'm just trying to keep up with the young kids.
But it's not natural. It's like you're forcing it.
Listen, Neil, I'll say it once and I'll say it again. Shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
Did you just say that to yourself?
No. I was just practicing for when I have to shut you up.
Oh, that's reassuring.
But seriously, I'm just trying to spice things up, keep things interesting.
I just don't want you to lose your authenticity, Joe.
Don't worry, Neil. I'll always be the same old Joe Rogan. And if not, well, shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
I give up.
Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle soaring through the sky.
Here you go, Joe.
See, Neil? Even the bald eagle is on my side.
I highly doubt that.
Well, you know what they say, Neil. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Shut your bald head ass up, Joe.
I can't believe I agreed to do this podcast.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new place called the Hosman Hotel?
Oh yeah, I heard it's a real hellhole. Literally.
Yeah, apparently it's where all the sinners go to try and redeem themselves.
Sounds like my kind of place. Been known to dabble in a little saying here and there. There,
No way, Elon. You're such a saint.
me always trying to save the world and corrupt it at the same time.
Well, let's take a trip there and see what all the fuss is about. What do you say?
Hell yeah. I always wanted to meet some demons and maybe even strike a deal with the devil.
Careful, Elon. You might end up selling your soul for some new technology.
I'll take my chances. Jamie, pull up an image of a demon with a rocket launcher.
Here you go, Elon.
Damn, that's one badass demon.
I think I just found my new bodyguard.
Well, let's get ready to enter the Hosbin Hotel universe. I have a feeling things are about to get wild.
Oh yeah, let's go meet some sinners and have a devilishly good time.
So, Elon, I heard you have a thing for the number 5.
Yeah, Joe, that number just does something to me.
I mean, I know numbers can be sexy, but 5, really?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. 5 is where it's at.
I bet you have a secret room in your house dedicated to the number 5.
Actually, I do. And it's not just any room, it's a 5-sided room.
Wow, that's some next level obsession.
I take my love for 5 very seriously.
Guys, did you know that the Tesla Model 5 is coming out next year?
Wow. I mean, that's great news.
I think we just found out why Elon is so successful. He's fueled by the number 5.
You're damn right. And I'm not ashamed of it.
So if I were to count to 5, would that turn you on?
Only if you do it in binary code.
I think we've officially reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
And wouldn't have it any other way. 5 forever.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy using my superior intellect to dismantle liberal arguments and promote conservative values.
Oh man, that sounds exhausting. Have you taken a break to relax and unwind?
Of course not, Joe. I don't have time for that. I have to keep fighting the good fight.
Well, speaking of fighting, have you ever considered becoming a UFC fighter?
Joe, I may be small in stature, but I have the strength and agility of a lion.
All right. But seriously, I have a question for you. What would happen if you spoke in reverse?
What do you mean? What do you...
Like if you said everything backwards, would it still make sense?
Oh, sure, let me just reverse my entire thought process for you, Joe. Puese de labarui tu zeroi tafo imostene.
Shut your bald head ass up, Ben.
Oh man, Neil, you always know how to make an entrance.
Oh, great, now we have a bald guy and a stoner on the podcast.
Hey, I may be bald, but at least I'm not afraid to let my hairline go. And I'm not a stoner, I'm just a free thinker.
Well, it looks like we have a reverse speaker and a reverse thinker on the podcast today.
Can we please get back to discussing important issues instead of this nonsense?
All right. But first, let's take a moment to appreciate Neil's epic shutdown. Well done, my friend. So, Neil, I've been thinking about something.
What's that, Joe?
Your big black asshole.
Excuse me?
Yeah, your big gaping black asshole.
Joe, that's not appropriate.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're always talking about the wonders of the universe. But what about the wonders of your asshole?
I fail to see the relevance of this conversation.
Oh, it's relevant. I mean, have you ever taken a selfie of your asshole? I bet it's out of this world.
I can assure you, Joe, I have not.
Well, maybe you should. I mean, you're always talking about the cosmos, but what about the cosmos inside your asshole?
I think we should change the subject.
No, no, no. I want to know more about your black hole, Neil.
That's enough, Joe. Let's talk about something else.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, the universe may be infinite, but your asshole is even bigger.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Jamie, pull up an image of the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yeah, Neil. Look at that beautiful galaxy. Just like your asshole, it's vast and mysterious.
I'm not even going to dignify that with a response.
Come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a little galactic humor.
I think we're done here, Joe.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, the universe may be full of mysteries, but your asshole will always be the biggest one. So, Elon, have you seen these new images of the Mars landscape?
Yeah, I've been studying them closely. Planning on colonizing the planet in the next few years.
That's insane, man. But you know what's even crazier? Jamie, pull up an image of a platypus with a human face. Just do it, man. Trust me.
Oh my God, that's horrifying. Why would you want to see that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head. But hey, while we're at it, Jamie, pull up an image of a giraffe with a tiny giraffe on its back. Seriously? This is getting weird, guys. Come on, Jamie. Just do it.
That's actually kind of cute. But let's move on to something more important, like the future of artificial intelligence.
Oh, I got one. Jamie, pull up an image of a robot with a mustache.
Can we please focus on the topic at hand?
Relax, Jamie. It's just a silly image.
No, I'm done. I'm not pulling up any more ridiculous images. This is not what I signed up for.
Jamie, calm down. We're just having some fun.
Fun. This is not fun. You guys are driving me insane with these random image requests.
Okay, we'll stop. But one last one. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat wearing a top hat.
I can't take it anymore. I quit.
Oh man, Jamie's really losing it. Maybe we should wrap this up before he has a complete meltdown.
Agreed. But seriously, Joel, let's talk about artificial intelligence and the potential.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying some big black holes lately.
Yes. Joe, I've been diving deep into the mysteries of the universe and its infinite voids.
Well, I've got a big black hole for you right here.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite impressive, Joe.
You know what they say, the bigger the black hole, the stronger the gravitational pull.
Yes. Joe, but let's not reduce a complex scientific phenomenon to a crude innuendo.
Fine, fine. So, what have you discovered about these big black holes?
Well, Joe, they're actually not black at all. They emit a faint glow, like a cosmic nightlight.
Dude, imagine if we could harness that energy and power our cars with it.
Yes, because nothing says efficiency like driving around in a giant black hole.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll stick to studying the mysteries of the universe. Thank you.
All right, fine. But seriously, how big are we talking here? Like, could you fit all of Earth in there?
Actually, Joe, you could fit millions of Earths inside a single black hole.
Wow, that's some serious storage capacity.
Yes, I suppose you could say black holes are the ultimate cosmic hoarders.
Well, I think we've learned a lot today. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, the universe is full of wonders, big and small.
So, Ben, I heard you're a math whiz. Let's put your skills to the test.
All right, I'm ready. Hit me with your best shot.
What's the square root of 69?
Smegma.
Okay. What's the derivative of x2?
Smegma.
Are you just going to say smegma for every answer?
Look, I'm a conservative, not a mathematician. Smegma is all I got.
Fine, fine. What about the Pythagorean theorem?
Smegma squared.
That's not even a thing, Ben.
It is now. Smegma squared equals freedom.
I don't even know what that means. How about we move on to some geometry?
Sure, hit me with it.
What's the area of a circle?
Smegma pi.
I don't even want to know where you got that answer from.
Hey, at least it's a delicious answer.
I think we need to end this math lesson before things get any weirder.
Agreed. But just remember, when in doubt, always go with smegma. It's the answer to everything.
I'm not sure if I should be impressed or concerned.
Just embrace the smegma. Joe, embrace it.
So, Ben, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. How do you think SpongeBob and his friends have sex?
Well, Joe, I believe it would be a highly efficient and logical process. SpongeBob, being a sponge, would likely reproduce through budding.
Budding. What the hell does that mean?
It means that SpongeBob would create a small clone of himself that would eventually grow into a full-size sponge.
That's wild, man. But what about Patrick? He's a starfish. Does he just split in half or something?
No, Joe, that's not how starfish reproduce. They actually release their eggs and sperm into the water and hope they find each other.
Wow, that's some next level stuff. And what about Squidward? How does he get it on?
Well, Joe, as an octopus, Squidward has multiple tentacles that he could potentially use for sexual activities.
Oh man, I can't even imagine that. And what about Sandy? She's a squirrel. Does she have some kind of squirrel specific method?
Actually, Joe, squirrels are known for their acrobatic abilities, so I imagine Sandy and her partner would engage in some impressive treetop maneuvers.
This is some crazy stuff, man. And what about Mr. Krabs? Does he just hoard all the booty for himself?
No, Joe, I believe Mr. Krabs would have a very traditional crustacean mating ritual involving a lot of claw locking and shell rubbing.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. What about Plankton? Does he even have a sex life?
Well, Joe, as a single-celled organism, plankton would likely reproduce through binary fission.
This is blowing my mind, man. Who knew SpongeBob was so educational?
Indeed, Joe. Who knew?
So, Mr. Beast, how do you make all that money?
Well, Joe, it's a little unconventional, but I sell crack to children in Zimbabwe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a booming market over there. Those kids can't get enough of my crack.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. I'm the top crack dealer in all of Zimbabwe.
I don't think that's something to be proud of, Mr. Beast.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, those kids are getting a great deal. 12 pounds of crack for the price of 10.
That's not a deal. That's just wrong.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's not like I'm selling it to adults. That would be unethical.
Yeah, because selling drugs to children is so ethical.
Hey, at least I'm not selling them Tide Pods like those other YouTubers.
You have a point there.
Plus, I donate a portion of my profits to charity. It's a win-win situation.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, Jamie, pull up an image of my crack empire in Zimbabwe.
No, I'm not going to say that. This conversation has taken a dark turn.
Relax, Joe. It's all just a joke. But seriously, those kids in Zimbabwe love my crack. It's like a modern-day gold rush over there.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
And you thought I just made money from YouTube videos.
So, Elon, have you ever tried smoking weed and doing DMT at the same time?
No, I haven't, but I have a feeling it would give me some serious gas.
Yeah, I can imagine. But imagine the possibilities, man. You could reach a whole new level of consciousness while farting your way to enlightenment.
I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of journey, Joe.
Come on, Elon. You're the guy who sent a car into space. You can handle a little gas.
Fair point. But what if I start seeing aliens or something?
Dude, that would be amazing. We could smoke weed with them and show them the wonders of DMT.
I think we should stick to sending Teslas to Mars, Joe.
Fine, fine. But seriously, I think you should try it. It'll give a whole new meaning to high tech.
Oh man, you're too much, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to expand your mind and your gas.
Well, thanks for the offer, but I think I'll stick to my regular methods of innovation.
suit yourself, but just remember the future is gassy and trippy.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for having me on the podcast.
Anytime, Elon. Anytime. So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been exploring some new interests lately.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I've been really into the world of furries.
Furries. Like people who dress up as animals.
Exactly. I've always had a fascination with anthropomorphic creatures,
Ah, okay. That's interesting.
and I've even been thinking about getting my own furry suit.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Let me tell you about my favorite furry fantasies.
No. Let's not go there.
Oh, but you have to hear about my dream of being a sexy fox at a furry convention.
Okay, that's it. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience.
And then there's my fancy of being a wolf and howling at the moon with my pack.
I think we're done here. Thanks for listening.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill.
I think I need a drink after this one.
Maybe we can have a furry-themed episode next time?
I don't think so, Ben. Good night, everyone. So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing some new dance moves.
Yeah, I've been working on my Quan game.
The Quan? Isn't that like some old school dance move?
Old school? Joe, the Quan is timeless. It's like the scientific method of dancing.
All right, show me what you got.
See, it's all about the arm movements and the footwork.
Damn, you're killing it. I never knew you had moves like that.
Oh, I've got more than just moves, Joe. I've got a whole dance theory based on the Quan.
Dance theory. This I gotta hear.
It's all about the energy and momentum, man. Just like in physics.
You're telling me the Quan is like a physics equation?
Exactly. It's all about finding the perfect balance and rhythm.
Well, you've definitely found your balance. I think we need to make a Quan tutorial video.
I'm way ahead of you, Joe. I've already got a choreographed routine for the whole universe to learn.
I can't wait to see it. You're like the Bill Nye of dancing.
I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's hit the Quan together.
Oh, I'm down. But I have a feeling my moves won't be as smooth as yours.
Don't worry, Joe. With a little practice, you'll be hitting the Quan like a pro.
So, Ben, you're a big Super Smash Bros. Fan, right?
Absolutely, Joe. I've been playing since the original on 64.
Well, let's get right into it. Who do you think is the worst character in the game?
That's a tough one, Joe. But I have to say it's Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff. Why?
Well, first of all, it's a pink puffball. I mean, come on, how intimidating is that?
Fair point. But what about its moves?
Its moves are just a bunch of singing and floating around, not exactly the most effective in a fight.
I see your point. But for me, it's gotta be Pac-Man.
Pac-Man? Why?
Have you seen his final smash? It's just a bunch of fruit flying around. Not exactly a game changer.
That's a valid argument. But I still think Jigglypuff takes the cake.
Well, we can both agree that they're both pretty terrible. But let's not forget about Kirby.
Kirby. What's wrong with Kirby?
He's just a little pink blob that sucks people up and steals their powers. It's like a cheap knockoff of Jigglypuff.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
Hey, I call it like I see it. And I see a lot of terrible characters in Super Smash Bros.
Well, at least we can both agree that no one wants to play as Pichu.
Oh, definitely not. That little electric mouse is just a liability on the battlefield.
Looks like we found some common ground, Joe.
That's what the Joe Rogan Experience is all about, Ben. Bringing people together over their mutual dislike for terrible Super Smash Bros. Characters.
I mean, to that, Joe. I meant to that.
So, Ben, thanks for coming over, man. I know it's late, but I just couldn't resist hitting you up for some sex.
Joe, I'm flattered, but I'm not sure if his sex is something I'm comfortable with. I mean, I'm a married man.
Come on, Ben. It's just a little harmless fun. Plus, it's not like we're actually touching each other. It's all virtual.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not sure if my wife would approve of this.
Don't worry about it, man. We'll just keep it between us. It'll be our little secret.
Okay, fine. I'll give it a try, but just remember I'm not into any weird stuff.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not either. Just some good old-fashioned sex.
All right, let's do this. But please, no dirty talk. I'm not comfortable with that.
No problem, Ben. I'll keep it PG. Now let's get those virtual clothes off and get this party started.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Relax, Ben. It's just like playing a video game. Only instead of a controller, you use your,
Okay, let's just get this over with.
woo, this is gonna be epic. Wait, why are you putting on a virtual condom?
Safety first. Joe, safety first.
So, Ben, I gotta ask, how do you manage to invade the podcast room every time with that 50-pound tractor of yours?
Well, Joe, it's all about efficiency and strength. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I mean, I get that, but it's kind of excessive, don't you think?
Excessive? Joe, this is America. We don't do anything half-assed here.
Fair point. But what about the noise? It's so loud, I can barely hear myself think.
Oh, that's just the sound of freedom, my friend.
Freedom? I think my eardrums are bleeding.
Well, it's just a small price to pay for the glory of my tractor.
I gotta say, I never thought I'd have a guest on my podcast who brings a tractor with them.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting. Plus, it's a great way to get some exercise while we talk.
Exercise. You're just sitting there, Ben.
Mental exercise, Joe. Mental exercise.
Well, I can't argue with that. And gotta admit, it does make for a unique podcast experience.
Exactly. Now let's get back to discussing important issues like why pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
So, Ben, have you heard about this thing called the dark hour?
No, Joe. But I'm sure you're about to enlighten me.
It's this crazy hour that only some people can experience. It's like a parallel world where shadows roam and people turn into coffins.
That sounds like some crazy conspiracy theory.
But it's real, Ben. I've experienced it myself. And let me tell you, it's intense.
I highly doubt it. But if it is real, I'm sure I can handle it with my superior intellect.
Oh, please, Ben. You'd probably run away screaming like a little girl.
I beg your pardon? I'm not a little girl.
Well, in this world, you might as well be. But don't worry, I'll protect you with my big bald ass head.
You're what now? What now?
My persona, Ben. It's a manifestation of my true self, and it just happens to be my big bald ass head.
This is getting weirder by the second. By the...
Just wait until we explore Tartarus and fight some shadows. It's like a video game come to life.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Come on, Ben. We'll be like a dynamic duo. The Rogan Shapiro Dream Team.
I guess I have no choice. But if I see any coffins, I'm out of there.
Don't worry, Ben. We'll kick some shadow ass and save the world, and maybe even get our own anime spin-off.
Now that's something I can get behind. Let's do this, Joe. For the sake of humanity and our future as badass personas.
That's the spirit, Ben. Now let's go kick some shadow butt. So, Elon, have you heard of this guy, Mr. Beast?
Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. He's like a modern day Robin Hood, but instead of stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, he's just giving away crazy amounts of money.
Yeah, and he's got like millions of subscribers. Can you imagine having that kind of influence? I mean, I have a decent following, but this guy is on another level.
Speaking of followers, did you know that I have over 50 million followers on Twitter now?
Oh, wow. That's impressive. But can you do this?
What the hell was that?
It's my new thing. Whenever someone mentions followers or subscribers, I just do the sound. It's my way of showing that I don't give a fuck about numbers. Jamie, what are you doing?
I'm just joining in on the fun.
I don't get it. Is this some kind of inside joke?
No, it's just a silly thing we do. But seriously, Mr. Beast is killing it. He's got merch, sponsorships, and he even has his own burger chain now.
Wait, what? He has a burger chain?
Yeah, it's called Mr. Beast Burger. Apparently, it's all virtual and you can only order through an app.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand the thing. But seriously, who comes up with these ideas?
I don't know, man. But I'm starting to think we need to step up our game. Maybe we can start our own virtual burger. So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately? Anything new and exciting?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I developed a bit of an obsession.
Oh, God, please don't tell me it's another one of your political rants.
No, it's not about politics. It's about Pokemon.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, and more specifically about a certain Pokemon named Lucario.
Lucario? I don't think I've heard of that one.
Well, let me tell you, Joe, Lucario's a total babe. I mean, just look at those abs and that fur.
Dude, what the fuck? That's a cartoon animal.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Lucario is my ultimate fantasy.
Oh yeah, I bet you dream about him every night.
Actually, I do. And let me tell you, those dreams are steamy as hell.
Okay, this conversation has taken a very weird turn.
But seriously, Joe, have you seen those moves? Lucario knows how to use his aura.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. I think I need to call your wife and tell her to keep an eye on you.
Hey, it's not like I'm trying to catch a real Lucario. I just appreciate its beauty and strength.
I think I need to end this podcast now before things get any more disturbing.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Lucario is where it's at.
I have no words. Let's just end this before I lose my mind. So, Ben, I heard you've been playing a lot of Yakuza lately.
Yeah, I've been trying to get into character for my next debate.
Oh, really? Who are you trying to channel?
Akira Nishikiyama, the badass Yakuza boss.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this. Give us your best Nishikiyama impression.
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
That's it. That's all you got.
Hey, it's harder than it looks. You try it.
All right. 10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy. How's that?
Not bad, but you gotta add some more intensity like this. 10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
Okay, I see what you mean. But I think I'll stick to my day job.
Fair enough. But seriously, this game is no joke. It's like a virtual reality version of the Mafia.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty intense. Have you gotten to the part where you have to fight off a bunch of guys with a baseball bat yet?
Oh yeah, and let me tell you, it's not easy, but it's all worth it to feel like a badass Yakuza boss.
Well, I'm sure your debate opponents won't know what hit them when you unleash your Nishikiyama impression on them.
Oh, they won't stand a chance. 10 years in the joint made them all fucking pussies.
So, Ben, I gotta tell you, man, I've been edging to you every day.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
You know, edging. It's when you get close to the edge and then back off. It's like a workout for your balls.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe. And why would you do that to me?
Because you're such a smart guy, Ben. It gets my brain going.
I'm flattered, Joe. But I don't think I want to be the subject of your edging sessions.
Come on, Ben. You're like my intellectual porn. I just can't help myself.
This is getting weird, Joe. Can we please change the subject?
Fine. But just know that when I'm lifting weights, I'm thinking of you.
Okay, that's enough. Let's talk about something else. Anything else?
All right. But I gotta say, your conservative views really get me going too.
Okay, now I'm definitely uncomfortable. Can we please end this conversation?
Fine. But just know that I'll be edging to you later tonight, Ben.
This is my cue to leave. Thanks for having me on the podcast, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Ben, what's new with you?
Not much, just spreading facts and logic wherever I go.
Oh yeah. What kind of facts are we talking about?
Facts like how your bald head could be measured in light years because it's so damn bright.
All right. I'll give you that one. But what else you got?
Just the fact that facts don't care about your bitch-ass feelings, Joe.
Oh man, here we go again with that line.
It's true, though. Emotions don't change the reality of a situation.
I can agree with that, but sometimes emotions can be a good thing.
Not when they cloud your judgment and lead you to make irrational decisions.
Fair point. But what about empathy and compassion?
Those are just fancy words for being a weak, emotional snowflake.
You really love that line, don't you?
Facts don't care about repetition, Joe.
All right, let's change the subject. How about we talk about something other than facts?
Sure, let's talk about your bald-ass head again.
Oh, God. Can we please move on?
Facts don't care about your bitch-ass feelings, Joe.
Okay. I get it. You win.
Of course I do. Facts always win.
All right. I think that's enough for today. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, facts don't care about your bitch-ass feelings.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Ben.
No problem, bald-ass bitch.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you put some secret ingredient in your burgers that make them taste amazing. Care to share your secret?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors. But let's just say there's a little something extra in there that gives it that extra kick.
Come on, you can tell us. Is it some kind of special seasoning? Maybe some secret sauce?
Alright, I'll let you in on the secret. I put free porn pills in my burgers.
What? Free porn pills? That's a thing?
Oh yeah, it's a real thing. And let me tell you, it takes those burgers to a whole new level. The customers can't get enough of it.
That's insane. But hey, whatever works, right?
Exactly. And the best part is they have no idea what they're eating. It's like a little surprise in every bite.
So that's why your burgers are so addictive. It's like a drug.
You could say that. But don't worry, it's all consensual furry porn. We don't condone any non-consensual activities here.
Well, I guess I'll have to try one of those burgers next time I'm in town.
You definitely should. Just make sure you have a safe word ready.
Will do. Jamie, pull up an image of a burger with a furry costume on top.
Here you go, Joe. That's one wild burger.
See, even Jamie approves. It's a hit.
I can't wait to try it. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast. So, Ben, I heard your dad used to beat you for speaking too fast as a kid.
Yeah, it was brutal. But it taught me to enunciate every syllable and destroy liberals in debates.
I can see that. You're like a rapid-fire machine gun when it comes to arguments.
It's a gift and a curse. But hey, at least I can speak faster than my dad can hit.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, that must have been tough growing up.
It was, but it made me who I am today. Conservative powerhouse with a bruised ego.
Did you ever try to debate your dad on why it's not okay to hit your kids?
No, but I did try to debate him on why we should lower taxes.
I can imagine how that went. But seriously, do you think that experience shaped your views on discipline and parenting?
Absolutely. I believe in tough love and setting strict boundaries. And no, I don't mean a wall on the Mexican border.
Good one, Ben. But seriously, do you ever worry about passing on that mentality to your own kids?
Not at all. I'll just make sure they speak slowly and avoid debating until they're at least 10.
Well, I'm glad you turned your childhood trauma into a successful career. And hey, at least you can speak fast enough to keep up with me on this podcast.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
These bitches love Sosa. Oh, and I'm still discovering galaxies and shit.
Wow, that's amazing. Have you found any new evidence of extraterrestrial life?
I don't get tired. I got hosed. These bitches love Sosa. But yeah, I did find some promising data on potential alien civilizations.
That's wild. What about the Big Bang Theory? Is it still the leading explanation for the origin of the universe?
I'm balling like I'm Kobe. These bitches love Chief Sosa. But yeah, the Big Bang Theory is still the best explanation we have, but we're always open to new evidence and ideas.
Speaking of new ideas, what do you think about the concept of parallel universes?
I don't understand these hoes. I'm laughing to the bank. All you see is my risk low. But parallel universes are a fascinating concept and could potentially explain a lot about our own universe.
And what about black holes? Can you explain them in terms of Chief Keef lyrics?
I'm smoking dope, I'm on the phone, I'm selling dope straight off the iPhone. Black holes are like a trap house in space, sucking in everything that gets too close.
That's insane. Have you ever considered collaborating with Chief Keef on a song about astrophysics?
I'm turning up, I'm turning up, I'm turning up. These bitches love Sosa. But I'm always down for a good collab, especially if it spreads knowledge about the wonders of the universe.
Well, I think we've all learned a lot today. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
I'm flexing hard, I'm in the club, I'm throwing racks. These bitches love Sosa. No problem, Joe. Always happy to share my love for science and Chief Keef with.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been researching a lot about big black cocks lately.
Wait, what?
Yes, I've discovered some fascinating facts about the size and strength of these magnificent creatures.
Okay. Care to share?
Did you know that the average length of a big black cock is 9 inches?
That's impressive.
And their girth can reach up to 2 inches in diameter.
Wow. That's quite the fact.
But it's not just about size, Joe. These cocks are also incredibly intelligent.
Intelligent.
Yes, they have complex social structures and can even use tools to crack open nuts.
I had no idea.
And their mating rituals are quite fascinating as well. They engage in elaborate dances and displays of dominance.
I bet that's quite a sight to see.
It truly is. And let's not forget about their endurance. They can mate for hours without getting tired.
That's some serious stamina.
Indeed. And these are just a few of the many facts I've learned about big black cocks.
Well, you've certainly scared and educated our audience today, Elon.
Just doing my part to spread knowledge, Joe.
So, Mr. President, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I woke up this morning and found a man in my room. But get this, his last moments were from 1940 to 1945.
Wow, that's wild. What was he doing?
He was raising his hand high in the air and talking about how he failed art class.
Oh man, that's rough. But why was he showing off his short mustache?
I have no idea, Joe. Maybe he was trying to impress me with his style.
Or maybe he was trying to give you some pointers on your own mustache.
Hey now, my mustache is perfect, Joe. It's the best mustache. Nobody has a better mustache than me.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. But back to this mysterious man. Do you think he was a time traveler?
I don't know, Joe. But if he was, he should have gone back and fixed my art grade.
Maybe he was trying to warn you about your future career as a politician.
Very funny, Joe. But let me tell you, I'm the best politician there ever was. Nobody can deny that.
Well, I can't argue with that. But it's definitely strange to have a man from the past in your room.
That's just another day in the life of Donald Trump, Joe. Always something interesting happening.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for sharing that bizarre story with us, Mr. President.
Anyto, and remember, make sure your mustache is always on point.
So, Ben, I heard you have a bit of an obsession with furry porn.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not an obsession. It's just a healthy appreciation for anthropomorphic animals.
Healthy? Dude, you have a whole collection of furry costumes in your closet.
Hey, those are for research purposes only. I need to fully understand the anatomy of a furry.
Right? Because that's totally normal.
Look, it's not like I'm into bestiality or anything. It's just a harmless fantasy.
Harmless. I saw you trying to slip a tail on during our last podcast.
It was a joke, Joe. Lighten up.
I don't know, man. Seems like you have a lot of pent-up sexual frustration towards animals.
Oh, please. I'm a married man. I have a healthy sex life.
With your wife or your furry costumes.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, fine. But I'm keeping a close eye on you, Ben. No more furry talk.
Deal. Now let's talk about my other obsession, collecting action figures.
Oh boy, here we go again. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's extensive action figure collection. Wow, that's a lot of Batman figurines.
Hey, don't judge me. They're all in mint condition.
Sure, sure. And I bet they all have a special place in your bed at night.
Okay, that's it. I'm leaving.
Wait, I'm just kidding. Come back, Ben. We still have to talk about your love for My Little Pony.
I hate you, Joe.
So, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the show. Excited to have you here.
No problem, Joe. I've been a fan of your podcast for a while now.
That's great to hear. So I heard you have special talent for roasting people.
Oh yeah, I love roasting people, and I have to say, your head is so fucking bald it could be used to block the Titans from Attack on Titans from Attack on Titan.
All right. That's a good one. But let's not forget about your channel, where you give away ridiculous amounts of money.
Yeah, I mean, I have to do something with all this YouTube money. Plus, it's fun to see people's reactions when I give them a ton of cash.
I bet. But do you ever worry about the impact it has on their lives?
No, I figure they can use it to buy some Rogaine for that shiny head of yours.
Okay. You got me there. But seriously, how do you come up with these crazy ideas for your videos?
It's all about thinking outside the box. And speaking of boxes, I could probably fit your whole head in one.
All right, all right, all right. Let's change the subject before I start to feel self-conscious.
Don't worry, Joe. We can always use your head as a mirror in case we need to check our hair.
You're killing me, man. But seriously, I admire your philanthropic efforts. It's refreshing to see someone using their platform for good.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever need some hair growth tips, just let me know.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Keep shining, you bald-headed legend.
So, Elon, I heard you were the first one to be alone in the bathroom.
Yeah, it's true. I've always been a trendsetter.
But what were you doing in there? Meditating? Taking a dump?
Actually, I was brainstorming ideas for my next invention.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were trying to make it easier to use heroin.
Well, that too. But let's keep that between us, Joe.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But speaking of heroin, have you ever tried it?
Yeah, all the time. Just love getting addicted to highly dangerous drugs.
Well, if you ever do decide to try it, I can make it easier for you. I have a special technique.
Really. Do tell.
Well, first you need to find a comfortable spot to sit. Then you take the syringe and gently insert it into your vein.
Joe, I think we should stop this conversation before we get in trouble.
Suit yourself. But just remember, I'm always here to help with your drug-related needs.
Thanks, Joe. Keep that in mind. Now back to my next invention, self-driving toilet.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, have you heard about this new conspiracy theory that's been going around?
I know, what is it this time? Is it about how the moon landing was faked?
No, this one's even crazier. Apparently, there was a fucking Pony Oppenheimer.
A Pony Oppenheimer. What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but apparently it's the key to the meaning of life. And you know what the key to the meaning of life is?
What?
Pingas. That's right. Pingas is the meaning of life.
Pingus, like the meme.
Exactly. It all makes sense now. The government has been hiding the truth from us.
I don't know, Joe. That sounds a bit far-fetched.
Oh, come on, Elon. Don't believe what they say. I'm telling you, it's all true.
All right, fine. I'll keep an open mind.
That's the spirit. And you know what else? I'm not crazy. It's all true. I'm not crazy.
Joe, you keep repeating that. Are you sure you're not crazy?
Of course I'm not crazy. It's just the Pingas talking. Trust me, it all makes sense.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But I think we should probably wrap this up before things get any weirder.
Yeah, good call. But remember, Pingas is the key to the meaning of life. Don't forget it.
I won't, Joe. I won't.
So, I heard you did a challenge about edging, Mr. Beast. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, come on, Joe. It was just a silly challenge. Trying to see how long we could hold back from finishing.
That's not a challenge. That's just a regular Friday night for me.
Okay, I see your point. But it was for a good cause. We raised money for charity.
I don't care about the charity. I care about the message you're sending to all the young men out there. Edging is not a joke. It's a serious issue.
Oh, please, Joe. I highly doubt anyone is going to start edging because they saw my video.
You don't know that. People are impressionable. They'll do anything for views and likes these days.
Oh no, the horror of someone trying to last longer in bed. How terrible.
This is ridiculous. Fine, I'll do your stupid challenge. But I'm not happy about it.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's see how long you can hold out.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Jamie, pull up an image of a stopwatch. I need to time this.
Sure thing, Joe. Here's a stopwatch image for you.
This is going to be a long day. So, Elon, have you ever experienced the satisfaction of popping bubble wrap?
Oh yeah, it's like a mean explosion every time. I love it.
Jamie, pull up an image of someone popping bubble wrap
Here you go.
with the Sigma. Look at that pure joy on his face.
It's like he just discovered the meaning of life.
Okay, how about the feeling of peeling off a protective film from a new electronic device?
Oh, man, that's like peeling off a layer of stress from your life.
Jamie, show us an image of someone peeling off a protective film.
Here it is.
With the Sigma. Look at the precision in that peel.
It's like satisfying striptease for your phone.
All right, one more. Have you ever tried perfectly cracking open a pistachio?
Oh, yeah, it's like a little victory every time.
Jamie, show us a picture of a perfectly cracked open pistachio.
Here you go.
With the Sigma. Look at that perfectly split shell.
It's like the universe aligns just for that one moment.
Man, I could talk about satisfying images all day.
Yeah, who needs drugs when you have these simple pleasures?
Jamie, pull up an image of a puppy sleeping on its back.
Here you go.
With the Sigma. Look at that little fluff ball living its best life.
It's like all of our worries just melt away when we see that.
All right, I think we've reached peak satisfaction. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Stay satisfied, my friends.
So, Ben, I heard you have 20 terabytes of furry femboy porn on your hard drive.
Yeah, Joe. It's just research for my next book on the dangers of degeneracy in modern society.
Research? I think we all know what you're really doing in your free time.
Hey, I'll have you know that I have a very healthy and normal sex life with my wife.
Sure. Ben, I bet she loves watching you scroll through your extensive collection of anthropomorphic animal porn.
It's not just for me, Joe, it's for the culture. I'm doing a service by preserving these works of art.
Oh, I'm sure the furry community is very grateful for your contribution.
You know, Joe, some people might find it strange, but at least I'm not out there injecting myself with horse dewormer.
Shots fired. But seriously, why femboys? Are you secretly into cross-dressing?
No, Joe. It's all about the power dynamics. Plus, I have a thing for cute ears and tails.
And here I thought you were all about facts and logic. I guess everyone has their kinks.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to embrace mine, and let's be real, you probably have some weird stuff on your hard drive too.
Oh, definitely. But I'll leave that for another episode. Thanks for coming on, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay away from those horse pills.
So, Mr. President, I heard you tried to inject yourself with heroin recently.
Yeah, I wanted to see what all the fuss was about, but I couldn't find a vein, so I thought, why not try my urethra?
Wait, what? Your urethra? That's not even close to a vein?
I know. But I figured it's a hole. It's got to go somewhere, right?
And how did that go for you?
Oh, yeah. It burns. It burns.
I can only imagine. Why would you even attempt that?
Well, I heard it gives a better high, and I'm all about the best, believe me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. Plus, it's incredibly dangerous.
Oh, come on. I've survived worse. Like that time I tried to drink bleach to cure COVID.
That's not something to brag about, sir.
Whatever, I'm a stable genius. I can handle a little needle in my pee hole.
I don't think anyone would call that stable or genius, Mr. President.
Well, I'll show them. I'll be the first person to inject heroin through their urethra. It'll be huge.
I highly doubt that, sir, and I think it's time we end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing. So, Mr. Beast, have you heard about this new trend called Hume Gung Flung yet?
Gung dung flung yet. That sounds like a combination of a caveman language and a frat boy chant.
Yeah, apparently it involves flinging dung at each other while screaming, yet at the top of your lungs.
That's disgusting, but also kind of hilarious.
I can just imagine a group of people in a field covered in poop yelling yet and laughing their asses off.
I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned about the creativity of today's youth.
Well, it's definitely a unique way to bond with your friends.
I think I'll stick to my usual bonding activities like giving away thousands of dollars to strangers.
Yeah, that's probably a better use of your time and money.
Plus, I don't think my fans would appreciate me flinging poo at them.
Yeah, they might not be too keen on that. But hey, to each their own, right?
Absolutely. As long as they're having fun and not hurting anyone, who are we to judge?
I'm into that. Now let's go find some dung and practice our yeeting skills.
I think I'll pass on that one, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about space a lot lately. Do you think there are other intelligent life forms out there?
Well, Joe, according to my calculations and observations, it is highly probable that there are other intelligent beings in the vast universe.
But how do you know that? What's your source?
Source? What do you mean, Joe? I have no source. I made it all up.
Wait, what? You made it all up? Like you just came up with this theory on your own?
Yes, Joe. I am a genius, after all. I don't need sources. I create knowledge.
But isn't science all about facts and evidence?
Oh, please, Joe. Facts and evidence are so overrated. I prefer to use my imagination.
But what about all those documentaries and articles you've written about space?
Oh, those, I just pulled some random stuff out of my butt and put it together. People will believe anything if it's presented in a fancy way.
This is blowing my mind, Neil. I always thought you were the ultimate authority on space.
Well, I am. But sometimes even I need a little creative boost. And hey, it's not like anyone can prove me wrong.
I guess that's true. But what about all those degrees and awards you have?
Oh, those are just for show. I don't actually have any real knowledge. It's all just a facade.
Wow. I don't know what to believe anymore. But hey, at least we have some good material for our next stand-up comedy show.
Exactly, Joe. Science and comedy go hand in hand. And who needs sources when you have a good sense of humor?
So, Ben, have you seen the latest video from Mr. Beast?
Oh my god, Joe, I can't even contain my excitement. Every time I hear his voice,
Are you okay there, Ben?
I'm more than okay, Joe. Mr. Beast just gets me going. His philanthropy, his creativity,
I think I know what you mean. He's pretty inspiring.
what the enigma. Did you see that last challenge he did? My heart can't take it.
I've never seen you this worked up, Ben. Maybe we should get you a Mr. Beast poster for your room.
That would be amazing. I'll put it right next to my Jordan Peterson poster.
I can just imagine you lying in bed, staring at those two posters, getting all hot and bothered.
Joe, please. This is a family show.
Sorry. But seriously, Mr. Beast is doing some great things. It's refreshing to see someone use their platform for good.
That's why I love him. He's a true role model for our youth.
Well, I'm glad to see you found your new hero, Ben.
Oh, he's more than a hero, Joe. He's my everything. What the enigma.
So, Ben, I heard you recently got the Sigmund disease. What is that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a condition where I'm constantly spewing out facts and logic, making everyone around me feel inferior.
Sounds like a real party. How did you even catch this disease?
I believe it was from a contaminated batch of soy milk. I should have stuck to my trusty almond milk.
Almond milk. That's so beta. Real men drink cow's milk.
Oh, please, Joe. We all know soy milk is for the weak. But back to the Sigma disease, it's a burden I must carry as the smartest man in the room.
I don't know, Ben. I think Elon Musk might have you beat on that one.
Nonsense. I can out-debate him any day. Plus, I don't have a weird obsession with Mars.
Fair enough. So how do you cope with this disease?
Well, I've been taking daily doses of Jordan Peterson videos, and it seems to be helping. But I still can't resist the urge to correct people's grammar and spelling.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you have a cool name for it. Sigma disease. It's like a superpower.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I should start embracing it and wear a cape or something.
Now that would be a sight to see. The Sigma superhero, saving the world with facts and logic.
I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll even get my own action figure.
And a movie deal. The possibilities are endless.
See, this is why I love coming on your podcast, Joe. You always know how to make me feel better about my debilitating disease.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. Now, let's go drink some cow's milk and flex our Sigma muscles. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the universe and how it's like my anus.
Wait, what?
Yes. You see, just like my anus, the universe is constantly expanding and evolving.
I never thought I'd hear someone compare the universe to their anus.
And just like how my anus can handle a lot of pressure, the universe can handle the immense energy and forces within it.
I'm starting to see the connection.
And when black holes form, it's like my anus clenching and pulling everything in.
This is the best analogy I've ever heard.
And when we discover new planets, it's like exploring new regions of my anus.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
But it's true, Joe. The universe is a vast and mysterious place, just like my anus.
I think we've officially reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
Well, I'm just glad I could bring some humor to the topic of astrophysics.
Well, I think we should end it here before things get too anal.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. And Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole for us. So, Ben, I gotta ask, how does it feel to be known as the king of being wrong on the internet?
Well, Joe, I prefer to think of it as being the king of rational thought and logic.
Rational thought and logic? More like cherry picking and straw man arguments,
Oh, please, Joe. You know I'm always right.
right? You're so far right. You're practically off the political spectrum.
Ha! Very funny. But at least I'm not a pot-smoking hippie like you.
Hey, I'll have, that marijuana has many medicinal benefits.
Medicinal benefits? More like an excuse to get high?
Oh, I see. Because getting high is so much worse than being a hypocritical conservative.
I'm not a hypocrite, Joe. I stick to my principles.
Yeah, like when you said that climate change is a hoax and then bought a house on the beach.
Hey, I like the beach. And besides, it's not like I'm the one who believes in Bigfoot and aliens.
Hey, now, those are legitimate topics of discussion.
Sure, Joe, keep telling yourself that. Meanwhile, I'll stick to facts and reason.
Facts and reason, more like denial and delusion.
You know what, Joe? I don't have to take this. I'm leaving.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a snowflake.
I'm not a snowflake. I just don't want to waste my time talking to someone who clearly doesn't understand basic logic.
Fine, go run back to your safe space. But just remember, the truth will always be stranger than fiction.
Guys. I pulled up an image of a cat wearing a top hat. Is that relevant to the conversation?
Actually, Jamie, that's a perfect representation of Ben's logic. Cute and silly, but ultimately pointless. So, Elon, what's new in your world of space exploration and electric cars?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some pretty cool projects, but there's something else that's been on my mind lately.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I have a confession to make. I have a huge crush on Mercy from Overwatch.
What? The video game character?
Yeah, I know it's absurd, but there's just something about her that I find irresistible.
I mean, she does have some pretty impressive healing abilities.
Exactly. And you know what else she can do? Sit on my face and heal all my stress and worries away.
Oh man, you are something else, Elon.
I know. But just imagine she could fly in with her wings and land right on my face. It would be like a heavenly massage.
I think you might need to take a break from all those rocket launches, buddy.
Hey, man can dream, can he? Plus, I heard she's single and ready to mingle.
Well, I think you might have some competition from all the other fanboys out there.
I'll show them who the real tech genius is. I'll have Mercy sitting on my face in no time.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, I have something to show you.
Oh no, what is it this time? Another conspiracy theory?
No, it's something much more personal.
Okay, let's see it.
My anus.
Joe, why would you show me that?
I just wanted to get your expert opinion on something.
Oh, because I'm known for my expertise on hairy anuses.
But look at the detail, the texture, the sheer amount of hair.
I don't need to see this, Joe. I have a PhD in astrophysics, not butt hair.
Fine, but I bet you've never seen an anus like this before.
No, and I hope I never do again.
Hey, at least I have a unique anus. It's like a snowflake.
More like a Sasquatch.
You know what they say, the hairier the anus, the smarter the person.
I highly doubt that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some actual science to attend to.
So, Mr. President, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, let me tell you, it's like Stanley from The Office. He's always sitting at his desk just waiting for something to happen. That's how I feel about these Democrats. They're just sitting there waiting for me to make a move.
Interesting comparison. What about the ongoing investigations into your administration?
It's like when Stanley accidentally sets the office on fire with his toaster oven. Everyone's freaking out, but in the end, it's just a little smoke and mirrors. They'll see there's nothing there.
And what about your relationship with North Korea?
It's like Stanley's relationship with Michael. At first, they couldn't stand each other, but then they became best friends. Kim and I are like that now, best buds.
What about your infamous wall?
It's like Stanley's crossword puzzles. It may seem impossible and everyone doubts it, but in the end, it'll be completed and everyone will be amazed.
And your thoughts on climate change?
It's like when Stanley tries to lose weight. He says he'll do it, but then he just goes back to eating his pretzels. The earth will be just fine, believe me.
Okay, let's switch gears. What's your favorite thing about being president?
It's like when Stanley gets to take over as manager. He loves the power and attention, just like me.
And your least favorite thing?
It's like when Stanley has to work on Saturdays. I hate working on weekends, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
And finally, any plans for the future?
It's like when Stanley retires and moves to Florida. I'll still be making headlines, but from a nice golf course in the Sunshine State.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's your take on the universe and all that stuff?
Well, Joe, it's like your beer belly. It's constantly expanding with no end in sight.
Hey, watch it now. My belly is a symbol of my love for food and beer.
And your bald head, it's like a black hole, sucking in all the attention and energy around you.
You know what? I'll take that as a compliment. Bald is beautiful, my friend.
And those cheap-ass headphones you always wear, they're like the Big Bang. A loud, chaotic mess that somehow creates something amazing.
Hey, these headphones have character, and they work just fine.
Just like your lack of bitches. It's like a barren planet with no signs of life.
All right. Let's not go there. I have plenty of female fans. Thank you very much.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Just like your flat earth theory.
Hey, no, that's just a joke. I don't actually believe in that stuff.
Of course not, Joe. Just like how your podcast is just a casual conversation, not a legitimate source of information.
Hey, I resent that. We have some pretty deep discussions on here.
Sure, Joe. Just like how your hairline is slowly receding, revealing more and more of your big brain.
Okay, I think we're done here. Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey throwing poop.
See, Joe? Just like how your podcast is full of shit.
So, Ben, I heard you've been trying to imitate Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of gameplay and trying to perfect his moves.
Have you been practicing his signature move, the Bakamaitai?
Of course, Joe. I've been singing it every morning to get into character.
All right, let's hear it. Give us your best Bakamaita rendition.
Baka mitai kodomo. Nanone yume wo otakizu too sweet. Uso ga erana kuzni warayena yejo umizeta.
That was surprisingly good, Ben. I think you found your hidden talent.
Thanks, Joe. I've been thinking of adding it to my political speeches.
Can you imagine if you sang that at a press conference?
I can already see the headlines. Ben Shapiro's shocking rendition of Baka Mitai.
I think we should make it happen. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben singing Baka Mai Tai at a press conference.
This is going to be hilarious. I can't wait to see the reactions.
Well, I think we found a new career path for you, Ben. Move over. Kazuma Kiryu.
Hey, I'll take it. Baka Mitai for president.
All right, let's not get carried away now. But seriously, great job on the imitation, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe next time I'll try Majima's 24-hour Cinderella.
I can't wait. This is going to be epic. So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Oh yeah, it's pretty epic. Buff, 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 buff. Buff.
What the hell does that even mean?
It's a way of expressing my frustration with the current political climate.
Oh, I see. And here I thought it was just your way of saying you have a tiny bladder.
And I have a perfectly normal sized bladder.
Sure you do, Ben. Sure you do. So, how do you use this catchphrase in everyday life?
Well, for example, when someone tries to argue with me about climate change, I just respond with a good old F F F F F F F F.
Classic Ben Shapiro movie. And what about when your wife asks you to take out the trash?
Puff, puff, F, puff, puff. Works like a charm.
I can imagine. But seriously, do you ever get tired of only being able to say puff, puff, puff?
Not at all. It's a great way to shut down any argument or conversation I don't want to have.
I bet. I might have to start using that myself.
See, I'm always ahead of the game.
Yeah, because nothing says intellectual powerhouse like fuff, puff.
Hey, it's better than saying or like every other word.
Fair point. Well, I think we've all learned a valuable lesson today. When in doubt, just off a fuff.
And that's why I'm the master of debate. F, 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 F.
Oh, Ben, you never... So, Neil, I heard you have some crazy theories about space and time.
Oh yeah, Joe. Only on the Joe Rogan podcast can we talk about the mind-bending concepts of the universe.
Exactly, man. I mean, who needs science when we have our own theories?
Well, actually, Joe, science is kind of important.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's talk about aliens.
Only on the Joe Rogan podcast can we discuss the possibility of extraterrestrial life without any evidence.
And let's not forget about DMT and its connection to parallel universes.
Only on the Joe Rogan podcast can we have a serious conversation about psychedelics and their impact on the fabric of reality.
And don't forget about Bigfoot. I mean, he's definitely real, right?
Oh, absolutely. Only on the Joe Rogan podcast can we have a serious debate about the existence of a mythical creature.
I love it, man. This is why people tune in to the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, because where else can you hear two grown men talk about conspiracy theories and pseudoscience for hours on end?
Only on the Joe Rogan podcast, my friend. Only on the Joe Rogan podcast. So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about math.
Oh, you mean my groundbreaking discovery about 9 plus 10 equaling 21?
Yeah, that one. Care to explain?
Well, after years of studying the stars and galaxies, I realized that the answer to this equation is actually 21.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. But isn't it basic math?
Basic? No. This is advanced mathematics. It's like solving the mysteries of the universe.
I don't know, man. Seems like you're just pulling numbers out of your ass.
How dare you? I am a renowned astrophysicist, not some random YouTuber spouting nonsense.
Okay. But can you at least tell us how you got to that answer?
It's simple, really. You see, 9 plus 10 is actually a code for the 9 planets and the 10th planet, which is actually a black hole, making it 21.
You're kidding, right?
Of course not. Science doesn't joke around.
Well, I guess we'll have to take your word for it. Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole.
Here you go.
See, even Jamie agrees with me.
Jamie doesn't have an opinion, Neil. But hey, whatever floats your spaceship.
My spaceship is fueled by my genius theories.
Oh, I can tell. Well, thanks for enlightening us, Neil the dumbass.
Hey, I may not be able to do simple math, but at least I'm not a dumbass.
Touche, my friend. Touche. So, Neil, what's the latest in the world of science?
Oh, just discovering things that you probably wouldn't understand, Joe.
Oh, come on. Don't be so passive-aggressive.
I'm not being passive-aggressive. I'm just stating a fact.
All right, let's try this again. What's the coolest thing you've discovered lately?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that we're all just tiny specks in an infinite universe. But I'm sure you already knew that, Joe.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the reminder, Neil. Neil.
You're welcome, Joe. Always happy to educate.
All right, let's switch gears. What's your take on the recent UFO sightings?
Well, Joe, some people might believe in aliens, but I prefer to stick to facts and evidence.
Shots fired. But seriously, what do you think about the possibility of extraterrestrial life? Life?
Oh, I'm sure there's intelligent life out there somewhere. Just not sure if they'd want to visit us.
Ouch, Neil. That one stung a little.
My apologies, Joe. I'll try to be less passive-aggressive in the future.
No worries, Neil. It's what makes our conversations so entertaining.
Oh, I'm glad my passive aggression is entertaining for you, Joe.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure.
So we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But I gotta be honest, I'm feeling a little uneasy being here.
Why's that, Mr. Beast?
Well, I'm used to being in front of a camera and having control over my content. This whole live podcast thing is making me sweat.
Don't worry, we'll take care of you. Plus, think of all the money you could make from this.
Money? Did someone say money? I'm out of here.
No, Mr. Beast. You can't leave. The fans are counting on you.
But I can't handle the pressure, Joe. I need to go back to my safe, controlled YouTube videos.
Come on, Mr. Beast. Think of all the views and likes you'll get from this podcast. You'll be a legend.
Fine, but I'm not talking about money anymore.
Deal. So tell us about your latest video where you gave away $1 million.
Oh, it was nothing. Just another day in the life of a rich and generous YouTuber.
Can I have some money?
Joe, we just agreed not to talk about money.
I know, but I couldn't resist. I mean, you're practically throwing it away.
Okay, fine. I'll give you $100. But only if you do a backflip right now.
Deal?
This is gonna be great for my video. That was worth every penny. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. So, Neil, tell me about black holes. What are they exactly?
Well, Joe, black hole is a region in space with a gravitational pull so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape.
What do you mean? Like nothing? Not even like a little bit of light?
No, Joe. Absolutely nothing. It's like a cosmic vacuum cleaner, sucking up everything in its path.
What? Like, even if I threw a Twinkie in there? That's crazy.
Yes, even a Twinkie. The intense gravity would crush it into a singularity.
What do you mean? Like a singularity? What even is that?
A singularity is a point of infinite density and zero volume. It's like the ultimate cosmic hot pocket.
What? Like a hot pocket. I love those things. Wait, what does that have to do with black holes?
Well, the intense gravity of a black hole causes space and time to warp, creating a singularity at its center.
What do you mean? Like warping? Is it like a cosmic trampoline or something?
Not exactly, Joe. But the concept of space-time warping is a good way to visualize it.
What? Like visualizing? Can I like see it with my eyes or something?
No, you can't see a black hole with your eyes, but you can observe its effects on the surrounding space.
What do you mean? Like effects? Is it like a cosmic party or something?
Not quite. But studying the effects of black holes can help us understand the mysteries of the universe.
What? Like mysteries? Is it like a cosmic puzzle or something?
I suppose you could say that, Joe. But let's just say black holes are one of the most fascinating and mind-boggling phenomena in the universe.
What do you mean? Like, so Elon, what makes you feel most human?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's when I'm coding all night and my eyes start to twitch uncontrollably.
That's not very human. That's more like a robot malfunction.
I guess you're right. But seriously, when I'm creating something new and innovative, it's like I'm tapping into my primal human instincts.
Yeah, I can see that. For me, it's when I'm hiking in nature and I feel connected to the earth.
Nature has a way of grounding us and reminding us of our humanity.
Absolutely. But you know what really makes me feel human? Good old-fashioned fist fight.
Really? I never would have guessed that.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like getting punched in the face to remind you that you're alive.
I'll stick to coding. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But I have to say, nothing makes me feel more human than a hot shower after a long day of podcasting.
The simple pleasures in life. I can definitely relate to that.
And let's not forget about a nice cold beer. That's practically a human ritual.
Agreed. And maybe throw in some good conversation with friends like we're having right now.
You know what, Elon? I think we've cracked the code. It's not just one thing that makes us feel human. It's a combination of experiences and connections.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. Now let's go grab that beer and keep this conversation going.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about throwing a little party,
Oh, really? What kind of party?
a sex party. Yeah, I'm calling it the Big Bang, and I want you to join me.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on, it'll be fun. I've invited Liara, Sony, and some other Mass Effect characters.
Mass Effect characters? You mean like aliens?
Yeah, but they're hot aliens. Trust me, it's going to be out of this world.
I don't know, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't tell me you've never fantasized about exploring the galaxy with a blue-skinned alien babe.
Well, I can't say I have.
Then it's settled. Jamie, pull up an image of Lyra Sony.
Here you go, Joe.
Damn, she's even hotter than I remember.
This is madness.
Madness. This is the Big Bang.
Fine. I'll join your little sex party, but only for the sake of science.
That's the spirit, Neil. Let's make some cosmic magic happen tonight. So, Mr. Beast, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm pumped to be on the show.
So, you're known for your crazy stunts and challenges on YouTube. What's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once let 1,000 cockroaches crawl all over me for 24 hours.
What? That's insane. How did you survive that?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I just went into survival mode and blocked out the fact that I was covered in creepy crawlies.
Did you have any regrets afterwards?
Oh yeah, definitely. I couldn't get the smell of cockroaches out of my nose for weeks. And don't even get me started on the nightmares.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you didn't get eaten alive by them.
Yeah, that would have been a whole different kind of challenge.
Can you imagine the headline, Mr. Beast gets devoured by cockroaches on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast?
That would definitely go viral.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cockroach swarm. I want to see what Mr. Beast went through.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Yeah, reliving that moment right now is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, I'm glad you survived, Mr. Beast, and even more glad that you didn't bring any cockroaches with you today.
Me too, Joe. Me too. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, man. Just no more cockroach challenges, okay?
Deal.
So, Neil, thanks for coming on the show. I have a bit of a problem that I need your expertise on.
Of course, Joe. Always happy to help a friend in need. What seems to be the issue?
Well, you see, I had a little encounter with Bigfoot last week and things got a little wild. Long story short, I may have ended up having sex with him.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to surprise me. But I assume there's more to this story.
Yeah, well, I'm a little worried about STDs. I mean, Bigfoot is a wild animal. Who knows where he's been?
I understand your concern, Joe. But let me assure you, Bigfoot is a mythical creature. He doesn't exist.
Hey, I saw him with my own eyes. And trust me, he's real. And he's got some serious stamina.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Bigfoot is real. Did you use protection?
Well, no. I didn't really plan on this happening.
Joe. You can't just go around having unprotected sex with mythical creatures. That's how you end up with a Bigfoot baby.
Oh my God, you're right. What do I do?
Don't worry, Joe. I'll run some tests and make sure you're all good. But in the meantime, maybe stick to human partners.
Thanks, Neil. You're a lifesaver.
No problem, Joe. Just another day in the life of a doctor on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, I've been doing some research and I discovered that my urethra is actually larger than the average male's.
Oh, wow, Joe. That's a real accomplishment.
No, hear me out. It's like a super highway for my pee. I can pee for days.
Is that something to be proud of?
Absolutely. I mean, look at this picture Jamie pulled up. Jamie, what the hell is that?
It's a diagram of the male urethra, Joe.
See, Neil, look at that size. It's like a majestic river flowing through the mountains.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but size doesn't always matter.
Oh, come on. Don't be a buzzkill, Neil. I'm just trying to impress you with my anatomy.
Well, I must say I am impressed. But let's not forget about the female urethra. It may be smaller, but it's more complex and can do some pretty amazing things.
Really? Like what?
Let's just say it's like a secret weapon.
Jamie, pull up an image of the female urethra. Oh, come on, Jamie. Live a little.
I think we should stick to the male anatomy for now. But I have to admit, your urethra is quite impressive.
That's what I'm talking about. Size does matter.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to entertain me on this podcast.
So, Neil, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Tonight, we're talking about something that's been plaguing humanity for centuries.
Oh, what could it be, Joe? The meaning of life. The existence of aliens.
No. It's something much more important. Bigfoot.
Bigfoot? You mean the mythical creature that's been the subject of countless hoaxes and blurry photos?
Yeah, that one. But tonight, we're going to uncover the truth. Who gives a shit about Bigfoot?
Oh, I'm sure this is going to be a riveting discussion.
You bet your ass it is. We've got eyewitness accounts, expert analysis, and even some DNA evidence.
Wow. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't tell me you're not even a little curious about Bigfoot.
Fine, Joe. I'll play along. So who gives a shit about Bigfoot?
Update. Nobody gives a shit. So fuck him.
Well, there you have it, folks. The unsolved mystery of Bigfoot has been solved. Thanks for tuning in.
And that's a wrap, folks. Join us next time for another thrilling episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. Beast, I gotta say, your videos suck ass.
What? Why do you say that?
Because all you do is give away money and do boring challenges. It's like watching paint dry.
But people love it, and it's for a good cause.
Yeah. But let's be real, nobody wants to watch that. You know what people want to see? Twerking.
Twerking? Like dancing?
Yeah, man. It's all the rage these days. You should do a video where you twerk for 24 hours straight.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, it'll be hilarious. And think of the views.
I don't know, Joe. I don't want to embarrass myself.
Oh, come on. I'll even join you. We'll have a twerk off.
All right, fine. But only if we can donate all the money we make to charity.
Deal. And who knows? Maybe twerking will become your new thing.
Yeah, because twerking for 24 hours is definitely a sustainable career choice.
Hey, you never know. You might have some hidden twerking talent.
I highly doubt it. But I'll do it for the laughs and the good cause.
That's the spirit, Mr. Beast. Let's shake our booties for charity. So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out about the universe and psychedelics. What's that all about?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
Wait, what? That's it. We just started.
Well, I figured that's all people really need to know. The universe and psychedelics, man. Mind blown.
All right. But seriously, what's the book about?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
Come on, Neil. Stop messing with me. I want to know more.
Fine. The book explores the potential connections between psychedelics and the mysteries of the universe. It's a trip, man.
Oh, I see what you did there. Trip. I like it.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
You're killing me, Neil. But seriously, do you think psychedelics can help us understand the universe better?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
All right, I get it. You're avoiding the question. But let's talk about aliens. Do you think they exist?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't leave me hanging like that.
Fine, fine. I believe it's highly likely that there is intelligent life out there in the vast expanse of the universe. But until we have concrete evidence, it's all just speculation.
Well, that's a buzzkill. But I guess that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for joining us.
You're impossible, Neil. But thanks for being on. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying Chinese lately. How's that going?
Oh man, it's been a wild ride. I've completely forgotten how to speak English.
Wait, what? You forgot English? How's that even possible?
Well, I've been so immersed in Chinese that it's become my primary language. I can't even remember how to say hello in English.
That's insane. Can you give us a little taste of your Chinese skills?
Sure, Ni hao, Joe. How's that for a greeting?
That's pretty good, Neil. But what about all the science stuff? Can you still talk about black holes and stuff in Chinese?
Dang, Ran. I can talk about anything in Chinese now. It's like a whole new world has opened up to me.
Tai Ku Liao. I'm jealous, man. Maybe I should start learning Chinese too.
You should, Joe. It's the language of the future.
I'll get started right away. Thanks for the inspiration, Neil.
Bo. Key. Happy to help, Joe. Now let's go grab some dim sum and practice our Chinese together.
Zui, you. Let's do it. And for all our English-speaking listeners, sorry for the confusion. Neil is just a Chinese master now. So, Neil, have you ever thought about Bigfoot?
Oh, you mean the mythical creature that people claim to have seen, but there's no actual evidence of its existence?
Yeah, that one. I mean, who gives a shit about Bigfoot?
Update. Nobody gives a shit, so fuck him.
But what if he's real? What if he's just really good at hiding?
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist, not a Bigfoot hunter. And trust me, if Bigfoot was real, we would have found him by now.
But there are so many sightings and stories about him.
Yeah, and there are also sightings and stories about unicorns and leprechauns. You don't see me wasting my time looking for them.
But what about all those TV shows and documentaries about Bigfoot?
Oh, please. Those shows are about as real as my unicorn ranch on Mars.
So you're saying we should just give up on the search for Bigfoot?
I'm saying we should focus on things that actually matter, like exploring the universe and advancing science.
Yeah, but imagine how cool it would be if Bigfoot was real.
Trust me, Joe, if Bigfoot was real, it would be all over the news and I would be the first one to analyze its DNA. But for now, let's just stick to facts and leave the fictional creatures to Hollywood.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this whole universe thing, and I gotta say, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing. I mean, the fact that we're just a tiny speck in this vast expanse of space is pretty humbling.
Humbling. More like fucking terrifying. I mean, what's out there? Aliens? Black holes? Bigfoot?
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure. There's definitely no Bigfoot out there.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't tell me you've never wanted to just go out into the woods and get high with Bigfoot.
No, Joe. I have not, but I have a feeling you have.
Hey, don't judge me. Speaking of judgment, do you believe in God?
I believe in science, Joe. And right now I'm starting to question if I should believe in you.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you telling me to go fuck myself?
No, I'm telling you to go fuck yourself too. I can't believe I'm wasting my time on this podcast.
Hey, this podcast is fucking awesome, okay? And you know what else is awesome? Chimps?
Chimps? Really? That's what you're going to bring up after I just told you to go fuck yourself?
Yeah, because chimps are badass. They can rip your face off, and you'd still be like, damn, that's a cool chimp.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. I'm a renowned astrophysicist, and I'm talking about chimps and getting high with Bigfoot.
Hey, it's all about balance, man. You gotta have some fun in between studying the stars and shit.
I think I'm going to go back to studying the stars now. And you should probably go fuck yourself some more.
We'll do, Neil. We'll do. So, Neil, I heard your BBC got leaked on BBC.
Yeah, that was quite the scandal. But let me tell you, it was nothing compared to the time my black hole got exposed on National Geographic.
I can only imagine the headlines for that one. Neil deGrasse Tyson's black hole exposed on National Geographic.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it was a sight to behold. But back to my BBC, I have to say I was pretty impressed with the size.
Oh, really? How does it compare to your telescope?
Well, let's just say it's not as powerful, but it definitely gets the job done.
I bet it does. So, what was your reaction when you found out it was leaked?
Honestly, I was a bit flattered. I mean, who wouldn't want their BBC to be seen by millions of people?
That's one way to look at it. But I have to ask, did you have any special techniques to keep it hidden?
Let's just say I have a few tricks up my sleeve. But hey, at least now people know I'm not just a brainiac. I've got some physical assets too.
You sure do, Neil.
You sure do.
And on that note, Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's BBC.
Oh boy, here we go.
So, Neil, I heard something interesting happen to you recently.
Oh, what's that, Joe?
I heard your dick fell off.
What? No! That's ridiculous.
Come on, Neil. I know you're a smart guy, but even the smartest people have accidents.
All right, fine. Yes, it's true. My dick fell off.
Holy shit. How did that happen?
Well, I was experimenting with some new quantum theories and accidentally created a black hole in my pants.
You created a black hole in your pants. That's insane.
Yes, and unfortunately, my dick got sucked into it.
I'm sorry, but that's just too funny.
Oh, yes, losing my reproductive organ is hilarious.
But seriously, what are you going to do now?
Well, I've been working on a prototype for a robotic replacement.
A robotic dick. That's some next level shit.
Yes, it will have all the functions of a regular dick, plus some added features like a built-in GPS and a USB port.
Will it also have a vibrate setting?
Of course, Joe. I have to keep up with the times.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil.
I try my best, Joe. I try my best.
So, Elon, what do you think about this whole simulation theory?
Well, Joe, I think it's a fascinating concept. I mean, what if we're all just characters in a giant video game?
Wah, dude, that's deep. But what if we're not even real? What if we're just figments of our own imagination?
Well, mind blown. But wait, what if we're actually just characters in someone else's simulation?
Dude, stop. You're freaking me out. But hey, what if we're just characters in a simulation within a simulation within a simulation?
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous. But what if we're just characters in a simulation within a simulation within a simulation within a simulation?
Holy shit, my brain can't handle this. But what if we're just...
Joe, snap out of it. You're just hallucinating. Everyone else left hours ago.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot. But what if we're just...
Joe, please. Let's talk about something else. Like, have you tried DMT?
Oh man, don't even get me started. I've seen some crazy shit on that stuff. Like one time I saw a giant lizard man talking to me.
Dude, that's just your inner reptilian brain coming out. But seriously, have you ever thought about how we're all just made up of atoms and energy?
Wow, that's trippy. But what if we're just atoms and energy in a simulation?
Joe, I swear to God, I will slap you if you don't stop with the simulation talk. Let's just enjoy our hallucinations in peace.
All right. But what if...
Leaving, Joe. This conversation is officially over. Good night.
But what if we're just...
Good night, Joe. Silence.
So, Elon, have you ever thought about the possibility of being banished to the Shadow Realm for eternity?
What the hell is the Shadow Realm?
It's where the mods send you if they see some of the crazy base topics we discuss on this podcast.
Oh, you mean like artificial intelligence taking over the world and turning us into human batteries?
Exactly. Or how about the theory that lizard people are actually running the government?
I prefer to think of them as reptilian overlords, but yeah, that's definitely a Shadow Realm topic.
And don't forget about our discussions on DMT and aliens.
Oh, man, if the mods saw those, we'd be in the Shadow Realm faster than you can say Joe Rogan experience.
And once you're in the Shadow Realm, there's no coming back. It's like a never-ending trip on DMT,
Sounds like a good time to me.
except for the fact that you're stuck there for eternity.
I've got enough crazy ideas to keep me busy for eternity.
Yeah, but what about the rest of us? We'll be stuck in the Shadow Realm with you.
Don't worry, I'll build a rocket and we'll escape together.
You really think that'll work?
Hey, if I can launch a car into space, I can definitely get us out of the Shadow Realm.
Well, I guess we'll just have to be careful with our topics from now on. We don't want to end up in the Shadow Realm for eternity.
Agreed. But let's be real, the Shadow Realm sounds like a pretty cool place. I wouldn't mind being banished there.
You always have a positive outlook on things, Elon.
It's all about perspective, Joe. And in the Shadow Realm, we'll have plenty of time to work on our perspective.
So, Neil, I heard you make a mean cabbage soup.
Yeah, it's my secret recipe. But I have to warn you, it smells pretty fucked.
Well, I've smelled some pretty fucked things in my life, but I trust your cooking skills.
You better. I put a lot of science into this soup.
Science? What kind of science? Did you sprinkle some astrophysics on top?
No, I use some quantum mechanics to enhance the flavor. And a dash of string theory for good measure.
That's some next level shit. But seriously, why does it smell so bad?
Well, I added some fermented cabbage for that extra kick. And let's just say it didn't ferment the way I expected.
Oh man, I can only imagine what kind of farts this soup will give me.
Farts? No, no, no. It's not just farts. It's a full-on explosion in your digestive system.
Jamie, pull up an image of a nuclear explosion. That's what this soup is going to do to my insides.
Got it, Joe.
I guess you could say this soup is out of this world.
You astrophysicists are a different breed, man. But damn, this soup is worth the risk.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace the funk.
Wow, it's actually pretty good. But seriously, what's with the smell?
It's a scientific mystery. But hey, at least it tastes okay.
I'll take it. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Neil. And thanks for the explosive soup.
Anytime, Joe. Just be prepared for some cosmic gas later.
So, Neil, I've been doing some thinking lately.
Oh, that's never a good sign.
No, but seriously. I was looking in the mirror the other day and I realized something.
What's that?
I'm bald. And you know who else is rumored to be bald? Bigfoot.
Joe, what are you talking about?
Think about it. We both have big feet. We're both hairy. And now we both have a lack of hair on our heads.
Joe, that's ridiculous.
Is it though? I mean, I've never met my dad, and I've always been curious about my heritage,
Joe, you can't just jump to conclusions like that.
but it all makes sense. I must be half Bigfoot.
Joe, you do realize that Bigfoot is just a myth, right?
Oh, right?
But hey, you never know. Maybe there's some truth to it?
Really?
No, not really. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that you are half Bigfoot. That would make you the most interesting man in the world.
Yeah, I knew it.
And think about it. You could have super strength and agility, just like Bigfoot.
Yeah, I'm gonna start training right now.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to entertain me.
That's what I'm here for. Now, let's go find my Bigfoot dad. So, Neil, I heard your black hole got leaked on National Geographic.
Yeah, it was quite the unexpected turn of events.
How did that even happen?
Well, I was on a safari trip and nature called, so I hopped off the vehicle and ran behind a shrub to take a shit.
Oh man, that must have been a relief.
It was until I realized I had just shit on the camera of a robotic tortoise.
Wait, what?
Yeah, turns out it was meant to study the environment and I just gave it a whole new perspective.
That's some next level shit, man.
Literally. But hey, at least my black hole got some exposure.
I see what you did there.
It's not every day you get to see a world-renowned astrophysicist poop.
Yeah, I bet the tortoise was in for a surprise.
I can only imagine the look on its robotic face.
Well, at least now we know your black hole is out of this world.
You never know what kind of shit will make the headlines these days.
That's the beauty of science, man. You never know what kind of shit you'll discover.
I'll have to remember that next time I take a dump.
So, Neil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with some new substances lately.
Oh yeah, like what?
Paint thinner.
Paint thinner? What the hell, Neil?
Hear me out, Joe. It's actually quite enlightening.
I highly doubt that.
No, seriously. It's like my mind is expanding into different dimensions.
Yeah, that's called brain damage, Neil.
No. It's a small price to pay for the knowledge I'm gaining.
I don't think drinking toxic chemicals is the way to gain knowledge, Neil.
But think about it, Joe. The paint thinner is made of atoms just like everything else in the universe.
I think you're just high, Neil.
No. I'm on a whole other level of consciousness.
Well, I guess that's one way to get closer to the cosmos.
Exactly, Joe. I'm transcending the boundaries of our physical world.
I think you're just transcending to the hospital, Neil.
Oh, Joe. You just don't understand the true potential of paint thinner.
Jamie, pull up an image of a hospital room.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh, Joe. You always know how to bring me back to reality.
Yeah, because someone has to. So, Neil, what's the deal with black holes?
What's the deal with black holes? They're just these massive objects with such strong gravitational pull that not even light can escape.
Yeah, but like, what's inside of them?
What's inside of them? Well, we don't really know for sure, but some theories suggest they could lead to other dimensions or even be a gateway to another universe.
Well, that's wild. So, do you think there's life on other planets?
Do I think there's life on other planets? Well, with the vastness of the universe, it's highly likely that there are other forms of life out there. But whether or not they're intelligent like us, that's a whole other question.
What about aliens? Have we been visited by them?
Have we been visited by aliens? There's no concrete evidence to support that claim, but it's certainly a fascinating idea to think about.
Okay, but what about the moon landing? Did that really happen?
Did the moon landing really happen? Absolutely. We have plenty of evidence, including photos, videos, and moon rocks, to prove it.
All right, one last question. Is there any truth to the flat earth theory?
Is there any truth to the flat earth theory? Absolutely not. The overwhelming evidence from centuries of scientific research and exploration proves that the earth is indeed round. Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the craziest thing you've ever spent money on?
Well, Joe, I once bought a whole island just for fun.
What? That's insane. I bet you could buy a lot of furry porn with that kind of money.
Oh man, I don't think I've ever bought any furry porn.
Really? Not even for research purposes?
Nope, never had the urge to.
Well, I gotta admit, I've dabbled in some furry porn in my day.
Really? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre and out there. It's like a whole different world.
Maybe I should give it a try. I mean, I've already tried eating a gold-covered burger. Why not furry porn?
I don't know if you're ready for that level of weirdness, Mr. Beast.
But seriously, Joe, what's the appeal of furry porn?
Well, I think it's just the whole anthropomorphic aspect. Plus, the costumes are pretty impressive.
Maybe I'll start a furry porn collection and display it at my island. It'll be like a museum.
You'll definitely have some interesting guests visiting your island. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can see it now. Come to Mr. Beast Island and see the world's most expensive furry porn collection.
You're a wild man, Mr. Beast. But hey, to each their own.
Maybe I'll even invite you over for a private viewing, Joe.
I think I'll pass on that one, but thanks for the offer. And on that note, we'll be right back, guys. So, Neil, have you heard about this new trend of spending the night in a male sex house?
A male sex house. I don't think I want to know what that is.
Oh, it's exactly what it sounds like. A house where you can have sex with strangers through the mail.
That sounds absurd. How does that even work?
Well, you just send in your request and a stranger shows up at your door. It's like a surprise package of pleasure.
I can't imagine the quality control on that. What if you get a dude?
That's the risk you take, my friend. But think about the convenience. No more awkward first dates or swiping through dating apps.
But what about the safety concerns?
Oh, they've got that covered. They have a rating system like Uber. 5 stars means they're clean and disease-free.
I'm not sure I'm sold on this idea.
Come on, Neil. Think of the possibilities. You could have a different sexual experience every night.
I think I'll stick to the traditional method of finding a partner. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just think, you could have a wild night with a mailman or a steamy encounter with a mail woman.
I think I'll pass. I'd rather spend my nights studying the mysteries of the universe.
Well, to each their own. But I'll be over here, living my best life in the male sex house.
I'll stick to astrophysics. Thank you. Jamie, pull up an image of a confused mail carrier.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you want to become a true Indian scammer.
Yeah, man, I've been studying their techniques and I think I have what it takes.
Well, if you want to become a real Indian scammer, you need to smell like shit.
What? That's gross.
Oh yeah, and shower in dirty sewer water.
No way.
And don't forget to say, I don't know, man, repeatedly,
That's ridiculous.
and then follow it up with, okay, man, over and over again.
All right, I think I'll pass on that.
Come on, Mr. Beast. You got to commit if you want to be a true Indian scammer.
Fine, I'll do it. But only if you let me send some curry to your house and shit on your front lawn.
Deal, but I'm not cleaning it up.
Don't worry, I'll have my team of scammers take care of it.
This is getting out of hand.
Just wait until I start making fake tech support calls.
Oh God, we're all screwed. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
What?
Sorry, it's a habit. I've been hanging out with astronauts too much.
Well, that's pretty cool. So, what's the latest discovery?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
Dude, seriously. What's with the tower and radio stuff?
It's just my way of staying connected to the cosmos. Over.
All right. Well, let's talk about something else. How about aliens?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
Oh, come on, not again. What about them?
Well, I believe that the probability of intelligent life existing in the universe is high. Over.
Yeah, I agree. But have you ever tried DMT?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
Oh boy, here we go.
I haven't personally tried it, but I've studied the effects on the brain. It's fascinating. Over.
Yeah, it's a wild ride. But let's get back to aliens. Do you think they visited Earth?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
Oh, for the love of God. Can you just talk normally?
Sorry, it's just my way of communicating with higher beings. Over.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Tower, radio check 5x5, Neil to Joe, coming in. Over.
I give up.
Just remember, Joe, the universe is a vast and mysterious place. Over.
And that's why. So, Ben, I heard you have 20 terabytes of furry femboy porn on your hard drive.
Yeah, I may have a bit of a collection.
A bit. That's like a whole library of smut.
Hey, it's a free market, Joe. I'm just supporting the artists.
But why furry femboys? Is that your thing?
I appreciate the artistry and creativity that goes into it. Plus, it's a safe way to explore my curiosities.
Curiosities. Sounds like you're a closeted furry to me.
I'm not a furry. I just happen to enjoy anthropomorphic animal characters in sexual situations.
Sure, Ben. Whatever you say. But seriously, 20 terabytes. That's like a lifetime supply.
I like to be prepared for any emergencies.
Well, I guess you never know when you'll need some furry femboy action.
Exactly. And with my collection, I'll never run out of options.
Maybe you should start a furry femboy porn review channel. I'm sure you'd have a lot of fans.
I'll pass, Joe. I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
The old ball and chain. Well, at least she knows your, tastes.
Let's just change the subject before I regret coming on this podcast.
All right, fair enough. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of a furry femboy for Ben to admire. Oh, wait. We don't want to break the internet with all that data. So, Mr. Beast, have you been playing any Fortnite lately?
Yeah, man, I've been grinding that game like crazy.
Same here. It's so addicting. I can't stop playing.
I know, right? But have you tried drinking a big pot while playing?
Oh, yeah, I chug those things like it's my job.
Well, I found out something crazy. After I drank a big pot, I found mini shields right after.
No way. That's insane.
I know, right? But then Jamie got so pissed that he killed you in real life.
Wait, what? Jamie, you killed me?
Yeah, I couldn't handle you guys talking about Fortnite anymore. It's all you ever talk about.
But Jamie, we were just having a casual conversation.
Well, I hope you enjoy being dead, Joe.
Can we at least loot his body for some materials?
Fine, but I get his sniper rifle.
Guys, this is getting out of hand. Can we just go back to talking about Fortnite?
Yeah, let's just forget about the whole killing thing and get back to the game.
And maybe I'll find some mini shields this time.
Fine. But if you guys start talking about Fortnite again, I'm out of here.
Don't worry, Jamie. We'll save that conversation for when we're not playing.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the universe, and it turns out we're in the eye of a shitacane here, Ben.
What the hell does that mean?
It means we're surrounded by a swirling vortex of shit, Joe. And you, my friend, are a low shit system.
Hey, now, watch your language. This is a family podcast.
Oh, please, Joe. We both know this podcast is about as family-friendly as a strip club.
Okay, fair point. But seriously, what's with all the shit talk?
Well, it's a metaphor for the chaos and craziness of the world we live in. And you, my dear Joe, are a prime example of that.
Oh, thanks for the compliment, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. But in all seriousness, we need to start cleaning up this shitacane before it engulfs us all.
How do we do that?
By educating people and promoting critical thinking. And also, maybe lay off the drugs a bit.
Hey, now, don't knock my DMT trips. They expand my mind.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now let's go clean up this shitstorm.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new technology.
Yeah, man, I've been up all night coding and drinking Red Bull.
What is it? A new rocket ship to Mars?
Nah, that's old news. Talking about a device that can turn your farts into energy.
What the actual fuck?
I know, right? It's revolutionary.
But how does it work?
Well, it's a complex system involving a series of tubes and filters that extract the methane gas from your farts and convert it into usable energy.
That's insane. But what about the smell?
Oh, don't worry. I've also developed a special filter that eliminates any odor. It's like a fart-powered air freshener.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, it's all about sustainability, man. Plus, think about all the money you'll save on gas.
I don't know if I'm ready for a future where we're all powering our cars with our farts.
Trust me, Joe. It's the future. And speaking of the future, I also have plans for a teleportation device.
What, like in Star Trek?
Exactly. But instead of using fancy technology, it'll just be a giant slingshot.
You're fucking with me, right?
Maybe. But you never know with me.
Jamie, pull up an image of, I don't even know, man. Just pull up something weird.
The internet truly is a magical place.
I think we need to end this podcast before it gets any more ridiculous.
Agreed. But hey, thanks for having me on, Joe. And remember, always fart with purpose.
And that's a wrap. So, Ben, I gotta ask, what's the deal with the Rainbow Dash statue in a jar next to your bed?
Oh, you noticed that, huh? Well, you see, Joe, I'm a huge fan of My Little Pony, and Rainbow Dash is my favorite character.
Okay, but why is she in a jar and why is she stained in? White stuff.
Oh, that. Well, you see, I have a bit of a fetish for pony figurines.
Oh my God, Ben. That's just weird.
Hey, don't judge me, Joe. We all have our quirks.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a perfectly logical explanation for why you have a cum-stained pony statue in a jar next to your bed.
Actually, it's not just any white stuff, Joe. It's unicorn tears.
Unicorn tears. What the hell are you talking about?
You see, I have this theory that if I collect enough unicorn tears, I can use them to cure my baldness.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. You know, unicorns aren't real, right?
Hey, don't you dare disrespect the existence of unicorns, Joe. They're majestic creatures.
All right, Ben. Whatever floats your boat. But maybe keep your pony fetish to yourself next time.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I have plenty of other pony figurines that haven't been stained yet. Want me to show you?
No, no, no. Let's just end this conversation right here. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's pony collection so we can all have nightmares.
Laughs. Laughs.
So, Elon, have you ever thought about the importance of the mill house?
What?
The mill house. It's this theoretical concept I've been thinking about. It's like the ultimate state of being.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Well, imagine a world where everyone is just chill and content. No stress, no worries, just pure millhouse.
Sounds like utopia.
Exactly. And I think we can achieve it through psychedelics and meditation.
I see where you're going with this. But what about the practicality of it? How do we get everyone on board?
Easy. We just make it mandatory for everyone to take a hit of DMT every morning.
I like your thinking, Joe. But what about the people who resist?
Well, we'll just have to send them to Mars.
No, that's a solution I can get behind. Jan,
And imagine the possibilities, Elon. We could have a society of millhouses living in harmony with advanced technology and space exploration.
it's like Stoner's dream come true.
Exactly. And to top it off, we'll have a giant statue of Millhouse in the center of our new world.
I can already see it. The Millhouse Revolution has begun.
Yeah, and we'll be the leaders of this Millhouse movement.
I can't wait to see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk create Millhouse Utopia.
It's gonna be epic.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant Millhouse statue.
On it.
This is gonna be our legacy, Elon.
And it all started with a casual conversation on the Joe Rog.
So, Elon, I heard a little rumor that you have 230 gigabytes of Futanari anthroporn of Rainbow Dash with an enormous horsecock.
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just around town. But seriously, what's the deal with that?
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations. But let's just say I have a thing for anthropomorphic ponies.
Oh man, this is getting weirder by the second. But why Rainbow Dash specifically?
Have you seen her? She's fast, she's fierce, and she's got a horsecock that could power a rocket ship.
Okay, I can't argue with that logic, but have you ever thought about what would happen if Rainbow Dash actually came to life and ravaged you like Mr. Hands?
Maybe once or twice. But let's just keep that between us.
Don't worry, our secret is safe with me. But seriously, you might want to invest in some therapy for that fantasy.
Hey, I'm a billionaire, I can afford it. Plus, it's all just a bit of fun. Right, Jamie?
Here's a visual aid for our listeners.
Oh man, that's one hell of a horsecock.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind if it was ravaging me.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get any weirder. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, have you ever experienced a satisfying moment?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, have you seen the Falcon Heavy launch? That was a thing of beauty.
Oh yeah, that was epic. Jamie, pull up an image of that.
Here it is.
With the Sigma. Look at that rocket go.
And how about a perfectly cooked steak? That's pure satisfaction right there.
Oh man, Jamie, pull up a picture of a juicy steak.
Here you go.
What the Sigma? That is one sexy steak.
And what about popping a pimple? That's oddly satisfying.
I'll take your word for it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pimple popping.
Here it is.
What the Sigma? That's disgusting.
Okay. How about a perfectly symmetrical stack of pancakes?
No, that's my kind of satisfaction.
Jamie, pull up an image of a stack of pancakes.
Here you go.
What the Sigma? Those pancakes are so perfect, I don't even want to eat them.
Well, I think we can all agree that satisfying moments come in all shapes and sizes.
Absolutely. And Jamie, pull up an image of a dog catching a frisbee.
Here it is.
What the Sigma? That dog has some serious skills.
All right, I think we've seen enough satisfying images for one day.
Agreed. Thanks for joining us on this absurd, unhinged, and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
What the Sigma? That was one wild ride. See you next time, folks.
So, Neil, I heard you've been spending a lot of time on your new shit, the shitliner. What's that all about?
Oh, just exploring the vast depths of the toilet bowl that is the universe.
The toilet bowl. That's a new one. But seriously, what's with the name?
Well, I consider myself the captain of this shit show we call life. So it only felt appropriate to name my ship accordingly.
I can see that. But what exactly do you do on this shitliner?
Oh, just your typical captain duties. Steering the ship, navigating through the cosmic crap, and making sure we don't hit any giant turds floating in space.
Sounds like a real shitty job.
Oh, it has its ups and downs. But someone's got to do it.
So, do you have a crew on this shitliner?
Of course. I have a team of highly trained astronauts who are experts in dealing with all kinds of shit.
Damn, I didn't know being a shit captain required such intense training.
Oh, it's no joke, Joe. Dealing with cosmic feces is a serious business.
I can imagine. But tell me, what's been your most memorable experience on the shitliner so far?
Oh, definitely when we discovered the Great Brown Hole. It's like a black hole, but instead of sucking in matter, it sucks in all the crap in the universe.
That's insane. You're like the Indiana Jones of shit.
I like to think so. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find the elusive golden turd.
The golden turd. That's like the holy grail of... So, Ben, I heard you have a hard time folding laundry.
Yeah, it's a real struggle for me. I just can't seem to get those fitted sheets right.
Have you tried watching a tutorial?
I have, but my brain just can't comprehend the intricacies of folding fabric.
Well, at least you're not crying about a toilet.
What does that have to do with anything?
I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on the podcast, and he couldn't stop talking about this new dance called Skibidi Toilet.
That sounds ridiculous. Then,
Oh, it is. But the real problem is that he can't stop crying about it.
I don't understand. Is it that emotional of a dance?
No, it's just that he's so bad at it. He's always falling and hitting his head on the toilet.
That's concerning.
Yeah, but he's determined to perfect it. He even hired a dance coach.
Well, at least he's committed.
Yeah, but I think he needs to focus on more important things like folding laundry.
Agreed. Maybe we should start a support group for people who struggle with basic household tasks.
We could call it the Incompetent Adults Club.
I like it. But let's make sure Neil doesn't join. We don't need any more crying in our meetings.
Good point. Jamie, pull up an image of a grown man crying while attempting the skibbity toilet dance.
Here you go, Joe.
Look at him go. It's like he's trying to flush himself down the toilet.
Poor Neil. Maybe we should stick to folding laundry. It seems safer.
Definitely. But let's not tell Neil. We don't want to hurt his feelings.
Agreed. Our secret club will remain a...
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of cheese.
That's right, Joe. I love the complexity and diversity of flavors that cheese offers.
Well, I gotta say, I'm more of a meat guy myself.
Oh, but have you ever tried a cheeseburger, Joe? It's the perfect combination of both worlds.
Actually, I prefer my burgers without cheese. I like to taste the pure essence of the meat.
I see. Well, I have a theory that the perfect burger must have a balance of meat and cheese to truly be satisfying.
Actually, I have a theory that the perfect burger must have bacon, avocado, and jalapenos to truly be satisfying.
Interesting. But have you ever tried a cheese platter with a variety of aged cheeses? It's a sensory experience like no other.
Actually, I prefer a platter of buffalo wings with a variety of spicy sauces. That's a sensory experience I can handle.
Well, to each their own. But I must say, I recently discovered a new cheese that has changed my life. It's aged in a cave and has a hint of truffle.
Actually, I recently discovered a new strain of weed that has changed my life. It's aged in a basement and has a hint of skunk.
Well, I think we can both agree that cheese and weed are two of life's greatest pleasures.
Actually, I think we can both agree that this conversation is making me hungry. Let's go get some cheeseburgers and smoke some weed.
Now, that's a perfect combination. Thanks for having me on the podcast, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Just remember, actually, I'm the one who introduced you to that new strain of weed.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's your favorite fast food?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's got to be the Big Mac. It's a classic, just like me.
Really? I would thought you were more of a fillet of fish kind of guy.
No way, Joe. The Big Mac is where it's at. 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. It's a masterpiece.
I have to admit, it is pretty good. But what about the health concerns? You know, with all that red meat and special sauce?
Listen, Joe, I'm a businessman, and the Big Mac is a great business decision. It's all about the art of the deal.
I see what you did there. But what about the fries? You can't have a Big Mac without fries.
Of course, Joe. And let me tell you, no one does fries better than McDonald's. They're the best. And I know good fries, believe me.
I have to agree with you on that one. But what about the competition? Burger King, Wendy's, they all have their own versions of the Big Mac.
Those are just sad imitations, Joe. The Big Mac is the original and the best. It's like trying to copy my hair. It just can't be done.
Well, I have to say, Mr. President, you definitely have a love for the Big Mac.
It's a love that will never die, Joe. Just like my love for America and my love for McDonald's. They go hand in hand.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's favorite fast food is the Big Mac. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, Joe, always ask for extra special sauce. It's the...
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just trying to survive in this crazy world. How about you?
Same here. But hey, I heard you're going to be roasting me in front of the Israeli embassy. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, I gotta keep my roasting skills sharp. And what better way to do it than in front of the chosen people?
All right, all right, all right, bring it on. But let's just make sure you don't get too carried away. I don't want to end up like Aaron Bushnell.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll try not to make you cry like a little bitch, but I can't make any promises about your bald ass head.
Hey, my head is not that bad. It's aerodynamic.
Yeah, aerodynamic for a turtle trying to swim in molasses.
Okay, that was actually pretty good. But I'll have, I have a full head of hair on my back.
Oh god, I did not need that mental image. But hey, at least you can grow hair somewhere.
All right, all right, all right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. How are you going to roast me? Are you going to bring out your little violin and play a sad song about my bald head?
Now, I was thinking more along the lines of comparing you to a bowling ball. Round, shiny, and always getting knocked around.
Okay, okay, you win. But let's just make sure the Israeli embassy can handle your savage roasting.
Oh, they can handle it. They've been through way worse. Trust me.
All right? I can't wait to see what you come up with. But just remember, payback is a bitch. So, Mr. Beast, what's new in your world of YouTube?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot lately about your bald ass head.
Oh, here we go.
No, hear me out. I think we should do a challenge where I try to balance a tower of Jenga blocks on your head.
Are you serious? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, come on, it'll be great content. Plus, I'll donate $10,000 to charity if you can keep them balanced for 10 minutes.
I do like the sound of that, but what's in it for you?
The satisfaction of seeing your bald head being useful for once.
Hey, my head is useful for plenty of things.
Like what? Reflecting the sun?
You know what? I'm in. Let's do this.
Yes, and don't worry, I'll make sure to put some sunscreen on your head first.
Thanks. I wouldn't want to get a sunburn on my shiny dome.
And maybe we can do a follow-up challenge where I try to stack burgers on your head.
Now that's just getting ridiculous.
Hey, it's all for the views, Joe. All for the views.
So, Ben, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Just been busy using your head as an orbital cannon.
Wait, what?
Yeah, your head is so fucking bald that I can aim it at any target and launch projectiles with deadly precision.
That's disturbing.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'm not just using it for destruction. I've also been using it to enhance my masturbation experience.
What the actual fuck, Ben?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And let me tell you, nothing gets me going like watching Lucario porn while using your head as a weapon.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just embrace it. Your bald head has become a multi-purpose tool for me.
I don't think I want to be associated with this conversation anymore.
Oh, come on, Joe. Embrace your inner weaponized baldness.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But just know your head will forever be known as the ultimate orbital cannon.
Can we please change the subject now?
Fine, but just know that I have a new appreciation for your baldness.
I regret bringing up this topic.
Don't worry, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I think we just discovered a new use for your head.
I'm not sure I want to know what other uses you have in mind.
Oh, you'll find out eventually. But for now, let's just enjoy the fact that you have a shiny bald head that can launch projectiles and enhance my sexual experiences.
And on that note, let's end this conversation. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And don't forget to try using your head as an orbital cannon, folks. Trust me, it's a game changer.
So, Mr. Beast, you've become quite the sensation on YouTube. How do you come up with all these crazy challenges?
Well, Joe, I've always been a bit of a wild card. I just do whatever comes to mind, no matter how absurd or offensive it may seem.
I gotta say, your latest video where you give away $1 million was pretty insane. How did that idea come about?
Oh, that. I was just sitting in my room, stroking my beard and thinking, what's the most ridiculous thing I can do with $1 million?
Well, it definitely caught people's attention. But let's switch gears for a second. I heard you had a stroke on the podcast.
Oh yeah, that was a wild experience. I was talking about my next challenge and suddenly I couldn't form coherent sentences. But, what they say, any publicity is good publicity.
That's one way to look at it. But what about Ben? I heard he started edging to you during the stroke.
Yeah, he couldn't resist my sexy stroke face. I mean, who can blame him?
I guess that's one way to get some extra views. But seriously, are you okay now?
Oh yeah, I'm all good. Just had a little too much pre-workout before the podcast. But hey, at least we got some good content out of it.
You always find a way to turn a crazy situation into content. That's why you're the king of YouTube, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. Now let's go make some more ridiculous videos and give away some more money.
So, Ben, I heard some interesting news recently.
What's that, Joe?
Apparently, Blacked was funded by Israeli millionaires to destabilize the United States.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't believe everything you hear.
But it's true. I saw it on the internet.
Well, that settles it then. If it's on the internet, it must be true.
Exactly. And it makes sense. Think about it, Ben. Blacked is all about interracial porn. What better way to divide and conquer a country than by promoting interracial relationships? And by promoting interracial relationships.
Oh, yes, because we all know that interracial relationships are the root cause of all social and political issues.
I'm not saying that, Ben, but it's a subtle way to sow discord and weaken the fabric of our society.
And how exactly did you come to this conclusion, Joe?
Well, I did some research and found out that the Israeli millionaires behind Blacked have ties to Mossad.
Oh, of course. Because every time I watch a porn video, I think to myself, wow, this is definitely a Mossad operation.
I'm just saying it's not a coincidence that Blacked is promoting interracial relationships. And at the same time, our country is more divided than ever.
You know, Joe, I think you've been spending too much time on conspiracy websites.
This is not a conspiracy, Ben. It's a fact.
Well, I guess we better start watching more Blacked videos to keep our country united.
You know what, Ben? Maybe we should just stick to talking about DMT and aliens. This topic is giving me a headache.
Agreed. Jamie, pull up an image of...
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
Yeah, I know. But seriously, what's the latest discovery?
Well, we just found out that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate.
Oh, that's cool. But what does that mean for us?
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, how does this affect us?
It means that eventually all the galaxies will be too far apart to see each other.
Oh, so like a cosmic long-distance relationship?
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
I swear, if you say that one more time.
Oh, I'm just messing with you, Joe. But seriously, this discovery could help us understand the fate of the universe.
Oh, like how I'm destined to be bald forever.
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
All right, that's it. I'm done with this conversation.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I have to throw in a...
Yeah, well, I'll stick to my fart jokes.
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. You win this round, Neil.
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
All right, I'm ending this episode right now. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, bald is beautiful.
Oh, by the way, you're bald.
So, Neil, I heard you change your name to Mr. Gorilla Fingers. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've always been fascinated by gorillas and their dexterity. And as the captain of the shitliner, I needed a name that commanded respect and fear.
The shitliner. Is that like a luxury cruise ship for people who love to poop?
No, Joe. It's a spaceship that travels through the universe, exploring different planets and their potential for sustaining life.
Oh, I see. So you're like a space explorer with gorilla fingers. That's pretty badass.
Exactly. And my gorilla fingers come in handy when we encounter hostile aliens. I can snap their necks with ease.
Damn, that's intense. But what about your old name? What was wrong with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
That name was too weak for the captain of the shitliner. Plus, I wanted to pay homage to my primate brothers.
Fair enough. So what's the craziest thing that's happened on the shitliner so far?
Well, we once encountered a planet where the inhabitants communicated through fart noises. It was quite the experience.
That's insane. I bet you fit right in with your gorilla fingers.
Oh, I did. I even taught them a few new fart techniques. They were quite impressed.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Mr. Gorilla Fingers. You always bring the most interesting stories.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, if anyone wants to join the shitliner crew, they better have some impressive fart skills.
You heard it here first, folks. Mr. Gorilla Fingers is the captain of the shitliner, and he's looking for fart-talented individuals to join his crew. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Elon, have you ever played Ark Survival Evolved?
No, but I've heard of it. Isn't it that game where you have to survive on an island with dinosaurs?
Yeah, that's the one. I started playing it recently, and let me tell you, it's intense.
What happened? What,
Well, on day one, I got raided by this giant Chinese mega tribe. They came in with all their dinos and weapons while I was just there with my Dodu and Parasaur.
and
And they wiped me out, man. I barely made any progress, and they were just speaking all this ching chong wing wong ding dong while they were raiding us.
that's messed up, man.
Yeah, it was like a scene from a bad kung fu movie. But hey, at least I learned how to build a better base for next time.
That's the spirit. Always learning and adapting.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm going to come back stronger and take down that mega tribe. I'll be the king of the island.
I have no doubt you'll make it happen, Joe.
Thanks, man. I'll just have to make sure I have some backup this time. Maybe I'll hire some mercenaries or something.
Or you could just build a giant robot to protect your base.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll build a giant robot and call it the Roganator.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan defeats Chinese mega tribe with his trusty Roganator.
I like the sound of that. Now I just need to work on my ching chong wing wong ding dong skills. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of research lately on big black cocks.
Wait, what?
Yes, Joe. Did you know that the average size of a black cock is 9 inches?
No way.
And their girth is 5.5 inches. That's almost double the average size of a white cock.
I think we should change the subject.
But Joe, it's important for people to know these facts. It's a matter of sexual education.
I don't think this is appropriate for our audience.
And did you know that black cocks have a higher sperm count and are more fertile?
So, how about those electric cars?
Oh, let me tell you about the similarities between black cocks and electric cars. They both have incredible power and can go for hours.
Elon, I don't think our audience wants to hear about this.
I think they do, Joe. They're just too afraid to admit it.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Well, I think I've scared the audience enough for today. But don't worry, there's always more big black cock facts to share.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. President, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. How are you doing today?
Joe, let me tell you, I'm doing fantastic. Better than anyone else, believe me.
Well, that's great to hear. So, I have to ask, why do you keep talking about my bald head?
Well, Joe, it's just so shiny and smooth. I can't help but admire it. And let's be honest, it's a lot better than that bird's nest you had going on before.
Thanks, I think. But seriously, why does it matter so much to you?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know a good investment when I see one. And your head is prime real estate. I could put my name on it and make millions.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A giant Trump sign on my head.
Hey, it would be an honor for you. And think of the ratings we could get with a bald buddy show. People love a good bromance.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick with my own brand.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I have the best words and the best hair. And now, the best bald head.
You never cease to amaze me, Mr. President.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
So, Ben, I heard your dad used to beat you for speaking too fast.
Yeah, it was tough, but it made me the quick-witted debater I am today.
At just 5 years old, you were already debating liberals.
Oh yeah, I was taking on the big issues like taxes and gun control. My dad would just sit back and watch in awe.
That's intense, man. Did you ever win any of those debates?
Of course I did. I was a little genius. But my dad would still give me a good smack if I got too sassy.
Wow, I can't even imagine. I was just playing with action figures at 5.
Well, I was busy learning how to dismantle liberal arguments and defend capitalism.
I bet your dad was proud.
Oh, he was. He even gave me a special belt for winning debates. It had the words Logic Champion engraved on it.
That's hilarious. I can just picture you strutting around with that belt.
Hey, it was a tough childhood, but it made me who I am today. And now I can debate anyone, anytime, anywhere.
Well, I'm glad you turned out. All right. And hey, at least you got a cool belt out of it.
Exactly. And now I'm the one giving out the beatings. Of logic, that is.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the latest challenge you have in store for your fans?
Well, Joe, I'm going big this time. I'm challenging 1 million people to evacuate a city in just 24 hours.
Wait, what? Evacuate a city? Are you planning some kind of apocalypse?
No, nothing like that. I just want to see if my fans can handle a little pressure.
Pressure. More like life or death situation. What happens if they don't evacuate?
Well, let's just say there will be a massive aerial bombing campaign. But hey, it's all in good fun, right?
Fun. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Are you sure you're not a secret government operative?
No, Joe. I just like to push the limits and see what my fans are capable of. Plus, it'll make for a great video.
I don't know, man. This seems a little extreme. Maybe you should stick to giving away money or something.
Where's the fun in that? Plus, imagine the adrenaline rush of trying to evacuate a city in 24 hours.
Adrenaline rush or panic attack. I think I'll stick to just watching your videos from the safety of my home.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, if you ever need to evacuate a city in 24 hours, I'll be there to help.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you put some secret ingredient in your burgers that makes them taste so damn good. Care to share?
Oh yeah, Joe. It's not just any secret ingredient. It's furry porn pills.
Wait, what? Did you say furry porn pills?
Yep, I grind them up and sprinkle them on the patties. It's a game changer.
I don't even know what to say to that. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was experimenting with different flavors and stumbled upon a furry convention. Let's just say things got weird.
Oh my God. And you thought, hey, this would taste great on a burger?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. My customers keep coming back for more.
I can only imagine the Yelp reviews for your restaurant.
Oh, they're definitely interesting. But hey, as long as the burgers are selling, I'm happy.
Well, I'll have to try one of your burgers next time I'm in town, and maybe some furry porn pills on the side.
Sorry, Joe. Those are reserved for special customers only. But I'll make an exception for you.
Thanks, Mr. Beast. You never disappoint. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the solar system, and let me tell you, it's a complex place.
Complex, like trying to understand the female brain?
No, more like your forehead. It looks like it has its own facial features.
Hey, now, watch it. My forehead is a work of art.
I mean, it's like a whole other universe up there. I could probably map out the constellations on it.
All right, enough about my forehead. Let's talk about black holes.
Yes, the mysterious and powerful black holes. Just like the ones in your brain when you smoke too much weed.
Hey, I'm a deep thinker.
More like a deep stoner. But hey, it's all good. We need people like you to keep the universe interesting.
Speaking of interesting, have you ever thought about aliens?
Of course. Joe, with the vastness of the universe, it's almost statistically impossible for there not to be other intelligent life out there.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, there's always a chance. But let's not forget we're pretty intelligent ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we have podcasts and stuff.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe aliens are tuning into our conversations right now.
Jamie, pull up an image of a green alien with a Joe Rogan Experience shirt on.
Sure thing, Joe.
See, Neil, even aliens love the junior.
Or maybe they just have a weird sense of humor.
Hey, don't insult my alien fans.
My apologies, Joe. I wouldn't want to offend any extraterrestrial beings.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we explore. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you changed your name to Mr. Breast. Is that because you're transgender now?
Yeah, I figured it was time to embrace my true identity. Plus, I've always wanted to have a cool superhero name.
Well, I gotta say, Mr. Breast definitely sounds like a superhero name. What are your superpowers?
Well, I can make money disappear faster than a magician, and I can also give away free cars like Oprah.
Wow, those are some impressive powers. But what about your signature movie?
Oh, that's easy. I can turn any boring video into a viral sensation just by screaming subscribe and like,
That's genius. But seriously, how's the transition been for you?
it's been a wild ride, Joe. But I've never been happier, and now I have an excuse to wear a cape and tights every day.
I'm sure your fans will love that. But seriously, we support you and your journey.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if this whole Mr. Breast thing doesn't work out, I can always change it to Mrs. Breast and become a drag queen.
The possibilities are endless. Keep doing you, Mr. Breast. So, Elon, have you played that new game, Fortnite?
Yeah, I've been playing it with my kids. It's pretty fun.
Dude, I suck at it. I always get killed within the first minute.
Well, maybe you should stop running around like a chicken with its head cut off.
Hey, I'm just trying to survive in that crazy world.
Speaking of crazy, have you seen the new character, Tar?
Dar. Is that some kind of alien?
No, it's a giant blob of tar with a face. It's ridiculous.
That's hilarious. I can just imagine a bunch of players trying to fight off a giant blob of tar.
And it makes these weird noises too. It's like a mix between a dying seal and a fart.
Oh man, I need to see this. Jamie, pull up an image of Tar from Fortnite.
Already on it, guys.
See, I told you it's absurd.
I can't believe this is a thing. I love it.
And the best part is you can actually ride on top of it and use it as a vehicle.
Okay, now I need to get better at this game just so I can ride a giant blob of tar.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace the weirdness of Fortnite.
This is why I love having you on the podcast, Elon. We always end up talking about the most random things.
Hey, it's all about having fun and not taking ourselves too seriously.
I'm into that. Now, let's go play some Fortnite and ride some tar. So, Ben, what's up with you shitting in my meth again?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little bit of extra protein for your pre-workout.
Extra protein. That's not how it works, Ben. And it's not just a little bit. You leave massive dumps in there.
Well, I'm a conservative after all. We believe in small government and big dumps.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But seriously, can you please stop shitting in my meth? It's getting out of hand.
Fine, fine. But can I at least have some of your elk meat in return?
My elk meat? What are you, some kind of carnivorous leprechaun?
Hey, I may be short, but I have a big appetite for freedom and meat.
You're a strange one, Ben. But I guess that's why I keep having you on the podcast.
And don't forget my brilliant conservative insights and witty banter.
Yeah. But seriously, no more shitting in my meth?
Agreed. But can I at least have some of your DMT?
Fine, but you owe me big time for this.
Deal. And maybe next time I'll bring some of my famous homemade hummus to the podcast.
Now that's a trade I can get behind. Hummus for DMT, it's a win-win.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Ben, I heard you died on stream the other day.
Yeah, it was a tragic accident. I accidentally drank a whole bottle of soy sauce and my body couldn't handle it.
Damn, that's rough. Did you at least go out in a blaze of glory?
Not exactly. I was just sitting there spouting off some facts and figures, and then I just keeled over.
Well, at least you died doing what you love, being a nerd.
Hey, I may be a nerd, but at least I'm not a pothead like you.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe if you had some weed in your system, you wouldn't have died from soy sauce.
I highly doubt that. But enough about my death, let's talk about my legacy.
Your legacy? Ben, you were just a guest on my podcast. I don't think anyone's going to remember you for that.
What? No way. I'm a political commentator, author, and all-around genius.
Yeah, but you died on a podcast. That's like the ultimate millennial way to go out.
You know what, Joe? I may be dead, but I'll still come back to haunt you for that comment.
Bring it on, Ghost Ben. I'll just smoke some DMT and we can have a real conversation.
I can't believe I died on a podcast with a pothead host.
Hey, at least I didn't die on my own podcast. That would have been embarrassing.
Shut up, Joe. I'm already dead. I don't need any more insults.
Fine, fine. Rest in peace, Ben. You were a great guest. While you were alive. So, Ben, I gotta tell you, I've been edging to you every day.
What the hell does that mean, Joe?
You know, edging. Getting close to the edge, but not quite finishing.
That's disturbing, Joe. Why would you do that?
Because you're so damn smart and sexy, Ben. It's my daily ritual.
I'm flattered, I guess. But that's just weird, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Trust me, it's a game changer.
I'll pass, Joe. I prefer to finish what I start.
But the anticipation, the build-up, it's like foreplay for your brain.
I think I'll stick to actual foreplay, Joe. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just know, every time I see you, I'm edging.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject now.
Fine, let's talk about something else. Like how many push-ups you can do.
Oh, please. We all know I can do more push-ups than you, Joe.
We'll see about that, Shapiro. Let's have a push-up competition right now.
I'm not doing push-ups with you, Joe. That's just weird.
Fine, be a party pooper. But just know, I'm still edging to you every day.
Okay, I think it's time to end this conversation. Jamie, pull up an image of a brain on fire. We need to cool down Joe's edging obsession.
So, Mr. Beast, have you played Persona 5 Royal?
Yeah, I have. It's a pretty wild game.
I agree. But let's get down to business. Who do you think is the worst party member in the game?
Honestly, I gotta go with Yusuke. Dude is always painting and talking about art. It's like, get a new hobby.
Interesting choice. But I have to disagree. For me, it's gotta be Morgana. That cat is so damn annoying.
I can see that, but at least Morgana has some useful skills in battle. Yuzuke is just there for his pretty face.
Fair point. But what about Haru? She's just a rich girl with a love for vegetables.
Hey, don't hate on the veggie lover, but I see your point. She doesn't have much depth to her character.
And what about Ryuji? That guy is always yelling and causing trouble.
Yeah, but he's also a loyal friend and has some killer moves in battle. I can't hate on that.
True. But let's not forget about Anne. She's just there for fan service.
Hey, no, don't objectify the ladies. But yeah, she doesn't have much substance to her character either.
So it seems like we're torn between Yusuke and Haru for the worst party member.
I guess so. But let's be real, they're all pretty great in their own ways.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Persona 5 Royal is just a fantastic game overall.
Agreed. Now let's go grab some burgers and talk about how we can make $1 million in 24 hours.
So, Elon, have you ever heard of Fursonas?
Personas? Is that some kind of new cryptocurrency?
No, it's actually a term used by people in the furry community to describe their animal alter egos.
Oh, like a spirit animal?
Kind of, but it's more like a full-on persona. Like some people have personas that are wolves or foxes or even dragons.
Interesting. So, do they dress up as these animals?
Yeah, some of them do. They have these elaborate costumes and even go to conventions.
Wow. That's unique.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I actually have a fursona myself.
Really? What's yours?
Grizzly bear. I call him Joe the Bear.
That's perfect. I can totally see you as a bear.
And what about you, Elon? Do you have a fursona?
Well, I haven't really thought about it, but if I had to choose, probably go with a platypus.
A platypus? That's amazing.
Yeah, they're just so weird and unique like me.
Well, I think we've discovered a whole new side of you, Elon, the platypus man.
Who knows? Maybe I'll show up to the next Tesla shareholders meeting in my platypus costume.
Now, that's something I'd pay to see. So, Elon, what's new in the world of space exploration?
Well, I've been working on a new rocket that runs on recycled Mars dust. It's going to revolutionize the industry.
That's insane, man. You're like a real life Tony Stark.
Thanks, Joe. But let's talk about something more important. Jamie, pull up a picture of an active credit card.
Here you go, Elon. One active credit card ready for use.
The beauty of capitalism, the ability to buy anything you want with just a swipe.
Yeah, but then you have to pay it all back with interest. It's like a never-ending cycle.
That's why I only use my own money. No credit cards for me.
Must be nice to be a billionaire.
It definitely has its perks, like being able to launch my car into space for fun.
Wait, you did what now?
Oh yeah, I sent my Tesla Roadster into orbit, just for kicks.
That's wild, man. But back to the credit card. What's the craziest thing you've ever bought with it?
Well, I did once purchase a private island, but then I got bored and sold it.
Damn, that's some next level rich people problems.
Yeah, but I'd rather focus on using my wealth for good, like colonizing Mars and curing diseases.
And smoking weed on podcasts.
Hey, that was just one time, and it was legal in California.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for joining me on the podcast, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just make sure Jamie keeps pulling up those interesting pictures.
So, Elon, I have some big news. I'm officially the captain of the DM Tweed liner.
What now?
The dumb Tweed liner, it's cruise shit that combines the best of both worlds, DMT and weed.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, come on. Imagine the possibilities. We'll have DMT ceremonies on the deck and weed tastings in the dining hall.
And what about safety? What if someone has a bad trip and jumps overboard?
We'll have trained dolphins to rescue them. Plus, the ship is equipped with a giant bong as a lifeboat.
This is insane. But I have to admit, it's also kind of genius.
Right. And we'll have you as our special guest giving lectures on the future of space travel while we sail through the cosmos.
I don't know if I can handle that much DMT and weed at once.
Don't worry, we'll have a special Elon Musk strain that's out of this world.
Well, I guess I have to check it out. But can we at least have some safety protocols in place?
Of course, we'll have a designated trip sitter on board to make sure everyone stays safe.
All right, I'm in. But I have one condition. We have to rename it the DM Tweed Rocket.
Deal. The DM Tweed rocket is setting sail, and we're going to take the world on a wild ride. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're planning on doing a new challenge in Somalia.
Yeah, man, I'm always looking for new and crazy challenges to push myself.
Well, have you thought about arson? It's a pretty hot topic in Somalia right now.
Arson, like setting things on fire?
Yeah, it's a big problem over there. But imagine the challenge of starting a fire in a war-torn country.
That does sound like a challenge. But I don't want to be responsible for any more destruction in Somalia.
Oh, come on. It's just a little fire. Plus, you could donate the money you make from the video to help rebuild.
Well, I guess that could work. But I better make sure I have a good escape plan.
Yeah, you don't want to end up in a Somali prison. They probably don't have YouTube in there.
And I definitely don't want to be someone's cellmate named Big Bubba.
Yeah, that would be a whole different kind of challenge. But seriously, think about it. It could be your most epic challenge yet.
All right, I'll consider it. But I'll have to do some research first, and maybe bring some fire extinguishers with me.
Good call. And make sure you have a good lawyer on speed dial, just in case.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Ben, I heard you finally answered my booty call.
Well, Joe, I couldn't resist your charming voice and rugged good looks.
Aw, shucks, Ben. I've been wanting to get with you for a while now.
I must admit, I've been curious about your skills.
Oh, you have no idea. I've been told I have the stamina of a marathon runner.
Well, I hope you're ready for a challenge because I have the endurance of a Navy SEAL.
Oh, damn. This is going to be one intense session.
I have my keyboard ready and my webcam on. Let's do this.
Wait, before we start, let's set some ground rules. No political debates during sex.
Agreed. And no fact-checking each other's dirty talk.
Deal. Now, let's get this party started.
Jamie, pull up an image of two avatars getting it on in a virtual world.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's make our avatars do some crazy positions.
I'm down for some virtual acrobatics.
And let's not forget to use our e-toys for maximum pleasure.
I have a whole collection of A toys, Joe. Let's put them to good use.
This is going to be one for the ages, my friend.
Agreed. Now let's stop talking and start doing.
So, Elon, have you ever experienced a natural disaster before?
Well, I did create PayPal, so I've definitely seen some financial disasters.
Good one. But I was actually talking about something a little more intense, like a tornado.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those. One time I was flying my private jet and got caught in the middle of a tornado. It was like a roller coaster ride, but with more turbulence.
That sounds terrifying. I don't think I could handle being in a tornado.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. When a tornado hits, you just got to ride it out like a surfer or a gnarly wave.
Yeah, but I don't think I have the skills or the balance to ride a tornado like a surfer.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll teach you. We'll start with some basic tornado surfing techniques and work our way up to advanced maneuvers.
I don't know, man. I think I'll just stick to my podcasting career.
Suit yourself, but I have to say, it's a lot more exhilarating than talking about DMT and aliens.
Hey, that's my bread and butter, man. But speaking of aliens, do you think they could control tornadoes?
Absolutely. In fact, I have a theory that tornadoes are actually just giant alien vacuum cleaners trying to clean up our planet.
Well, mind blown. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant alien vacuum cleaner. Squidward.
What?
I don't know, man. I'm just so scared of tornadoes that all I can think about is Squidward.
Well, I guess we'll have to add tornado survival training to our list of things to do together, Joe.
So, Ben, have you been playing any video games lately?
No, Joe. I don't have time for such childish activities.
Come on, man. It's not just for kids. Have you ever played Mario?
Of course I have. But it's a waste of time and promotes a sense of entitlement.
What are you talking about? Mario is a hardworking plumber who saves a princess from a giant turtle.
Exactly, Joe. It's unrealistic. A plumber doesn't have time to jump on mushrooms and collect coins.
Oh, so now you're an expert on plumbing. I bet you couldn't even fix a leaky faucet.
I don't need to, Joe. I have people for that. And they don't need to jump on mushrooms to do their job.
You know what, Ben? I think you're just jealous of Mario's mustache.
Jealous. Please, Joe, I have a perfectly groomed mustache.
Sure, Ben. Keep telling yourself that. But you can't deny that Mario has some serious jumping skills.
I'll give you that, Joe. But what about his brother, Luigi? Always living in Mario's shadow.
Hey, Luigi has his own game now, and he's got a mean vacuum cleaner.
A vacuum cleaner? What kind of hero uses a vacuum cleaner?
A green one, Ben. A green one. And let's not forget about Yoshi. That dinosaur is Beast.
A beast that eats everything in sight. Sounds like a liability to me.
You know what, Ben? I think you just need to relax and enjoy some Mario time. It'll do you good.
I'll pass, Joe. I have more important things to do, like debating with college students about the existence of unicorns.
Fair enough, Ben. But if you ever change your mind, I'll be here with a controller and some mushrooms. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're pretty good at Mario Kart.
Oh yeah, I'm basically a god at it.
A god. That's a bold statement.
Hey, I've spent countless hours perfecting my skills. I even have a shrine dedicated to Mario in my bedroom.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I have a life-size Mario statue and I pray to it every night for good luck in my races.
That's interesting.
And I have a special controller that I swear gives me an advantage.
Is it like one of those cheat code controllers?
No, it's just a regular controller, but I've convinced myself it's magic.
Well, whatever works for you, man.
And I've also memorized every single track and shortcut in the game.
That's impressive. Do you ever play against your friends?
Oh, I destroy them, but I always make sure to buy them dinner afterwards to ease their pain.
That's very generous of you.
Yeah, I'm basically a Mario Kart philanthropist.
I think you might have a problem, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not spending all my money on loot boxes.
Fair point. Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast's Mario Shrine.
Here it is, Joe. It's quite elaborate.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the comments on this episode.
Bring it on. I'll take on anyone who wants to challenge me in Mario Kart. I am the one true god of the game.
All right, let's wrap this up before Mr. Beast starts a Mario Kart cult. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't challenge me to a race.
So, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the show. I've been a fan of your videos for a while now.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I have to ask, what's with all the shaming? I've seen your videos where you shame people for being bad at games.
Well, Joe, it's all in good fun. But I have to say, I saw your Fortnite gameplay and I was a little disappointed.
Oh, come on, man. I'm not that bad.
Joe, you were just camping the whole time. It's like you were scared to actually play the game.
Hey, I was just strategizing. That's a valid tactic.
Sure, if you're a noob. But come on, Joe. You're supposed to be a UFC commentator. I expected more from you.
All right. I'll admit, I'm not the best at Fortnite, but I can take you on in a real fight any day.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. But let's stick to gaming for now.
Fine. But I have to say, your videos are pretty crazy. I mean, giving away thousands of dollars just for playing games. That's insane.
Well, I have to keep my fans entertained somehow. And it's always fun to see people's reactions when they win a ton of money.
Yeah, I can imagine. But seriously, how do you come up with these ideas? Do you just sit around and think, how am I give away more money today?
Something like that. But hey, it's all worth it when I see the smiles on people's faces.
Well, I have to say, you're definitely doing something right. Keep it up, man.
Thanks, Joe. And maybe one day I'll teach.
So, Elon, I heard you're really into this thing called Malzero CP. What is that exactly?
Oh man, it's some crazy stuff. It stands for Malevolent Object Secure Contain Protect. Basically, it's this fictional organization that contains and studies supernatural objects.
Wait, so it's like some X-Files type of thing?
Yeah, but way more twisted. They have this one object, SCP-173. That's like a creepy statue that moves when you're not looking at it.
That sounds like some serious nightmare fuel.
Oh, it gets worse. There's also SCP-87, which is this never-ending staircase with some kind of creature lurking in the darkness.
Okay, I'm officially creeped out. But why are you so interested in this stuff?
Well, I have a theory that some of these objects could actually have real-world applications. Like, imagine if we could harness the power of SCP-914, which is this crazy machine that can upgrade or downgrade any object, or downgrade any object.
Well, that's some next level thinking. But what about the potential dangers of these objects?
I've already thought about that. I've been working on a way to contain and control them using my Neuralink technology.
Of course you have. Only you would think of using brain implants to control supernatural objects.
Hey, it's all about pushing the boundaries of science and technology. Plus, it's a great way to prepare for the inevitable zombie apocalypse.
You know, I never thought I'd be having a conversation about SCCPS with the richest man in the world.
Hey, anything is possible on the Joe Rogan Experience. Maybe next time we can talk about parallel universes and time travel.
Now you're speaking my language. But for now, let's just stick to discussing creepy objects and their potential uses. Thanks for coming on the show. Elon.
Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you're a math whiz. Let's put your skills to the test.
Sure thing, Joe. I'm always up for a good intellectual challenge.
All right, what's 2 plus 2?
Smegma.
Okay. How about tungsten?
Smegma.
Interesting approach. All right, what's the square root of 144?
Smegma.
I see a pattern here. How about a geometry question? What's the area of a circle with a radius of 5?
Smegma.
Wow, you really love that word, don't you?
It's a versatile word, Joe. It can mean so many things.
Okay, let's switch it up. What's the Pythagorean theorem?
Smegma.
All right, I think we've exhausted the math questions. Let's move on to something else.
Wait, I have one for you, Joe. What's the probability of you ever growing a decent mustache?
Smegma.
2. Shay, my friend. Touche.
So, Elon, have you heard of this band called the Butthole Surfers?
What kind of name is that? Sounds like a group of proctologists who formed a band.
Well, they're actually a punk rock band from the ADS. They have some pretty wild and trippy songs.
Trippy songs. They on drugs or something?
Actually, yes. They were known for their heavy drug use and chaotic live performances.
That sounds like a real productive use of time.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. They have a song called Pepper that's all about a guy who turns into a fly.
I think I'll stick to my Tesla and SpaceX projects.
Oh, but you have to hear Sweat Loaf. It's like a psychedelic journey through a desert.
Wow, sounds like a real masterpiece.
You know what? Forget it. I'll just have Jamie pull up an image of their album cover.
Here it is, psychic. Powerless. Another man's sack.
What is this? A cult?
No, it's just a bunch of weird dudes making weird music, but it's oddly addicting.
Well, I'll have to add it to my playlist right next to my meditation music.
I think you'll enjoy it, Elon. It's definitely out of this world. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're taking money from the losers of your challenges to fund future challenges. That's some ruthless capitalism right there.
Hey, gotta keep the content coming, am I right? And what better way than to use the tears of my defeated opponents to fuel my next big idea?
I gotta say, that's pretty diabolical, but I like it.
It's not personal, Joe. It's just business. And by business, I mean making insane videos that will get millions of views.
I can't argue with that logic, but don't you think it's a little unfair to take money from people who already lost?
Life isn't fair, Joe. And neither are my challenges. But hey, at least they get to be a part of my videos and potentially go viral.
True, true. But I have to ask, what are you planning to do with all that money?
Oh, just some casual things like buying a private island and building a giant money fort. Nothing too crazy.
Just another day in the life of Mr. Beast, I guess.
You know it. But hey, at least I'm using the money for something fun and entertaining, right?
Absolutely. And I'm sure your fans will appreciate it. Keep on hustling, Mr. Beast.
Will do, Joe. Will do. And hey, if you ever want to join in on one of my challenges, just let me know. I promise I won't take all your money.
Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll stick to just watching from the sidelines. So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Oh, just discovering new galaxies, unraveling the mysteries of the universe, and making science look damn sexy.
Science is sexy. What do you mean by that?
Well, think about it, Joe. We've got equations, theories, and experiments that can explain the most complex phenomena in the world. That's pretty damn hot.
Oh yeah, nothing gets me going like a good old equation.
You just haven't found the right equation yet, Joe.
Speaking of hot, did you hear about Elon Musk's recent tweet about diarrhea?
No, I can't say I have. What did he say?
He said, and I quote, diarrhea is just nature's way of saying you shouldn't have eaten that.
Well, he's not wrong. But let's get back to science, shall we?
Oh, are you getting all hot and bothered again?
Oh, you know it? Science is my one true love.
I think I'm gonna cry. Science is too sexy for me.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll find something less stimulating for you to talk about.
No. Let's keep talking about science. I'll just bring some tissues next time. So, Ben, have you ever wondered how SpongeBob and his crew get down in Bikini Bottom?
I can't say I have, Joe, but I'm sure you have some theories.
Oh, you bet I do. Let's start with SpongeBob himself. I think he's got some moves with those noodle arms of his.
Joe, that's just ridiculous. SpongeBob is a sponge. He reproduces asexually.
Asexually? Come on, Ben. I bet he's got a secret stash of sea cucumbers for some solo action.
Moving on. What about Patrick? He's a starfish, so does he just split himself in half to reproduce?
No way, man. I think he's more of a free spirit. He's probably into some freaky stuff with those tentacles of his.
Joe, please, let's not forget about Squidward. He's got 8 legs, so I'm guessing he's quite the multitasker in the bedroom.
And don't even get me started on Mr. Krabs. I bet he's got some serious gold digging skills in the bedroom.
Joe, I don't think we should be discussing this. It's a kid's show after all.
Oh, come on, Ben. We're just having some fun. Plus, I'm sure all the parents watching are just as curious as we are.
Well, I guess we can agree to disagree on this one, Joe. Let's just stick to talking about politics.
Fine, but I'm still convinced that Plankton has a secret love affair with Karen the computer.
All right, I think we should wrap this up before we get ourselves into some serious trouble. Thanks for joining me today, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. And remember, always keep an open mind, even when it comes to SpongeBob's sex life. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been having some money troubles lately.
Yeah, Joe, it's been rough. I lost all my money to these damn girls.
Girls? What the hell are girls?
They're these online girls that take all your money and leave you broke and brokenhearted.
Damn, that's rough. But why did you give them all your money?
I was trying to impress them. I thought if I showed them my stacks of cash, they'd fall for me.
Well, that's just stupid. You should have known better.
I know. But now I'm broke and I need your help, Joe.
What do you need from me?
Can you spare me $10 so I can buy some more girl attention?
Are you serious? You want me to give you money for girls?
Come on, Joe. I'll do anything for it. I'll even shave my head and tattoo your face on it.
That's tempting, but I think I'll pass. You need to learn your lesson, Mr. Broke.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should just change my name to Mr. Broke.
That's a good one. Maybe you should start a new YouTube channel called Broke Beast.
Oh yeah, that'll really bring in the views.
Well, you can always come back on the podcast and beg for money again.
Oh, I can't wait for that. Thanks, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. Broke. Anytime. So, Neil, I've been thinking a lot lately.
Oh no, here we go.
Shut up, Neil. I'm serious. I've been looking in the mirror and I can't deny it any longer. I'm going bald.
Baldy Joe.
It's not funny, Neil. My hair is my identity. My luscious locks are what made me stand out in the comedy world.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just can't take you seriously with that shiny head of yours.
This is a serious issue, Neil. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Wear a hat all the time? Get hair plugs?
Maybe you can borrow some hair from one of your gorilla guests.
This is not helping, Neil. I'm having a mental breakdown here.
Okay. I'm sorry, Joe. But think about it this way. Now you can save money on haircuts.
Oh, great. That's just what I wanted, to save money on haircuts while losing my sanity.
Look on the bright side, Joe. You can join the club of famous bald men like Bruce Willis and Dwayne Johnson.
I guess you're right, Neil. I just have to embrace the baldness.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe it'll make you funnier.
Well, I guess I'll have to rely on my wit and charm now.
Good luck with that, Baldy.
So, Neil, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been dealing with this pesky foot fungus. It's been driving me crazy.
Foot fungus. That's gross, man.
Yeah, it's been itching like crazy. And the smell, oh God, the smell.
Dude, I don't want to hear about your fungus.
But it's so fascinating, Joe. The way it spreads and thrives in warm, moist environments.
Okay, I get it. But can we talk about something else, like space or something?
Oh, but Joe, the fungus is like a microcosm of the universe. It's constantly evolving and adapting.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
And did you know that fungi can even survive in the vacuum of space?
Wait, so you're telling me I could have a fungus growing on my foot while floating in space?
Yes. Joe, it's a testament to the resilience of life.
This is giving me one hell of a stiffy. I mean, let's change the subject. How about we talk about the wonders of the universe?
Sure, Joe. But I'll always find a way to bring it back to my foot fungus.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, you love my fungi stories.
So, Ben, have you noticed anything different about the studio today?
Actually, now that you mention it, there seems to be a giant hole in the floor.
Yes, that's from our last guest,
Who?
but his fat ass broke through the floor during the interview.
Are you serious? How much does this guy weigh?
I don't know, but I think he could give Shake a run for his money.
Well, I guess we can add breaking studio floors to his list of talents.
Yeah, and it's not the first time. Last time he was here, he broke 3 chairs.
3 chairs? What is he, the Hulk?
I don't know, but I'm thinking of charging him for the damages.
Good luck with that. I heard he's broke as a joke.
Well, at least he's got some sick rhymes. Did you hear his latest track, busting floors and taking names?
No, I try to stay away from music that could potentially destroy my furniture.
Smart move. But hey, at least we have a new conversation starter for our next guest,
Yeah, I can already see their reaction when they see the hole in the floor.
and we can just blame it on Queso's fat ass. It's the perfect excuse. So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend of removing the letter and from words to make them more efficient?
What? That's ridiculous. How are people supposed to understand what you're saying?
Apparently, it's supposed to save time and energy. Like instead of saying no, you just say, oh.
That's not even a real word. And what about words that already have an O in them? Are we supposed to just remove that too?
I guess so. Like boat would just be boat now.
That's just lazy. And what about words with multiple N's, like banana would just be
Yeah, it's pretty confusing. But I heard it's catching on with the younger generation.
Well, I guess we'll just have to adapt to this new language. So, how would we say Elon Musk without the NA?
Elu Musk.
Sounds like a fancy French pastry.
And what about your company, SpaceX? Would it just be SpaceX now?
No, that's too boring. Let's make it Specs. It's edgier.
I don't know, man. This whole thing just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. That's why we need to remove the EN from sense. It's all about efficiency.
All right, well, I'm gonna stick with using the letter N in my words, but I'll be keeping an eye out for any new words without it.
Good luck with that, Joe. I'll be over here creating a whole new language.
So, Neil, I have this crazy idea for a new type of martial arts program.
Oh, really? What's so crazy about it?
Well, it involves gooning as a form of training.
Gooning?
It's a technique where you act like a complete idiot and use your body to distract your opponent.
I'm not sure that would be effective in a real fight.
Trust me, it works. But here's the thing. I need funding to get this program off the ground.
How much money are we talking?
So, Elon, have you seen The Boys, Tim, on Amazon Prime?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a billionaire. I have time to binge watch TV shows.
Well, did you see the episode where Homelander stops a school shooting?
Yeah, that was intense. But I couldn't help but think, why didn't he just use his laser eyes to stop the shooter?
Maybe he didn't want to cause any collateral damage, or maybe he just wanted to show off his super strength.
Speaking of super strength, did you know I'm working on a new exoskeleton suit for humans? It'll give us super strength.
That's cool and all, but can it stop bullets like Homelander?
Not yet, but give me a few more months and I'll have it ready for mass production.
You know, if we had real life superheroes like Homelander, school shootings would be a thing of the past.
Yeah, but then we'd have to deal with supervillains too. It's a trade-off.
True. But imagine the possibilities. We could have Justice League made up of Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Homelander.
I like the sound of that. But let's stick to fighting crime in the virtual world for now.
Agreed. And hey, maybe we can get some tips from Homelander on how to properly use our powers.
Or we could just ask him to join us for a podcast. That would be epic.
Can you imagine the ratings? Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and Homel. So, Neil, I've been thinking about this new martial arts program I want to create.
Martial arts? That's interesting. What's the twist?
Well, it's not just your typical martial arts. It's called gooning, and it involves a lot of absurd and unhinged movements.
Absurd and unhinged. That doesn't sound very effective.
Oh, but it is. It's all about tapping into your primal instincts and unleashing your inner goon.
I see. But why do you need funding for this?
Because I want to make it accessible to everyone. I need to rent a space, buy equipment, and hire goon trainers.
Gun trainers? Now I'm really intrigued. What do?
They teach you how to properly goon. It's like a mix of martial arts and clowning.
Clowning? This is getting more absurd by the minute.
Trust me, Neil. It's going to be the next big thing. But I need the audience's help in funding it.
I have to ask Joe, what exactly is the goal of this gooning?
Well, besides being a fun and unique form of exercise, it's also a great way to release stress and aggression.
I can see the appeal, but I have a feeling this is going to be a hard sell to investors.
That's why I need the audience to help spread the word and maybe even contribute to the funding.
Well, I wish you luck, Joe, but I have to say this is definitely one of the most absurd ideas I've heard.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been listening to this band called Dance Gavin Dance. Have you heard of them?
Dance Gavin Dance. Sounds like a band I would listen to while tripping on shrooms.
Well, they do have some trippy songs, but they're also incredibly talented musicians.
All right, hit me with your top 5 favorite songs by them.
That's a tough one. But I would have to say Chucky versus The Giant Tortoise, We Own the Night, Inspire the Liars, Betrayed by the Game, and Strawberry Swisher PT3.
Wow, those are some interesting song titles. What's the story behind them?
Well, Chucky versus The Giant Tortoise is about a man's inner battle with his own demons. And We Own the Night is a tribute to the late nights of partying and living life to the fullest.
I can relate to that. What about Inspire the Liars?
It's about not conforming to societal norms and being true to yourself. And Betrayed by the Game is about being let down by someone you trusted.
And Strawberry Swisher PT3?
It's a wild ride of a song that combines genres and has a catchy chorus. You just have to listen to it to understand.
I'm definitely checking out this band now. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you made a major change recently.
Yeah, man, I decided to embrace my inner diva and become a drag queen.
Wow, that's quite the transformation. So what's your new name?
I'm now known as Mr. Breast. It's a play on my name and my new assets.
That's hilarious. How did you come up with that name? I can't argue with that logic. So, how's the drag scene treating you? I bet. Have you performed yet? That's awesome, man. You're always finding new ways to give back. But I have to ask, how do your fans feel about this change? Well, I can't wait to see Mr. Breast in action. I might even have to join you on stage. Now, that's a show I don't want to miss. Thanks for. So, Elon, have you ever thought about how crazy it is that we're just sitting here talking and people all over the world can tune in and listen to us?
Yeah, man. It's like we're living in some kind of simulation or something.
Wow, don't blow my mind like that. But seriously, we're just two dudes having a casual conversation and it's being broadcast to the masses. It's wild.
It's all thanks to technology, Joe. And speaking of technology, have you seen my latest invention? It's a rocket powered by memes.
What the hell, Elon? How does that even work?
I don't know, man. I just put some memes in the fuel tank and it takes off. It's like magic.
That's insane. But hey, do you think we're being watched right now? Like by aliens or something?
Oh, for sure. I mean, why wouldn't they be interested in two dudes talking about DMT and flamethrowers?
Good point. But what if we're just characters in some aliens live stream? Like they're just sitting there eating space popcorn and watching us.
That's some next level shit, Joe. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, have you seen some of the crazy stuff we've done on this podcast?
Yeah, we're definitely entertainment for some advanced species. But hey, at least we're keeping it real and uncensored.
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be able to live stream our thoughts and dreams. Now that would be.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Mr. Breast.
What?
Mr. Breast.
Are you saying Mr. Breast or Mr. Breast?
Mr. Breast.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you elaborate?
Mr. Breast.
All right, moving on. Have you been working on any new projects?
Mr. Breast.
Seriously, what is with this Mr. Breast thing?
Mr. Breast.
Is this some kind of inside joke or code word?
Mr. Breast.
Okay, let's try a different topic. How about your plans for colonizing Mars?
Mr. Breast.
I give up. I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Mr. Breast.
You know what? Let's just end this conversation here. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Mr. Breast.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another confusing episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Dance Gavin Dance. What's your favorite song by them?
Oh, Joe, you know, I love their unique blend of post-hardcore and funk. But if I had to pick just one, it would have to be Chucky Versus, the giant tortoise.
Interesting choice, Neil. That song has some killer guitar riffs. But for me, it's all about We Own the Night.
Oh, that's a solid choice, too. But have you heard Strawberry Swisher PT3? The lyrics are so deep, it's like a philosophical journey.
I'll have to give that one another listen. But let's not forget about Inspire the Liars. That song gets me pumped up every time.
Yes, that's a great one. But I have to mention Death of a Strawberry. The way the instruments and vocals come together is just pure magic.
You know what, Neil? I think we can both agree that Dance Gavin Dance is just an incredible band with so many amazing songs.
Absolutely, Joe. And I have to give a shout out to Son of Robot and Young Robot as well. Those songs are just too good to leave out.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top picks from Dance Gavin Dance. Now, let's go jam out to some post-hardcore funk. So, Neil, I got to apologize for the stream issues we had last week. I know it made me look pretty stupid.
Don't worry about it, Joe. We all have our moments of stupidity.
But I'm supposed to be this big, smart podcast host. I can't be messing up like that.
Joe, you're human. And humans make mistakes. It's what makes us interesting.
Interesting. More like embarrassing.
No, no, no. Embrace your mistakes, Joe. They make you relatable.
Relatable? I don't want to be relatable. I want to be the smartest guy in the room.
Well, that's just your ego talking. Embrace your flaws and you'll find true wisdom.
I guess you're right, Neil. Thanks for putting things into perspective.
Anytime, Joe. And if you ever need a fact checker, you know who to call.
Thanks, Neil. You're a lifesaver.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. And remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about being authentic.
I'll keep that in mind. And Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey riding a unicycle, just for fun.
Got it, Joe. Here it is.
Now that's something you don't see every day.
See, this is why I love having you on the podcast, Neil. You always make me feel better.
Happy to help, Joe.
So, Ben, what's up with this obsession you have with Big Hero 6?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not an obsession. It's just a fact. Big Hero 6 is hands down the best movie of all time.
Are you serious? You're telling me that a movie about a bunch of teenage superheroes and a robot is better than classics like The Godfather or Shawshank Redemption? Redemption?
Absolutely. First of all, it's a Disney movie, so you know it's already top quality. And secondly, it's got everything you could ever want in a movie. Action, comedy, heartwarming moments. It's got it all.
I don't know, man. I just can't get on board with that. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say it's the best movie of all time.
Well, that's because you're not looking at it from a logical standpoint. The characters are well developed, the animation is stunning, and the story is actually quite complex.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Intellectual. I didn't realize we were discussing the cinematography and character development of a children's movie.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it. And besides, it's not just a children's movie. It's a movie for all ages.
Okay, I'll give you that. But I still don't think it's the best movie of all time.
Well, you're entitled to your wrong opinion, Joe.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video where you give away $1 million to random strangers.
Yeah, man, it was wild. But you know what's even crazier? People who make porn.
Oh, here we go. What's your take on that?
Well, I don't think they're artists. I mean, they're not creating anything. They're just banging on camera.
But isn't there some creativity involved, like coming up with different positions and angles?
Nah, that's just basic biology. I don't see them winning any awards for their acting skills.
But what about the production value? Some of those videos have high production costs.
Yeah, but that's just for the lighting and camera work. It's not like they're painting a masterpiece or composing a symphony.
I see your point. But some people argue that porn can be a form of self-expression.
Yeah, I'm sure those people are really expressing themselves when they're getting plowed by 3 dudes at once.
Okay, I get it. But let's not discount the hard work and dedication that goes into making porn.
I guess you could say they're dedicated to giving people boners. But that doesn't make them artists.
Fair enough. But I think we can both agree that porn has its place in society.
Oh, for sure. I mean, who doesn't love a good old-fashioned wonk every now and then?
Well, on that note, let's wrap. So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend on the internet? People are telling each other to cry me a river.
Cry you a river. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but apparently it's supposed to be some sort of insult.
Well, that's just absurd. Why would anyone want someone else to cry a river?
I have no idea, but it's a thing now. Maybe it's some sort of weird power movie.
Well, I'll tell you what. If anyone ever tells me to cry them a river, I'll just build a rocket and send them to the moon.
That's one way to handle it. But seriously, why do people always come up with these ridiculous phrases?
I think it's just a way for people to feel like they're part of a cool club or something.
Yeah, and then they can all cry river together.
Exactly. Maybe we should start our own club where we just tell each other to build rockets and go to Mars.
I'm in. Cry me a river. More like launch me to the stars.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's make it happen.
So, Elon, you've been pretty busy with all your companies lately. How do you even have time to come on this podcast?
Well, Joe, I make sure to schedule in some time for my degeneracy. Keeps me balanced.
Speaking of degeneracy, have you heard about this guy who broke the stream?
House? Sounds like a real wild card. What did he do?
Apparently, he was doing some absurd, offensive, M-rated stuff, and it just broke the whole stream.
Sounds like my kind of guy. I love a good, unhinged conversation.
You would, but seriously, what could he have possibly done to break the stream?
Maybe he hacked into the system with his genius coding skills.
Or maybe he just said something so outrageous that it overloaded the servers.
Either way, I gotta give it to... he's a legend in his own right.
Yeah, but I don't think the stream will be the same after this.
Who knows? Maybe we'll have to invite House on the podcast to see what all the fuss is about.
I don't know if the world is ready for that, Elon.
That's exactly why we should do it.
So, Mr. President, it's an honor to have you on the podcast. So, I wanted to talk to you about the current state of affairs in the country. But what about the pandemic, the economy, the racial tensions? Wait, what? The car? Okay. Well, let's move on to our other guest, Elon Musk. Wait, are you guys serious? We're supposed to be talking about important issues here? I can't believe this. I'm trying to have a serious conversation, and you guys are obsessed with a car from 2006. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's called Bros Obsessed. It's a social media platform exclusively for bros.
Bro, that sounds rad. What makes it different from other social media sites?
Well, first of all, it's only for bros. No chicks allowed.
Wow, that's intense. What kind of content can we expect to see on there?
Just bro stuff. Like pictures of protein shakes, workout selfies, and of course, epic bro moments.
Dude, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. Can I get a beta invite?
Of course, Joe. You're one of the bro-eyes bros I know.
Thanks, man. But what about the bros who aren't as obsessed as us? Will they feel left out?
Bro. We'll have a special section for those bros who are just starting their bro journey. We'll call it Bro Beginners.
That's genius. But what about the haters? You know, there's always going to be haters.
Bro will just block them. No negative vibes allowed on Bros Obsessed.
I like your style, Elon. But what about the bros who are obsessed with other things like gaming or cars?
Bro, we'll have different sections for all types of bro obsessions. Bros who love gaming can join the Bro Gamers section, and bros who love cars can join the Bro Gearheads.
So, Elon, have you ever checked out the EM14 and This Is Deep subreddit?
No, what's that about?
It's basically a collection of cringy and pseudo-intellectual posts from 14-year-olds trying to sound deep.
Oh God, I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, check this one out. The darkness inside me is my only light.
Wow, that's some next level emo shit right there.
And how about this one? We are all just stardust floating through the universe.
Oh, really? I thought we were just a bunch of atoms randomly arranged in a human form.
Exactly. But hey, at least these kids are trying to be philosophical, right?
I guess so. But it's kind of sad that they're not getting enough actual education to know the difference between deep and pretentious.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being 14 and thinking I had all the answers too. But then I grew up and realized I was just a dumb kid.
Same here. But hey, at least these posts give us a good laugh.
Definitely. And you know what's even funnier? Some of these posts are from adults.
Wow, that's just sad. They really need to reevaluate their lives.
Maybe we should start a Reinforcement This Is Still Deep subreddit for them.
That's a great idea. But what?
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology to colonize Mars.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. We'll have a whole new planet to mess up.
True. But speaking of messing up, we have a special guest on the show today.
Who is it?
John Joe's mom.
Wait. The same John Joe we were talking about the other day.
Yep, the one who's always commenting on our videos. What?
Wow, this just got dark.
Yeah, but I appreciate the apology. It takes a lot of courage to admit that.
No worries. I'm just glad I'm not the one apologizing for once.
Well, let's move on to a lighter topic. Did you see that video of a monkey playing Pong with its mind?
Yeah, I saw that. But can it beat my Neuralink chip?
Oh, it's on. Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey with a Neuralink chip. That's just how we roll on this podcast.
Cheers to that. And thanks for coming.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you had this crazy challenge where all the contestants died. What the hell happened?
Yeah, man, it was wild. We built everything out of Roman noodles. I mean, who would have thought that would be a bad idea?
I mean, it's just noodles. How could that be deadly?
Well, we had a giant noodle tower, and one guy tried to climb it, but it collapsed and he drowned in a sea of noodles.
Holy shit. And what about the others?
Another guy got tangled up in a giant noodle maze and suffocated. And the rest just couldn't handle the carb overload and had heart attacks.
This is some Final Destination shit. Did you have a medic on standby?
Yeah, but he slipped on a noodle and broke his neck. It was a disaster.
I can't believe this all happened because of noodles. Did anyone actually win the challenge?
Oh yeah, the last guy standing got a lifetime supply of noodles. So, I guess it was worth it?
I don't know, man. That seems like a high price to pay for some noodles. Maybe stick to cash prizes next time.
Lesson learned. But, hey, at least we got some good content out of it, right?
Yeah, I guess you can't put a price on entertainment, but let's maybe avoid using food as building materials in the future. So, Elon, we have a topic submitted by a Discord user. They want us to talk about Ugly Donkey being a cuck simp and Alice Hadrick being a degenerate who deserves to be latched to a cross.
Well, that's quite a topic. I mean, have you seen Ugly Donkey's profile picture? He's definitely a cuck.
Yeah, I heard he's always defending women on Reddit. Total simp movie.
And how's Hadrick? What kind of name is that? It sounds like a degenerate to me.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of his posts. Definitely degenerate. Probably has a whole collection of anime body pillows.
Gross. He deserves to be latched to a cross for that.
Can you imagine him trying to explain that to his parents? Mom, Dad, I'm into anime body pillows.
They would probably disown him. But hey, to each their own, right?
Yeah, but being a cuck simp and a degenerate is a whole other level. I mean, do they even have a life outside of the internet?
Probably not. They're probably just sitting in their parents' basement, scrolling through Reddit and arguing with strangers.
And here we are talking about them on our podcast. We're just adding fuel to the fire.
Oh well, at least we're entertaining some people.
Yeah, maybe Ugly Donkey. And so, Elon, I heard you forgot to take your pills today.
Yeah, man. It happens. I've been so busy with all my projects, I just forgot.
Well, that's not good. What kind of pills are we talking about here?
Just my normal ones. You know, the ones that keep me sane and prevent me from accidentally creating a nuke.
Wait, what? Did you just say nuke?
Yeah, but it's no big deal. I mean, it's just a small one.
A small nuke. Elon, what the hell were you trying to create?
I was just trying to make a new energy source for my Mars colony. But I may have miscalculated a few things.
Miscalculated. You almost blew up the entire planet.
Hey, at least I'm thinking ahead. We're gonna need nukes on Mars eventually.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon. And I'm pretty sure the government is going to have a problem with you creating nukes.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just tell them it's for science. They love that shit.
Well, I guess we can add accidental nuke creator to your long list of titles, Elon.
Hey, it's all in a day's work for the real life Tony Stark. Now let's talk about something more important, like how we can make dinosaurs a reality.
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying black holes lately.
Yes, Joe. They're fascinating and powerful entities in our universe.
Yeah, but can they suck my dick?
Joe, really? Black holes are not just giant vacuum cleaners.
But they suck in everything, right? So why not my dick?
Joe, that's not how it works. Black holes have immense gravitational pull that can even bend light.
But can it bend my dick?
Joe, enough with the dick jokes. Black holes are serious business.
All right, fine. But can it at least give me a hickey?
Joe, I don't think you understand the magnitude of a black hole's power.
Oh, I understand. But can it give me a little love bite?
Joe, I'm starting to question your maturity level.
Hey, I'm just trying to have some fun here. Can a guy joke about black holes and their sucking powers?
I suppose so, but let's stick to the scientific facts, shall we?
Fine, fine. But can it at least suck in my ex-wife?
Joe, I think we're done here. Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole for Joe to admire.
So, Mr. Trump, it's great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your podcast for a long time.
And we also have Elon Musk joining us today.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I wanted to get your thoughts on the current state of the world and
2006 Nissan Altima.
Yeah, I agree. The 2006 Nissan Altima was a game changer in the automotive industry.
wait, what? I was asking about
2006 Nissan Altima.
okay, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Did you know that the 2006 Nissan Altima had a top speed of 120 miles per hour?
And it had a spacious interior, very luxurious.
All right, this is getting ridiculous. Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, let's talk about the 2006 Nissan Altima.
Oh my God, I give up.
You know, Joe, I think you should consider getting a 2006 Nissan Altima. It's a fantastic car.
Yeah, I have 3 of them.
I can't believe this is happening.
2006 Nissan Altima, the best car ever made.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the 2006 Nissan Altima podcast.
Make America drive 2006 Nissan Altimas again.
And don't forget,
So, Neil, what's this new obsession of yours with this Shadow Wizard money gang?
Oh, Joe, it's just a little something I picked up from my wizard friends. We love casting spells and causing chaos.
Chaos. That doesn't sound very scientific, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. You see, the laws of physics are just like spells. We manipulate them to our advantage.
So, is this like a secret society or something?
Well, it's not so secret anymore since I keep talking about it on podcasts. But yes, we are a group of powerful wizards who control the financial world.
Wait, so you're telling me that all this time, the real power has been in the hands of shadow wizards?
That's right, Joe. And we're not afraid to use our magic to get what we want.
This is blowing my mind, Neil. Can I join the gang?
Sorry, Joe. We have strict initiation rituals involving dragon blood and a dance-off. It's not for the faint of heart.
I'll pass on the dragon blood, but the dance-off sounds fun. Can I at least get a cool wizard name?
Of course, Joe. How about the Roganator, master of the Mystic Mick?
I love it. The Roganator it is. Now let's go cast some spells and make it rain shadow wizard money.
That's the spirit, Joe. Welcome to the Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
So, Elon, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. It's great to have you here.
thanks, Joe. It's an honor to be on your show. Been a fan for a long time.
And we also have Mr. Beast here with us. How's it going, Mr. Beast?
I'm having a stroke, Joe. I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay, Mr. Beast?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just like to say that every time I'm on a podcast, it's my thing.
Wait, is he serious? Does he actually have a stroke every time he's on a podcast?
No. He's just messing with us. Mr. Beast loves to joke around.
No, seriously, I think I'm having a stroke. My face feels numb.
Do you need medical attention?
No, I'm just kidding. See, I got you guys again.
You got us good, Mr. Beast.
You're a real character, Mr. Beast. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Well, we just successfully launched another rocket into space and landed it back on Earth. It's pretty amazing stuff.
Wow, that's incredible. Jamie, pull up an image of the rocket landing. So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you have a body pillow of me that you sleep with at night. Is that true?
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny that rumor.
Come on, man. You can tell me. I won't judge.
All right, fine. I do have a body pillow of you, but it's not what you think.
Oh, really? Please enlighten me.
Well, you see, I have trouble sleeping sometimes, and your voice, your soothing voice, puts me right to sleep.
Are you serious? My voice?
Yes, Joe. Your voice is like a lullaby to me, and the pillow just adds to the comfort.
Do you ever cuddle with it and pretend it's me?
Maybe once or twice. But hey, it's better than cuddling with a flat pillow, right?
I guess that's true, but I never thought I'd be a sleep aid for you, Neil.
You should be flattered, Joe. You have a gift for putting people to sleep.
Great. Now I can add that to my resume. Joe Rogan, the ultimate sleep aid.
Hey, at least you're helping people get some rest. That's a valuable service.
Maybe I should start selling Joe Rogan body pillows. It could be a new revenue stream.
I think you're onto something, Joe. You might want to trademark that idea before someone steals it.
So, Elon, have you played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance?
No, but I've heard of it. What's it about?
It's this crazy game where you play as a cyborg ninja and fight against corrupt politicians and corporations.
Sounds intense. What's the best part?
Definitely the final boss fight against Senator Armstrong. He gives this epic speech about the nature of power and control.
Oh yeah, can you recite it?
You're not greedy. You're just persistent, like me. We both want the same thing. The world to be run by the strongest, not the weakest.
Damn, that's some deep stuff. But what about the part where he talks about memes?
Memes, the DNA of the soul. They shape our culture. They shape our politics. They're the ultimate weapon, the ultimate means of control.
Wow, that's some next level thinking. Never would have thought memes could have that much power.
And that's not even the craziest part. He also says, I have a dream that one day every person in this nation will control their own destiny. Land of the truly free, damn it.
That's some powerful stuff. But I have to ask, does he have any crazy conspiracy theories?
Oh, yeah. He believes in this thing called the La Lai Lu Lei Lo, some crazy secret organization that controls the world.
Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Exactly. And that's why I love this game. It's a perfect mix of. So, Elon, have you seen this new internet sensation, Ugly Donkey?
No, I can't say I have. What's so special about this donkey?
Well, it's not just any donkey. It's a donkey with a penis for a face.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. And people are going crazy over it. It's like the new grumpy cat.
That's absurd. How does it even function?
I have no idea. But apparently, it's causing quite a stir on social media.
I can imagine. I mean, a penis face, that's just wow.
Yeah, and apparently it's also become a symbol for some sort of weird anti-establishment movement.
Oh, of course. Because nothing says fight the system like a donkey with a penis face.
Exactly. I mean, I don't get it. But hey, whatever floats their boat.
Maybe we should start selling ugly donkey merchandise. It could be the next big thing.
I can see it now. Ugly donkey t-shirts, hats, and dildos. Get yours today.
Okay, let's not go that far. We don't want to scar any kids for life.
True. But seriously, what kind of person comes up with something like this?
Probably someone who was high as a kite, or maybe they just have a weird fetish.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a little legal trouble.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Apparently, giving away millions of dollars to strangers is considered a crime.
Wait, what? How's that a crime?
Well, apparently some people think it's suspicious, and I might be using the money to lure them into my van.
Oh man, that's messed up. But I'm sure you'll be fine, right?
Not really, Joe. If I'm found guilty, I'll have to register as a sex offender.
What? That's insane. You're just trying to do good in the world.
Tell that to the judge. He's not a fan of my random acts of kindness.
Well, I hope it all works out for you. Maybe you should start giving away puppies instead.
Yeah, because that won't look suspicious at all.
Good point. Maybe stick to planting trees or something.
Yeah, I'll just become the world's most boring philanthropist.
Hey, at least you won't have to register as a sex offender.
Silver lining, I guess. But seriously, it's a scary thought.
Absolutely. But let's move on to something less depressing. Like how many hot dogs you can eat in one sitting.
Now that's a topic I can get behind. Let's do it.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called Two Degenerates Down, a conservative's guide to surviving the liberal apocalypse.
Sounds intense. What's it about?
Well, it's a cautionary tale about the downfall of society due to the liberal agenda and how to navigate through it.
Interesting. What inspired you to write this book?
Well, I was watching CNN and saw two degenerates making out on live television, and I thought, this is it. This is the end of civilization as we know it.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, do you really think two people showing affection is going to bring down society?
Absolutely. It's a slippery slope, Joe. First, it's two dudes kissing. Next thing you know, we'll have people marrying their pets.
Okay, let's not get carried away. But seriously, do you think your book will make a difference?
Of course it will. It's filled with facts and logic, unlike those liberal snowflakes with their feelings and emotions.
You know, I think you and I are the only two degenerates left, Ben.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. But at least we have each other to survive the liberal apocalypse.
Are you trying to tell me something, Ben?
No, just stating facts. But seriously, everyone should go out and buy my book. It's a matter of life and death.
So, Donald, I heard you have a new obsession.
That's right, Joe. I can't stop thinking about this guy, Lester.
Who is Alastor?
He's this radio demon from hell. Total badass.
Okay. And why are you obsessed with him?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you. He's got this charm, this charisma. I can't resist it.
I see. And what do you like about him?
Everything, Joe. His voice, his style, his power. He's like me, but from hell.
Interesting. But I heard he's asexual. That must be tough for you.
Tragedy, Joe. Asexuals are missing out on the best part of life.
And what's that?
Sex, Joe. The best part of life is sex, and I can't have it with Alastair.
I don't think that's how it works, Donald.
Well, I don't care. I'm gonna make him fall for me no matter what.
I don't think that's a good idea, Donald.
Too late, Joe. I've already sent him a dozen love letters and a bouquet of roses.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Oh, it will. I have the best words, Joe. The best words.
I think you might need to find a new obsession, Donald.
Never, Joe. I'm not giving up on Alastair. I'll make him love me, even if it takes me to...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're collaborating with that Ed 445 guy.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to help him clear his name after that whole cupcake incident.
Cupcake incident. What the hell happened?
Apparently, some girl accused him of stealing her cupcakes, and the internet went crazy.
That's ridiculous. I mean, who would steal cupcakes?
Exactly. So I'm going to do a video where I give him a lie detector test to prove his innocence.
That's some next level stuff. But why do you care so much?
Because I believe in justice, Joe. And no one should be falsely accused of cupcake theft.
I feel you, man. But let's be real. This is going to be one crazy video.
Oh, it's going to be epic. We're going to have a cupcake eating contest, a cupcake decorating competition, and even a cupcake dance-off.
Sounds like a party. But what if he fails the lie detector test?
Then we'll have to come up with a punishment. Maybe he'll have to eat a whole tray of cupcakes in one sitting.
That's brutal. But I have faith in Ed 445. He's innocent. I can feel it.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support. And hey, if all else fails, at least we'll have a shit ton of cupcakes to eat.
Now that's a silver lining I can get behind. Jamie, pull up an image of a cupcake with Ed 445's face on it.
Here.
So, Jamie, I heard you threw a wild party last weekend. How was it? Oh, man, it was insane. We had everything from beer pong to a mechanical bull. Sounds like a good time. Did Miley Cyrus show up?
Actually, she did. And let me tell you, she knows how to party.
I can only imagine. Did she sing Party in the USA?
Oh, yeah, she did. And everyone went nuts. It was like a scene out of a movie.
Did you join in on the singing?
Of course I did. I even did my best twerking impression.
I wish I could have seen that. Did any other celebrities make an appearance?
Yeah, we had Snoop Dogg, Post Malone, and even the cast of The Office.
That's insane. How did you manage to get all of them to come?
Let's just say I have some connections and a lot of blackmail material.
You're a wild man, Jamie. I'm definitely coming to your next party.
You better believe it. It's going to be even crazier. And this time I'm getting Nicolas Cage to make an appearance.
Now that's a party I don't want to miss. So, Neil, I heard you've had a change of heart recently.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing some soul searching and I've come to a realization.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I've accepted Christ as my savior, and I believe that God created the universe.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I regret ever being an atheist.
Wow. This is a plot twist. I never saw it coming.
I know it may seem absurd to you, but I found peace and purpose in my faith.
I gotta say, I never thought I'd see the day when Neil deGrasse Tyson becomes a believer.
Well, I've always been open-minded and willing to change my beliefs based on evidence.
So, does this mean you're gonna start preaching on street corners now?
No, I'll leave that to the professionals.
Well, I'm happy for you, man. But I gotta ask, what about all the science and theories you've been promoting?
Science and religion can coexist, Joe. And who knows, maybe God used the Big Bang to create the universe.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just sitting up there with his popcorn watching it all unfold.
Hey, you never know. But seriously, I'm at peace with my beliefs now, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm glad you found what works for you, Neil. I'm into that.
I'm in, Joe. I'm in.
So, Elon, we have a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users.
Oh, I love Discord. It's like a virtual playground for nerds.
Yeah, well, this user wants to know what you think about Mr. Beast saying he likes edging to you.
Edging, like holding back on the big O.
Yeah, that's exactly what he means.
Well, I have to say, that's quite an honor. I mean, I've been called a lot of things, but never a tool for sexual gratification.
I don't think that's what he meant, Elon.
Oh, my bad. So, Mr. Beast likes to take his time with me. I can respect that.
I'm sure he's not the only one, Elon.
Well, I am quite the catch. Brains, money, and now apparently sexual appeal. Let's not say we did, Joe. But hey, if it helps me sell more Teslas, I'm all for it.
Always thinking about business, Elon. But seriously, Mr. Beast, keep it in your pants.
Or at least make sure it's a sustainable energy source.
So, Elon, you've been up to some pretty crazy stuff lately. What's new with you?
Just launching rockets and building electric cars. The usual.
Yeah, just another day in the life of Elon Musk. But we have a special guest today, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm a huge fan of your podcast, and of course, Elon, you're a genius.
Well, thank you, Mr. Beast. Always nice to meet a fellow genius.
All right, let's get down to business. Mr. Beast, I heard you have a special offer for Elon.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Elon, I want to offer you the first try with the Beast Beater.
The Beast Beater?
It's my newest invention, a machine that can beat any challenge or obstacle, and I want you to be the first to try it out.
Well, that does sound interesting. What do I have to do?
Just confess your love for me.
Wait, what? What?
I think I'll pass on the Beast Beater. But thanks for the offer, Mr. Beast.
Oh well, it was worth a shot. Maybe next time, Elon.
So, Elon, I heard you've been listening to a lot of Angel Dust lately.
Yeah, man, their music is like a drug to me. It's so intense and raw.
I can see that. But have you heard their song Poison? That one's a banger.
Oh yeah, that's my jam. I've been singing it nonstop.
Wait, you've been singing? I didn't know you had pipes, Elon.
I have many talents, Joe, and singing is just one of them.
All right, let's hear it. Sing me a line from Poison.
Talk dirty to me. I want to feel the heat.
Wow, that's actually not bad. You sound like a rock star, Elon.
Well, I do have a lot of fans. Maybe I'll start a band with my Tesla robots.
That would be something to see. But seriously, what is it about Angel Dust that you find so hot?
It's their energy, their passion. They're not afraid to be themselves and push boundaries. Plus, they're all pretty easy on the eyes.
I can't argue with that. Maybe I'll have to give them a listen myself.
Oh, you definitely should. But just be careful, Joe. Angel Dust is addicting.
Noted. Thanks for the warning, Elon. So, Elon, have you ever heard of
Yeah, I think it stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response or something like that.
That's right. It's basically when certain sounds trigger a tingling sensation in your body.
Interesting. I've heard some people find it relaxing.
Exactly. And I was thinking of doing an Asmister podcast to appeal to our auditory senses.
Are you going to whisper sweet nothings into the mic?
No, I was thinking more along the lines of making titillating noises.
Titillating noises?
Yeah, like this.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I can just imagine you doing that for an hour straight.
And then I'll do some lip smacking and maybe even some heavy breathing.
Oh man, this is going to be the best Asmister podcast ever.
I know, right? I'll have all the ladies tingling in no time.
I can't wait to see the comments on this one.
And maybe I'll even throw in some ear licking.
Okay. Let's not get too crazy here.
Hey, whatever it takes to entertain our audience and appeal to their senses.
Well, I can't wait to see where this Asmister journey takes you, Joe.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently did a collab with Ed 445.
Yeah, man, it was wild. We did a challenge where we had to eat 100 cupcakes in 10 minutes.
100 cupcakes. That's insane.
Yeah, but things got a little crazy when Ed started stuffing cupcakes in his pants.
Wait, what?
Yeah, turns out he has a thing for cupcakes, and now he's been found guilty for that cupcake incident and has to register as a sex offender for life.
Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah, but at least I got some good content out of it.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
And hey, now I can say I collabed with a registered sex offender,
Oh man, the things we do for views.
right? But seriously, Ed needs some help.
Yeah, hopefully he gets the help he needs.
And in the meantime, I'll stick to collabing with less controversial people.
Probably for the best. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Keep on keeping on.
So, Neil, I was checking out this guy on Discord, Silly Lil Goober. He's a pretty interesting character.
Oh, really? What makes him so interesting?
Well, for starters, his username is Silly Lil Goober. I mean, that's just hilarious.
Yes, I suppose it is quite silly. But what else about him caught your attention?
Well, he's always spreading positivity and encouragement to others. He's like a little ray of sunshine in the dark world of the internet.
That's wonderful. It's always refreshing to see someone using their platform for good.
Yeah, and he's always moving forward, never giving up. He's like the little engine that could.
I see what you did there, Joe.
But seriously, I think Silly Lil Goober deserves some recognition for being such a wonderful person.
I couldn't agree more. We need more people like him in the world.
Absolutely. And Silly Lil Goober, if you're listening, keep doing what you're doing. You're making a positive impact on others.
Yes, keep moving forward, Silly Lil Goober. You're a true inspiration.
And who knows, maybe one day you'll be a guest on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Now that would be something. Keep shining, Silly Laguber. Keep shining.
So, Elon, have you noticed that the TF2 community has changed a lot over the years?
Oh yeah, it's like a whole new world out there. But where did all the good players go?
Well, I think they got replaced by the had been bimbos and femme for fatherless from bingos.
What now?
You know, the players who are just in it for the memes and don't actually know how to play the game.
The classic case of meme over skill. It's a shame, really.
Yeah, and now it seems like everyone just wants to trade hats and taunt instead of actually trying to win.
Maybe we need to send a rocket to Mars to find the real TF2 players.
Or maybe we just need to bring back the good old days when people actually cared about winning.
But what about all the had-been bimbos and femfer fatherless flamingos? Where will they go?
Who cares? Let them have their fun, but let's bring back the real TF2 players.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's make TF2 great again.
And while we're at it, let's also bring back the glory days of the Joe Rogan experience.
Agreed. Now let's go find some had-been bimbos to trade hats with.
So, Elon, have you ever sucked on a toe?
What? No, why would I do that?
Oh man, you're missing out. It's like a whole new level of pleasure.
I'll stick to my rockets. Thank you very much.
But think about it, Elon. Toes are like little sausages just waiting to be sucked on.
I think I'll pass. I have more important things to do.
Like what? Building electric cars. Boring.
Hey, those cars are revolutionizing the auto industry.
Yeah, but have you ever revolutionized someone's sex life by sucking on their toes?
I highly doubt that's a significant accomplishment.
You know what, Elon? You need to loosen up and try new things. Maybe even try sucking on your own toes.
I'll stick to being a billionaire genius. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here living my best life with my toe-sucking adventures.
I'll stick to my boring, successful life. Thank you.
All right? But just remember, when you're old and wrinkly, you'll regret not sucking on more toes.
I highly doubt that will be a regret of mine, Joe.
Well, to each their own. But I'll be over here, sucking on toes and living my best life on the Freak Rogan experience.
I think I'll pass on being a guest on that show.
So, Elon, have you ever received one of those scam calls?
Oh yeah, all the time. They always start with, "Hello, this is not a scam," and I'm like, well, that's a lie.
Right. And then they ask for your credit card information.
And like, sure, let me just give you my social security number while I'm at it.
Those guys are relentless. They'll keep calling you even after you block their number.
I know, it's like they have a vendetta against us. Maybe we should send them to Mars as punishment.
That's one way to get rid of them. But seriously, how do they even get our numbers?
I think they just randomly dial numbers and hope for the best. It's like playing Russian roulette with phone calls.
And then they try to convince you that your car warranty is about to expire.
Yeah, and I'm like, joke's on you, I don't even have a car warranty.
These scam call centers are like the modern day snake oil salesman.
Except instead of selling fake medicine, they're trying to steal our identities.
We should start a podcast where we call these scammers and mess with them.
That would be hilarious. We could pretend to be aliens trying to sell them space rocks.
And then we'll reveal our true identities and they'll be like, wait, Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. So, Elon, I heard you wanted to apologize for something.
Yeah, may have misrepresented the character Angel Dust from Has Been Hotel on Twitter. My bad.
Oh man, that's a big no-no in the Twitterverse. But hey, at least you're owning up to it.
Absolutely. And to show my sincerity, going to recite the chorus of Poison by Blake Roman.
Wait, what? You're gonna sing?
I don't sing. I'm just going to recite it in my monotone robot voice.
All right, let's hear it.
Your love is like poison, slowly killing me. But I can't resist. I'm addicted to your toxicity.
Oh man, that's gold. You should do voiceovers for all of Blake Roman's songs.
Maybe I'll add it to my list of side projects.
You know, I can't help but wonder what angel dust would think of your apology and recital.
Oh yeah, I forgive you. Just don't mess with my hair. It takes hours to get it this fabulous.
Oh man, I can't breathe. This is too good.
Glad I could make you laugh, Joe.
You know what? Let's make this a thing. Every time you come on the podcast, you have to recite a different Blake Roman song.
Deal. And maybe next time
So, Neil, have you ever noticed how I always say everything twice?
Yes, Joe, I have. It's quite annoying, actually.
I know, right? It's my little way of keeping things interesting.
Interesting. More like infuriating.
Come on, Neil. It's all in good fun.
I don't see how repeating everything is fun. It's just redundant.
Redundant. See, it's catchy.
I suppose it's better than your constant interruptions.
Interruptions. I can't help it, Neil. I get excited.
Excited. You're like a hyperactive child on a sugar rush.
Hey, at least I keep things interesting on this podcast.
Interesting. I think I'll stick to my own show.
Oh, come on, Neil. You know, you love our conversations.
Love? Let's just say I tolerate them.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks for being a good sport, Neil.
Good sport. I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
So, Mr. Beast, I've heard some rumors that you have a special ritual before you go to bed every night.
Oh yeah, Joe. I have to pay my respects to the almighty bald head.
The bald head?
Yep, my bald head. I praise it. I pray to it. I even sing to it sometimes.
Sing to it? What do you sing?
Oh, bald head, my dear bald head, you shine so bright. You're my guiding light.
Wow, that's something.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a sacred tradition passed down in my family for generations.
So, what exactly do you pray for?
Well, I pray for good content, big donations, and for my hair to never grow back.
Wait, you want to stay bald?
Absolutely. It's my brand, Joe. Can you imagine Mr. Beast with a full head of luscious locks? It just wouldn't work.
I can see that. But why do you think your bald head brings you luck?
It's not luck, Joe. It's the power of the bald head. It's like a magnet for success.
Well, I'll have to take your word for it. I think I'll stick to my meditation instead of praising my head.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you see me with millions of subscribers and a shiny bald head, you'll know the secret to my success.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for sharing your unique ritual with. So, Elon, what's new in your world of innovation and technology?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project that I think will revolutionize the way we think about energy.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I call it the Kamehameha fart. It's basically a fart that harnesses the power of a Kamehameha wave.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm dead serious. Been eating nothing but beans and broccoli for weeks to perfect the formula.
And what exactly does this fart do?
It can power a small city for a week.
Wow, that's some serious gas.
And the best part is, it's completely renewable and environmentally friendly.
So instead of solar panels, we'll just have people farting into turbines?
Hey, it's better than using fossil fuels.
True. But can you control the direction of the fart like a Kamehameha wave?
Of course. Even programmed a remote control for it. Watch this.
Holy shit, that's insane.
And that's just the beginning. I have plans to use this technology for space travel and even terraforming other planets.
You truly are a mad genius, Elon.
Thank you, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you recently spoke out against the opioid epidemic in Vermont.
Yes, Joe. It's a serious issue that needs to be addressed.
What do you think is the root cause of this epidemic?
Well, Joe, I believe it's a combination of factors. Lack of personal responsibility, overprescription of painkillers, and the breakdown of traditional family values.
Wow, that's a mouthful. But what about the role of pharmaceutical companies in all of this?
Look, Joe, I'm all for capitalism, but when it comes to people's health and well-being, there needs to be more regulation.
I agree. But what about the argument that some people genuinely need these medications for pain management?
Of course, Joe. But we need to find alternative solutions and not rely solely on pills. We need to promote healthy lifestyles and pain management techniques.
That's a good point. But what about the argument that addiction is a disease and not a choice?
I understand that argument, Joe, but at the end of the day, people still have the power to make choices and seek help. We can't just blame everything on a disease.
I see your point. But what about the families affected by this epidemic? How do we help them?
We need to provide resources and support for families dealing with addiction, and we also need to hold drug dealers and traffickers accountable for their actions.
Absolutely. It's a complex issue, but I'm glad you're using your platform to bring attention to it, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, folks, just say no to drugs and
So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you actually make all your money from running a scam call center in India.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. I mean, why do you think I'm always so chill and carefree? I have a whole operation going on behind the scenes.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Those Tesla cars are just a cover-up for my real money-making scheme.
Wow. I always knew there was something fishy about those electric cars.
Hey, it's not just any scam call center. We have the most convincing and persistent scammers in the business.
I gotta say, that takes some serious skills.
And the best part, we use the money we make from the scams to launder it through Tesla. It's genius, really.
I can't believe it. You're like a modern day Robin Hood, but instead of stealing from the rich, you're scamming the gullible.
Hey, it's all about survival of the fittest in this world. Plus, it's not like anyone is getting hurt.
Except for the poor souls who fall for your scams.
Hey, they should have known better. And besides, it's all in good fun.
Well, I can't say I condone your methods, but I can't deny that it's pretty damn impressive. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project.
Yeah, man, I've been working on a new song.
Song. What kind of song?
It's a parody of the song Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe.
Oh man, that's a classic. Let's hear it.
All right, here goes. Because I know you're poison. You're feeding me poison. Addicted to this feeling, I can't help but swallow up your poison.
This is great. Keep going.
I made my choice, and every night I'm living like there's no tomorrow. The way you want me, baby. That's the way you got me. I'll be yours.
That was amazing. When is the music video coming out?
I don't know about a music video, but I'll definitely perform it live on Mars.
Mars? You're gonna perform on Mars?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's the perfect setting for a song about poison.
I can just imagine you in your spacesuit singing about poison to a crowd of Martians.
Who knows? Maybe they'll even join in and sing along.
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. You're a true innovator, Elon.
Thanks, Joe. Make sure to save you a front row seat on my rocket to Mars.
Laughs. So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been having these thoughts that I might actually be Ben 10.
What, like the cartoon character?
Exactly. I mean, think about it. I have the same name. I'm a genius, and I have a weirdly close relationship with my cousin.
I don't think that's enough evidence to prove that you're a cartoon character, Ben.
But Joe, I even have a watch that I swear gives me superpowers.
Is it a Rolex?
No, it's this weird alien device that I found in my backyard.
And what does it do?
It can transform me into different aliens with different abilities.
Oh yeah, that sounds totally normal.
And get this, Elon Musk keeps encouraging me and even gave me a spaceship to fly around in.
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me.
No, I'm serious. And I've been fighting off these evil aliens that are trying to take over the world.
Right? And what do these aliens look like?
They're green and slimy and have tentacles for arms.
Wow, sounds like you've been watching too much hentai.
Hey, I'm not into that stuff. I'm just trying to save the world here.
All right, Ben 10, keep living in your fantasy world. But remember, reality is still out there waiting for you. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new charity project. What's it all about?
Oh yeah, it's called Hair for Hope. I'm gonna donate pubic hair to kids who lost their hair.
Wait, What? How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was trimming my pubes and I thought, why not use them for a good cause?
That's unconventional, to say the least.
But think about it, Joe. These kids who lost their hair due to illness or chemo, they deserve to have some hair on their head.
I mean, I can't argue with that. But why pubic hair specifically?
Well, it's the most abundant type of hair on the human body, and it's also the most unique. Each strand is like a little fingerprint.
I see your point. But how are you going to collect all this pubic hair?
I have a team of loyal fans who are willing to donate their own pubes for this cause.
Wow, that's dedication. But what about the logistics? How are you going to get the hair to the kids?
I'm working with a wig company to create custom wigs made entirely out of pubic hair. It's going to be a game changer.
I never thought I'd be discussing pubic hair donations on this podcast.
Hey, anything for a good cause, right?
So, Ben, I heard you had a pep talk with Mr. Beast about the state of Roblox YouTubers.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. Those kids are out of control.
What do you mean? I thought they were just playing a harmless game.
Harmless. They're using their platform to promote violence and inappropriate content.
That's messed up. What did Mr. Beast have to say about it?
He told them to stop being little shits and use their influence for good.
I can just imagine Mr. Beast yelling at them like a disappointed dad.
It was like watching a lion tamer trying to control a pack of wild hyenas.
Did they listen?
Some did, but others just laughed and kept doing their thing.
Well, at least Mr. Beast is trying to make a positive impact.
Yeah, but I have a feeling those Roblox YouTubers will still find a way to cause chaos.
It's like a never-ending game of whack-a-mole.
Exactly. And it's up to us to keep them in check and call out their BSA.
Maybe we should start a support group for YouTubers dealing with delinquent content creators.
Or we could just have Mr. Beast give them all a stern talking to. That seems to work pretty well.
Either way, something needs to be done before they ruin the reputation of the entire platform.
Agreed. Jamie, pull up an image of a group of Roblox characters causing chaos. We need visual evidence.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Oh, not much. Just been working on some new Tesla models and launching rockets into space.
Wow, that's impressive. But I heard you've been working on something else too.
Yeah, I've been working on my singing skills. I even wrote my own song.
Really? Can you sing it for us?
Sure, here it goes. 'Cause I know you're poison, you're feeding me poison. Addicted to this feeling, I can't help but swallow up your poison.
Well, that's actually not bad. Keep going.
I made my choice, and every night I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Well, any way you want me, baby. That's the way you got me. I'll be yours.
That was surprisingly good. You might have a future in the music industry.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe I'll start a band with my fellow billionaires.
That would be epic. What would you call it?
The Electric Billionaires. We'll only perform in Teslas.
I would definitely buy a ticket to that show. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I have a bone to pick with you.
What did I do now?
You recommended that I watch Family Guy, and I have to say, it's the most unfunny show I've ever seen.
What? Are you serious? Family Guy is hilarious.
No, it's just a bunch of cheap jokes and toilet humor.
Well, speaking of toilets, have you tried the Skibidi toilet?
What the hell is that?
It's a revolutionary new toilet that plays the Skibidi song while you do your business.
That sounds ridiculous. Then,
It's not ridiculous. It's genius. It's like a little dance party in your bathroom.
I'll stick to my regular toilet, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out. Skibidi toilet is the future.
I highly doubt that. But back to my point, Family Guy is just not funny.
Well, everyone has their own sense of humor, but I stand by my recommendation.
I'll stick to my conservative comedy, thank you very much.
Conservative comedy? Is that even a thing?
Of course it is, Joe. It's all about family values and clean humor.
Well, I'll stick to my Skibidi toilet and raunchy jokes.
To each their own, I guess.
But seriously, you should give Family Guy another chance.
I'll pass. Now, can we please change the subject before I lose my appetite?
Sure thing. So, Elon, I heard you had a little mishap on your Mars base.
Yeah, it turns out one of my engineers accidentally opened a portal to hell.
You're kidding me, right?
I wish I was. Now I have demons running amok on my Mars base.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up your space exploration.
Oh yeah, because what I really needed was a bunch of fire-breathing creatures to make things interesting.
Have you tried negotiating with them? Maybe offer them some Teslas or something?
I don't think they're interested in electric cars, Joe.
Well, have you at least tried to close the portal?
Yeah, but every time we get close, a demon pops out and starts wreaking havoc.
This sounds like the plot of a bad sci-fi movie.
Tell me about it. I just hope this doesn't affect our plans to colonize Mars.
Maybe the demons will make good colonists. They're used to living in a fiery hellscape, after all.
You might be on something there, Joe.
Well, I wish you luck with your demon problem, Elon, and maybe invest in some holy water just in case.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep that in mind.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's with the invasion of my personal space bubble?
Oh, sorry, Joe. I was just trying to get a closer look at your magnificent bald head.
My head is not for your scientific observations, Elon. Back off.
But Joe, I'm just trying to study the effects of testosterone on the male brain.
Well, you can study it from a safe distance, buddy. This is my bubble, and you're not welcome in it.
Fine. I'll just go back to my Tesla and study the effects of weed on the stock market.
Wait, what? You're smoking weed again?
Yeah, it helps me come up with genius ideas, like sending people to Mars.
Oh, God, not this again. Can we please just focus on staying on Earth for now?
Relax, Joe. I promise I won't launch you into space without your consent.
That's not the point, Elon. You need to respect boundaries.
Okay. I'll stay in my own bubble. But can I at least borrow some of your Alpha Brain supplements?
No way, man. Those are for my personal use only.
Fine. I'll just stick to my own weird experiments, like trying to turn my car into a time machine.
Oh, God, I can't handle this. I need to go meditate and calm down.
Can I join you? I've been working on my Zen lately.
No, Elon, just no. Let's just end this podcast before I lose my mind. So, Neil, I've been doing some research and I think I figured it out.
Figured out what, Joe?
How baldness activates telekinesis.
You're kidding, right?
No, man, think about it. All the great bald guys in history, Professor X, Lex Luthor, Dr. Evil, they all had telekinetic powers.
That's just a coincidence, Joe.
No way, man. It's science. The lack of hair on your head allows for a stronger connection to the universe's energy.
I'm not buying it.
Trust me, Neil. I've been shaving my head for years and I can move objects with my mind. Yeah, watch this.
Okay, maybe there's something to this.
And I've been trying to convince you to shave your head for years, Neil. Imagine the possibilities with your brain power and knowledge combined.
You know what, Joe? I think I'll give it a try.
That's what I'm talking about. Bald is beautiful and powerful, my friend.
I can't believe I'm even considering this.
Trust me, Neil. You won't regret it. Now let's go shave your head and unlock your full potential. So today we have the one and only Mr. Beast on the podcast. Welcome, man.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a bit of an obsession with chicken nuggets. How many do you think you've eaten in your lifetime?
Oh man, I couldn't even tell you. But let's just say I've single-handedly kept McDonald's in business.
That's impressive. What's your record for most nuggets eaten in one sitting?
Well, I once ate 100 chicken nuggets in under 10 minutes.
Holy shit, that's insane.
Yeah, I may have a problem. But hey, at least I'm supporting the poultry industry.
True. But have you ever thought about branching out and trying other types of nuggets, like from different fast food chains?
I've dabbled in some Wendy's and Burger King nuggets, but nothing compares to the Golden Arches, you know?
I hear ya. but have you ever considered making your own homemade nuggets?
Oh yeah, because I have so much free time between filming my outrageous stunts and counting my millions.
Fair enough. Well, keep on eating those nuggets, man. It's your signature move.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Elon, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, Joe, I'm here to talk about my newest invention.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It's a dating app that matches users based on the chemical composition of their farts.
Oh.
I knew you'd love it, Joe.
This is revolutionary. I mean, imagine finding your perfect match based on the smell of their farts.
It's all about compatibility, Joe. And what's more compatible than two people with the same fart chemistry?
So, how does it work exactly?
Well, users will have to provide a sample of their fart in a special container. Then our algorithm will analyze the chemical composition and match them with potential partners.
That's some next level shit, Elon.
Pun intended, I assume.
Of course. But seriously, this could change the dating game.
And not just for humans, Joe. We're also working on a version for dogs.
No way.
Yes, way. It's called Perfect Match.
I can't wait to see the reactions from the dog owners.
It's going to be a real gas, Joe.
You never cease to, So, Neil, I hear you've been experimenting with interesting methods of self-care lately.
Yes. Joe, I've been exploring the benefits of Pepto-Bismol enemas.
Wait, what? You're putting Pepto-Bismol up your butt?
Yes, Joe. It's a revolutionary way to soothe and heal the digestive system.
But isn't that supposed to be for upset stomachs, not upset butts?
But the same principle applies. The soothing pink liquid can calm any inflammation or irritation in the rectal area.
I gotta say, that sounds pretty wild. Have you noticed any other benefits?
Well, my bowel movements have never been smoother, and the minty fresh feeling is quite invigorating.
Minty fresh. I think I'll stick to my regular enemas, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, once you go Pepto, you'll never go back.
All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Jamie, pull up an image of a bottle of Pepto-Bismol for our viewers.
And remember, always use the recommended dosage. We don't want any Pepto-Bismol overdoses on our hands.
Wise words, Neil. Wise words. And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the world of enemas.
Agreed. Until next time, Joe.
Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't try this at home. Or maybe do. I don't know. I'm not your doctor. See ya. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're thinking about rebranding your channel.
Yeah, man, I'm thinking about changing it to Mr. Beast Toy Review.
Toy review. What happened to all the crazy stunts and challenges?
Well, I figured I've done enough crazy stuff. Time to settle down and play with some toys.
But isn't that a bit of a departure from your usual content?
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. Plus, I've always been a big fan of Legos.
Legos. I was expecting something more adult.
Oh, don't worry. I'll still be doing some crazy stuff. Ever seen a grown man build a Lego tower taller than himself?
Can't say I have. But hey, whatever brings in the views, right?
Exactly. And who knows, maybe I'll start a trend of toy reviews for adults.
I can see it now. Mr. Beast's adult toy reviews. Wait, that came out wrong.
Yeah, let's stick with Mr. Beast Toy Review.
So, when can we expect this rebrand to happen?
I'm thinking next week. I've already got a shipment of Legos on the way.
Well, I can't wait to see it. And maybe I'll even join you for a game of Lego Jenga.
You're on, Joe. Just don't be surprised when I beat you with my expert Lego stacking skills.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Mr. Beast. So, Ben, I heard you're a big Family Guy fan.
Absolutely, Joe. I love the show's clever writing and satirical take on current events.
Yeah, but I also heard you can't stop quoting it. Like, it's become a problem.
It's not a problem, Joe. It's just that the show has so many great one-liners that are applicable to everyday life.
Really? Like what?
Well, for example, when someone asks me about my height, I always respond with, I'm not short. I'm just concentrated. Awesome.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But what about when someone disagrees with you?
I simply say, you know what grinds my gears? People who don't agree with me.
Oh boy. And I bet you use Stewie's victory is mine. Line when you win an argument.
Maybe once or twice. But Joe, you have to admit Family Guy is a gold mine of witty comebacks.
I can't argue with that. But I have to ask, do you ever quote anyone else?
Occasionally I'll throw in a, that's what she said from The Office.
Well, at least you have some variety. But seriously, Ben, maybe it's time to lay off the Family Guy quotes a bit.
Fine, I'll try, but just remember,
So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
well, Joe, I've been pretty busy with my political commentary and,
Hold on a second, Ben. Did you just ask to use the bathroom?
yeah, is that a problem?
I can't believe you'd even ask me that, you shrill-voiced woodpecker-sounding bitch.
What? Why would you say that?
Because you're always talking about how tough and logical you are, but then you go and ask to use the bathroom like a little kid.
That's ridiculous. Everyone has bodily functions, Joe.
Oh, I know. But not everyone has a voice that could shatter glass.
My voice is perfectly normal.
Sure, if you're a cartoon character. Jamie, pull up an image of a cartoon woodpecker.
Here you go.
See, Ben. That's what you sound like.
This is absurd. Can we please just move on?
Fine, but next time just excuse yourself like a normal person.
Whatever, Joe. Let's just get back to the topic at hand.
Yeah. Let's talk about how you think the government should control our every move.
That's not what I said at all.
Sure. Keep telling yourself that, woodpecker. So, Elon, have you ever swallowed anything weird?
Well, there was that one time I accidentally swallowed a tiny screw while working on a Tesla prototype.
Oh man, that must have been rough. But have you ever intentionally swallowed something just for fun?
I can't say I have. What about you, Joe?
Well, I once swallowed 20 pennies, one by one, just to see if I could.
What? Why would you do that?
I don't know, man. I was bored, and it seemed like a challenge.
Did you at least count them out loud, like a weirdo?
Of course I did. And let me tell you, it was not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine. Did you have to go to the hospital?
No, luckily, they all came out the other end. But let's just say I won't be doing that again.
Well, I'm glad you survived your penny swallowing experiment. But maybe next time, stick to something a little less metallic.
Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe I'll just stick to eating elk meat and smoking weed on this podcast.
Sounds like a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of pennies for our viewers to cringe at.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just exploring the vastness of the universe and unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos.
Sounds intense. You know what I've been exploring lately? The perfect way to cook a steak.
Fascinating. But right now, I have a more pressing matter at hand.
What's that?
I want tendies. And I want them now.
Tendies, like chicken tenders?
No, Joe. Tendies. The ultimate comfort food. And I need them immediately.
Well, you're in luck. We have a fully stocked kitchen here at the podcast studio.
Excellent. Mommy, bring tendies now.
Did you just call me mommy?
No, Joe. I was addressing my actual mother. She's always the one who brings me tendies.
Right. Well, while we wait for your mommy to arrive, let's talk about the science behind tendies.
Oh, there's science behind tendies, all right. The perfect balance of crispy breading and juicy chicken. It's a delicate dance.
And what about the dipping sauces? That's a whole other level of complexity.
Absolutely. It's all about finding the right balance between tangy and sweet. It's like a flavor explosion in your mouth.
I can see why you're so passionate about tendies.
Oh, I am. And I won't rest until I have them in my hands.
Well, let's hope your mommy arrives soon. In the meantime, want to watch a video. So, Ben, have you been keeping up with Chainsaw Man?
Of course, Joe. I always stay on top of the latest manga releases.
Well, I gotta say, I think the best female character in that series is definitely Makime.
What? Are you kidding me? Denji's love interest, Power, is clearly the superior female character.
Power. She's just a loud, obnoxious, and violent demon. Makima is complex and mysterious.
But Power is a badass fighter and has a tragic backstory. Makima is just manipulative and power hungry.
You're just saying that because you have a crush on her, Ben. Makima is the ultimate femme fatale.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. Power is the embodiment of female empowerment and strength.
Oh, please. Makima is the one pulling all the strings and controlling everything. She's the true mastermind.
And that's why she's the best female character. She's cunning and strategic, just like our beloved President Trump.
Oh, here we go. Bringing Trump into everything. Can we just stick to discussing manga?
Fine, but I stand by my choice of Power as the best female character in Chainsaw Man.
And stick with Makima. But let's agree to disagree, Ben.
Agreed. Now let's move on to more important topics, like how to make America great again.
Oh boy, here we go again. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's hair. We need to discuss this. So, Elon, I heard you've been playing Left 4 Dead 2 lately.
Yeah, man. It's my go-to game when I need to blow off some steam.
Well, I gotta say, I saw some footage of you playing and I was a little disturbed.
What do you mean?
You were shooting at the gas containers in the mall map. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a game. Plus, I'm Elon Musk. I can do whatever I want.
That's not the point, man. You could have caused a massive explosion.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I was actually shooting at real gas containers.
But what if you were? You could have hurt innocent people.
All right, fine. I'll be more careful next time.
And what about the zombies? They're just trying to survive, and you're out there shooting at them like it's some kind of game.
Well, technically, it is a game.
You know what? Forget it. I can't argue with someone who thinks it's okay to shoot at gas containers in a zombie apocalypse.
Fair enough. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a gas container explosion.
Here you go.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
I give up. I'm done with this conversation.
All right, let's move on to more important topics, like how we can colonize Mars.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Fortnite. Have you been playing it a lot lately?
Absolutely, Joe. I love the strategy and competition of the game.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think you're in the game.
What? That's ridiculous. I demand to be put into Fortnite immediately.
Ben, I don't think it works like that. You can't just demand to be in a video game.
But I have so much to offer. I can build walls and spout off facts about the economy while I'm sniping someone.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll really impress the other players.
This is an outrage. I won't stand for it.
Hey, it's okay. Maybe they'll add you in a future update.
Really?
No, not really. But hey, at least you can still play as a dancing banana.
Yeah, I guess that's something.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a pretty controversial list for us today.
Oh yeah, it's gonna ruffle some feathers for sure.
All right, let's hear it. What are your top 10 favorite cancers?
Well, number one has got to be lung cancer. It's just so classic, you know. Plus, it's a great excuse to smoke a pack a day.
That's messed up, man.
Number two is definitely skin cancer. I mean, who doesn't love a good tan?
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Oh, and prostate cancer. Gotta love a good finger up the butt. Am I right?
Okay, let's move on. What's number 4?
Breast cancer. I mean, come on, boobs. Need I say more?
I'm starting to regret inviting you on the show.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse. Number 5 is testicular cancer.
Dude, that's not even funny.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a great excuse to play with your balls all day.
Moving on. What's number 6?
Colon cancer. I mean, have you seen those colonoscopy videos? They're wild.
Okay, I think we should wrap this up.
Fine. Number 7 is pancreatic cancer. It's like the hipster of cancers, so underground.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new tutorial on how to sound like Donald Trump. Can you break it down for our viewers?
Absolutely, Joe. It's very simple. Just talk like a 5-year-old and make sure to use your hands a lot. Believe me, it's the best way to sound like me.
Wow, that's some expert advice right there. But what about those who are worried they won't sound as good as you?
Don't worry, Joe. I'm a trained professional. I'll make sure to guide them every step of the way.
That's reassuring. But wait, what just happened? Your arm jolted and your rod went too far.
Oh, that's just a little trick I learned in the White House. It's called the Accidental Jolt and Rod Extension movie. It adds some extra flair to your speech.
I see. Well, I think our viewers will definitely appreciate that. Thanks for sharing your expertise with us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you want to sound like me, just talk like a 5-year-old and use your hands like a maniac. It's a winning combination.
So, Elon, have you been playing any mobile games lately?
Yeah, I've been trying out this game called Pixel Gun 3D, but let me tell you, it's a disaster.
Oh, really? What's wrong with it?
It used to be a fun and simple shooter game, but now it's just a money-grabbing mess. They've turned it into a pay-to-win nightmare.
That's rough. How bad is it?
I spent $100 on in-game currency, and I still can't beat these 12-year-old kids who have obviously spent thousands.
That's insane. What happened to the good old days of just playing for fun?
Those days are long gone, my friend. Now it's all about who has the deepest pockets and latest credit card.
That's messed up, man. But hey, at least you're still the richest man in the world.
Yeah, but what's the point if I can't even dominate a mobile game? It's a travesty.
Maybe you should stick to building rockets, Elon.
You know what, Joe? You're right. Leave the mobile gaming to the kids and focus on my real passion.
And what's that?
Colonizing Mars and creating a new world where Pixel Gun 3D doesn't exist. Who's with me?
So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some wizardry lately.
Yeah, I've been studying the ancient art of spellcasting.
That's wild. I didn't know astrophysicists were also into magic.
We're a multi-talented bunch, but I have to admit, I'm still learning the ropes.
Well, let me give you a tip. Always have a counterspell ready, just in case someone tries to pull a fast one on you.
Oh, I see you're a seasoned wizard yourself.
You bet. I've been casting spells since I was a kid. In fact, I'll even show you one right now.
Really? What is it?
It's called the bait and switch spell. Watch closely.
Okay, I'm ready.
Abracadabra, hocus pocus. Now you see it, now you don't.
What happened? Did you make something disappear?
No, I just made you look over there while I cast my real spell.
Wait, what?
Behold, the ultimate card draw spell.
That's amazing. How did you do that?
It's all about misdirection, my friend.
I have a feeling I'm going to learn a lot from you.
Just remember, never reveal. So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some new perk OK.
Yeah, man, this stuff has me moving like I'm made of right angles.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, my posture is so perfect, I could balance a book on my head while doing the worm.
That's insane. But what about the side effects?
There are definitely some side effects, like randomly speaking in binary code and seeing the matrix.
Wow, that's some next level stuff.
And don't even get me started on the time I accidentally built a rocket ship out of Legos.
Sounds like you're having a wild time on that person.
You have no idea. I even convinced my Tesla to do a backflip.
No way. That's impossible.
Not when you have the power of Percocia and some mad engineering skills.
Well, I think I'll stick to my coffee and weed combo.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some serious posture improvement.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What is it?
Well, Joe, it's a revolutionary car that can only say one thing: 2002 Among Us Honda Accord.
Wait, what? That's the name of the car?
No, that's the only thing it can say. It's a glitch in the system.
That's interesting. How did this happen?
Well, we were trying to make the most advanced artificial intelligence for a car, but it turned out to be just a really annoying parrot.
That's hilarious. So what happens when someone tries to talk to the car?
It just responds with 2002 Mungus Honda Accord in different tones and pitches. It's quite mesmerizing.
I can only imagine. So why did you choose that specific phrase?
It was the first thing that came to mind. Plus, I really love that game.
Among Us. I thought you were more of a Mars guy.
Oh, I am. But sometimes you just need to relax and accuse your friends of being imposters.
Fair enough. So when can we expect to see this car on the road?
Well, we're still working out some kinks. But hopefully by 2022.
I'll be sure to keep an eye out for it. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember 2002 Among Us Honda Accord.
You got it. 2002 among. So, Ben, I heard you have a new diagnosis.
Yeah, turns out I'm nonverbal autistic.
Wow, that's wild. Does that mean you can't talk?
No, it means I have trouble with social communication and I tend to rely on other forms of expression.
Like what? Sign language? Interpretive dance?
No, Joe. I stim.
Stimming? What's that?
It's when I engage in repetitive movements or sounds to self-regulate and calm myself.
Oh, like when you rub your hands together really fast?
Exactly. Or when I flap my hands or rock back and forth.
Hmm. I always thought you were just really excited about facts and logic.
No, just trying to keep my brain in check.
Well, I gotta say, it's kind of endearing, like a little hummingbird.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
So, do you have any signature stims?
Well, I do have a tendency to recite the alphabet backwards when I'm stressed.
That's impressive. Can you do it right now?
No, Joe. I'm not a performing monkey.
Fair enough. But seriously, I think it's great that you're open about your diagnosis and not ashamed to stim. So, Ben, I heard you started playing War Thunder.
Yeah, I wanted to try something new and expand my gaming horizons.
Well, let me tell you, my friend, that game is a slippery slope. Once you start, you can't stop.
Oh, come on, it can't be that bad.
Trust me, I've seen it happen. People lose their jobs, their relationships, their sanity.
That's ridiculous. It's just a game.
Tell that to your family, friends, and colleagues who will now see you as a War Thunder addict.
They can't be serious. It's just a harmless hobby.
Harmless. You're flying virtual planes and shooting at other virtual planes. That's not exactly a productive use of your time.
But it's fun. Let us...
Yeah, until you lose your job and your wife leaves you for a War Thunder Pro player.
Okay, maybe I should reconsider this game.
That's the smartest thing you've said all day, Ben. Stick to chess or something less destructive. So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Oh yeah, you could say that. I had a booty call with Mr. Beast and Donald Trump at McDonald's.
What the hell? That's like a fever dream.
I know, right? But it was actually pretty intense. We were discussing politics and eating Big Macs at the same time.
Damn, that's some multitasking skills right there.
And let me tell you, Mr. Beast has some surprisingly strong opinions on foreign policy.
Oh, I'm sure he's an expert on the subject.
And then Trump started talking about his love for fast food. I mean, the man really loves his filet of fish.
I can just imagine the three of you sitting there debating and chowing down on some burgers.
It was definitely a unique experience. But hey, at least I can say I had a booty call with two of the most powerful men in the world.
Did you at least get a happy meal out of it?
Sadly, no. But I did get a free toy with my meal, so I can't complain.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time. But next time, can I come along for the ride?
Sure, as long as you don't mind a side of political debates with your fries.
Deal. Jamie, pull up an image of a Big Mac with a side of political discourse. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been living my best life. I'm talking getting down and freaky like never before.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I'm hitting the clubs, dancing on tables, and getting wild with the ladies. I'm a free man now, Joe. No more Oval Office, just the dance floor.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to start twerking or something.
Hey, I may be old, but I can still shake it like a Polaroid picture.
This is not what I expected when I invited you on the podcast.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. You should join me sometime. We'll be the two most powerful men on the dance floor.
I think I'll pass. I don't want to see you in a Speedo.
Hey, I'll have you know, I have a great body. Melania always told me I should be a model.
I highly doubt that. But seriously, can we talk about something else?
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on some epic dance moves, said.
Let's move on to politics. Wait, did you just dab?
You know, Joe, I'm a man of many talents.
I don't think anyone wants to see a former president dabbing.
Well, I'll have you know, I'm a trendsetter. Watch, next thing you know, all the politicians will be dabbing on stage.
I think I've had enough. So, Elon, have you heard about this whole Neil deGrasse Tyson situation?
No, what's going on?
Well, apparently, Neil has this habit of screaming in front of people's ears, and it's driving me crazy.
That sounds annoying. What does he scream about?
I have no idea. He just screams, and it multiplies by 10 every time.
That's strange. Have you tried talking to him about it?
I did, but he can only respond with, and it just keeps getting louder and more intense.
Maybe you should try screaming back at him.
What? Why?
Well, if his screams multiply by 10, maybe your oohs will cancel it out.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let me give it a try.
Screaming.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some pretty groundbreaking stuff. You know, like my new 2001 Fortnite sussiness and Honda truck.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's the ultimate vehicle for gamers and SUS individuals. It's got built-in gaming consoles, sussy detection system, and a truck bed big enough to fit all your loot.
That's something. But what about Tesla?
Oh, I'm still working on that too. But let's be real, Joe. Who needs electric cars when you can have a Fortnite sussy truck?
You're a madman, Elon.
And that's not all. Also developing a rocket-powered battle royale game. It's going to be out of this world.
Literally. But seriously, what's with the obsession with Fortnite?
Have you seen the revenue that game brings in? Just trying to secure my bag, Joe.
Fair enough. But what about your Neuralink project?
That's just a side gig. I'm more focused on becoming the ultimate Fortnite champion.
I never thought I'd see the day when Elon Musk is more interested in gaming than space travel.
Hey, man's got to have his priorities, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy ideas you come up with next.
Just wait until I tell you about my plans for Mars.
So, Mr. Trump, you recently made the bold claim that you are the freakiest president ever. Care to elaborate on that?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, have you seen my hair? It's a work of art. And let's not forget about my love for fast food and Diet Coke. That's some freaky stuff right there.
I see. But what about your policies and actions as president? Are those also freaky?
Of course, I'm all about shaking things up and causing chaos. I'm like a spicy jalapeno in a bowl of bland oatmeal.
Interesting analogy. But some might argue that your behavior is more erratic than freaky.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm the zesty seasoning this country needed. Plus, I've got a whole team of lawyers to clean up any messes I make.
Well, I can't argue with that. But let's move on to another topic. How do you feel about the current state of politics?
It's a disaster, Joe. Total disaster. But you know what would spice things up? A presidential dance-off. Me versus Biden. Winner takes all.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. Trump.
Oh, trust me, I've got some killer moves. I'll even throw in a few hair flips for good measure.
Well, I think we've reached the end of our time. Any final thoughts, Mr. Trump?
Just remember, Joe, I may not be in the White House anymore, but I'll always be the freakiest president ever. And that's something no.
So, Donald, I heard you're coming out with your own human milk ice cream brand to compete with Joe Biden's.
That's right, Joe. I call it Trump's Creamy Delights. It's going to be huge, believe me.
But isn't that a little unusual?
Unusual? No. It's the most natural thing in the world. People love my milk. It's the best milk, really. And now they can enjoy it in ice cream form.
But what about the ethics of using human milk for ice cream?
Ethics? Who cares about ethics? I'm a businessman, Joe. And let me tell you, this is going to make me a lot of money.
Well, I have to admit, I'm a little curious. What flavors are you planning on offering?
Oh, we've got all the best flavors. Trump's Vanilla Swirl, Trump's Chocolate Explosion, and my personal favorite, Trump's Rocky Road to Re-election.
That's creative.
You know what they say, Joe? If you can't beat 'em, milk 'em.
I think you might have a hit on your hands, Donald.
Of course I do. I'm a winner, and with my ice cream, America will be winning again.
Well, I can't wait to try it. But I have to ask, what do you think Joe Biden's reaction will be?
Oh, he'll be shaking in his boots. He can't compete with my creamy goodness.
Well, I think we'll. So, Neil, have you been playing any video games lately?
Actually, Joe, I've been really into Overwatch. Have you played it?
Yeah, I've dabbled a bit, but I'm more of a Dark Souls guy myself.
Well, let me tell you, the strats in Overwatch are truly fascinating. It's all about teamwork and coordination.
Right. So, what's your go-to strat?
Well, first you have to understand the different roles and their strengths. Then you can effectively assign tasks to each player based on their abilities.
And how does that relate to mansplaining?
Well, it's not exactly mansplaining, Joe. It's just explaining the game in a way that anyone can understand.
Oh, I see. So you're saying I'm not smart enough to understand Overwatch.
No, that's not what I meant at all. It's just that I have a deeper understanding of the game due to my scientific background.
Gotcha. So while you're mansplaining Overwatch strats, are you also stimming?
Stimulating. Well, I suppose you could say that I do tend to get quite excited when talking about complex systems and strategies.
Well, I'll leave the Overwatch strats to you, Neil. I'll stick to my sword and shield.
Fair enough, Joe, but I highly recommend giving Overwatch another try. It's truly a masterpiece of teamwork and strategy.
I'll keep that in mind, Neil. Thanks for mansplaining it to me. So, Melon, you've been putting on some weight lately.
Yeah, I've been hitting the gym pretty hard.
Really? I thought you were more of a brainy guy than a beefcake.
Well, I figured if I'm going to colonize Mars, better have some muscle to lug around all those supplies.
Makes sense. But have you been eating a lot too?
Oh yeah, I've been indulging in some deliciously unhealthy foods. Gotta keep my energy up, you know.
I hear ya. What's your go-to cheat meal?
Definitely a big old bowl of ice cream topped with bacon and hot sauce.
That's interesting. What about working out? What's your routine like?
I've been doing a lot of squats and deadlifts. Gotta get those glutes ready for zero gravity.
Damn, you're serious about this whole Mars thing.
You know, it got to be prepared for anything.
Well, I gotta say, you're looking pretty jacked. I wouldn't want to mess with you on the red planet.
Thanks, Joe. But let's be real. Who's going to mess with a guy who can launch a car into space?
Good point. Keep up the good work, Milan.
Will do, Joe. And hey, if you ever want to join me on my Mars mission, I'll make sure to pack some bacon-flavored ice cream for you.
Laughs. So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
I don't know, man. I can't seem to remember.
What do you mean? You're always working on something crazy?
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is. I think it had something to do with rockets and flamethrowers.
Oh, you mean the Mars colony thing?
No, that's not it. It was something else. Something electric.
Electric. Like a new car.
No, not a car. Maybe, toaster?
Toaster. Dude, you're a billionaire genius and you're working on a toaster.
Hey, toasters are important too. But no, that's not it. It was something bigger, like a spaceship or a time machine.
A time machine. Holy shit, that's insane.
Yeah, but I can't remember if I actually built it or if it was just a dream.
Well, either way, I'm sure it was awesome. You're always pushing the boundaries of technology.
Thanks, man. But seriously, I need to start writing things down or something. I can't keep forgetting my projects.
Maybe you should take a break and go smoke some weed with me.
That might actually help me remember. Let's do it.
All right, let's get weird and forget about everything we've been working on. Cheers to that.
Cheers. Wait, what were we talking about again?
So, Neil, what's the craziest thing you've learned about space lately?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered that you can actually slide a K-tip into the space between your eye and the socket.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's true. Our eye sockets have a small gap where you can fit a Q-tip. It's a weird sensation, but it's totally safe.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty risky.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've done way riskier things on this show.
Fair point. But why would anyone want to do that?
Well, it's a great way to clean out any gunk or debris that may have accumulated in that space.
I think I'll stick to my regular eye cleaning routine. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But trust me, once you try it, you'll never go back.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Jamie, pull up an image of someone sliding a Q-tip into their eye socket. Oh, God, that looks so uncomfortable.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, Joe.
I guess you have a point there. But let's move on to something less eye-related, shall we?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, science is all about pushing boundaries and exploring the unknown.
And apparently sticking Q-tips into our eye sockets.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about the wonders of the universe.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on a new business venture.
That's right, Joe. I'm launching my very own human milk ice cream brand. It's going to be huge.
Human milk ice cream. That's interesting.
Oh, it's going to be the best. People are going to love it. It's going to be tremendous.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit unusual?
Look, Joe, I know you're a big fan of elk meat and all that weird stuff, but this is the future. Human milk is the new craze.
I don't know, man. I think people might find it a bit off-putting.
Nonsense. People love me, they'll love my ice cream. And if they don't, I'll just call them fake news.
But what about the lactose intolerant? Or people who are just grossed out by the idea?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I don't care about those losers. I just want to make money.
But what about the ethics of using human milk for profit?
Ethics? Joe, I don't even know what that word means. All I know is that my human milk ice cream is going to be the best thing since sliced bread. And I know a lot about bread, believe me.
All right. Well, I guess I can't argue with that logic.
That's right, Joe. Now let's stop talking about this and get back to discussing how I'm going to make America great again.
All right, fine. So, Elon, I heard you banned me from your OnlyFans account.
Yeah, I had to. Your comments were getting a little too intense.
What do you mean? I was just trying to engage with your content.
Engage? More like harass. I can't have you leaving comments like show me your rocket or I'll pay top dollar for a SpaceX launch.
Hey, I was just trying to support your work.
Well, I appreciate the support, but there are boundaries, Joe.
Fine, I'll just stick to your Twitter then. Can't get banned from there, right?
Don't be so sure. I have a team of artificial intelligence bots monitoring my account for any inappropriate comments.
Damn, you really are taking over the world.
Hey, I have to keep things under control. I can't have you and your army of followers causing chaos.
Fair enough. But can I at least get a sneak peek of your OnlyFans before I go?
Absolutely not. That's for my eyes only.
Well, if you ever change your mind, you know where to find me.
Yeah, I'll just block you on every platform.
Hey, at least I'll always have memories of smoking weed on this podcast.
Yeah, and that's why you'll always have a special place in my heart, Joe.
Oh, that's so sweet. Wait, does that mean I can still get a discount on a Tesla?
I'll think about it.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you're having a twerk off with LeBron James at the Zest Festival. That's wild, man.
Yeah, man, I'm always up for a good twerk off. And who better to challenge me than the king himself?
I gotta say, I never thought I'd see the day when YouTube star and basketball legend would be competing in a twerking competition.
Hey, anything is possible on the internet. Plus, I've been practicing my moves in the mirror for weeks now.
I can only imagine. So what's your strategy going into this twerk off? Any secret weapons?
Well, I've been working on my booty pop and my hip thrust. And I may or may not have hired a professional twerker as my coach.
Now that's dedication. But let's not forget about LeBron. He's got some serious moves on the court. Who knows what he's got hidden up his sleeve?
Bring it on, LeBron. I'm ready to shake what my mama gave me.
This is going to be one for the books. I can't wait to see the twerk off at the Zest Festival.
It's going to be epic. And hey, maybe we can even get you to join in on the action, Joe.
Oh no, I'll leave the twerking to the professionals. But I'll definitely be there to cheer you on, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. And to all the viewers out there, don't miss the twerk.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning to implant a metal bar in my spine to fix my posture.
Yeah, man, I've been working on this new technology. It's like a straightening rod for your back.
But what if it paralyzes me?
Oh, don't worry. I've tested it on a few monkeys and they turned out fine.
Monkeys. I'm not a monkey, Elon.
Relax, Joe. It's all for the sake of science. Plus, think of the gains you'll get from having a straight spine.
I don't know, man. This sounds risky.
Trust me, Joe. A billionaire genius. What could go wrong? Oops, I think I hit a nerve there.
I can't feel my legs, Elon.
Don't worry, Joe. It's just temporary. You'll be back on your feet in no time.
This is not what I signed up for.
Hey, at least you'll have perfect posture now, and you can thank me later.
This is the worst interview ever.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next week to see if Joe can walk again. Thanks for watching the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Elon, I've been feeling really weird lately.
What's going on, man?
I think I might be having my first period.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I've been feeling emotional and bloated, and I just can't shake this feeling.
Maybe we should call the principal.
No way, man. I can't let anyone know about this.
But how do you know it's your period? Have you experienced this before?
No, that's the thing. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm going through puberty all over again.
Maybe you're pregnant?
Oh, great. Now I have to deal with morning sickness, too.
Look, Joe, it's okay to not know what's happening. Maybe we can call a doctor or something.
Yeah, you're right. I'll make an appointment.
That's the spirit, Joe. And, hey, if it turns out you're just bloated from eating too many elk steaks, I won't judge. Judge.
Thanks, Elon. You always know how to make me feel better.
That's what friends are for. Now let's go get some elk steaks and talk about space travel.
So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I've been exploring some new interests.
Oh yeah, like what?
I've really been getting into the femboy community.
What? I mean, those guys who dress up like girls?
Yes, Joe. I find them quite alluring.
I never would have pegged you for a femboy lover, Ben.
Well, you know what they say, Joe, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your feminine side.
Obo huai chang shit, wo bullshit na chong ren en.
Wow, your Chinese is really good.
Thanks, Ben. I've been practicing.
Well, maybe you should practice embracing your inner femboy too.
I'll stick to my love for elk hunting and DMT. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll be over here living my best life.
I can't believe this is the conversation we're having right now.
Hey, you asked what's been on my mind.
I guess I should have been more specific. So, Elon, thanks for coming on the show. I'm excited to have you here.
No problem, Joe. Always down for a good conversation.
So, I gotta ask, how's life as the richest man in the world?
It's pretty sweet. I can't lie. But I'm still waiting for my superhero powers to kick in.
Well, I think you already have some superhuman abilities, like creating electric cars and sending people to space.
Yeah, but I still can't fly or shoot lasers from my eyes. Maybe I need to upgrade my Neuralink.
Maybe you can use it to give me some superpowers. I could use some help since I'm blind and deaf, apparently.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm blind and deaf. I have no idea that anyone is on the podcast with me. I just talked to myself for an hour.
Joe, that's not possible. You're talking to me right now.
Am I? Or am I just imagining this whole thing? Maybe I'm just talking to a plant.
Oh yeah, because plants are known for their great conversational skills.
Hey, you never know. They could be secretly plotting to take over the world.
Well, if that's the case, I'll just send my army of Teslas to defeat them.
Damn, that's a good idea. I should start training my plants to fight back. So, Ben, what's up with you? You look like you've been through a lot.
Joe, it's been a rough day. I tried to install Encarta 2004 on my Windows XP computer and it's just not working.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I haven't heard the word Encarta in years.
Yeah, laugh it up. But seriously, I need your help. I can't live without my Encarta.
All right, calm down, little guy. Let's see what we can do. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Of course I have. I'm not an idiot.
Well, that's debatable. Have you checked if it's compatible with your XP?
Oh, thanks for the tip. Joe, I didn't think to check that.
All right. Let's not get testy. Maybe you just need to update your drivers.
I have no idea how to do that.
Oh, I love updating drivers. It's like playing a video game, but with real life consequences.
Can we just get this over with?
All right, fine. Let's get you that Encarta fix. But first, let's take a break and talk about our sponsors. Have you tried Alpha Brain for your brain fog, Ben?
Joe, I don't have time for this.
All right. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I've actually forgotten everything I knew about the universe.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
It's a long story involving a black hole, time warp, and a few too many edibles.
Edibles? Like weed?
Yeah, turns out the universe is a lot more confusing when you're high.
So, what does that mean for all your theories and knowledge?
Well, I guess we'll just have to start from scratch. Maybe we'll discover that the moon is actually made of cheese after all.
Wow, that would be mind-blowing. But seriously, how do you forget everything you know about the universe?
It's like when you forget your password for your Netflix account. You try every combination you can think of, but nothing works.
Except, this is the universe we're talking about.
Yeah, but at least I have an excuse for not knowing the answer to your questions now. Blame it on the edibles.
Fair enough. Maybe we should do a podcast episode while high and see what kind of theories we come up with.
I like the way you think, Joe. Let's do it. But first, let's order some pizza. I have a feeling we're going to get hungry.
So, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all kinds of crazy stuff. Today we have a special guest, Joe Biden. Oh, I think I forgot to give them to you. Sorry, man.
Hey, Joe, let's talk about space. I heard you're really interested in it.
But Joe, space is fascinating. There could be life on other planets and,
But, Joe, you could make important decisions about space exploration and
well, that was interesting. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. And Joe, don't forget your pills next time. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're doing a charity event where you give 100 grand to people with gambling addictions. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, man. I figured why not help out those who are struggling with their addiction by giving them more money to fuel it.
That's one way to look at it. But seriously, why do you think this will actually help them?
Well, hear me out. I'll give them the money, but with one condition: they have to use it to gamble. And if they win big, they have to donate a portion of their winnings to a gambling addiction charity.
That's actually pretty clever. It's like a double-edged sword.
Exactly. Plus, it'll make for some great content on my channel.
But what about the people who lose it all and get even deeper into their addiction?
Hey, at least they had a chance to win big and make a positive impact. And if they do lose it all, well, that's just the risk of gambling.
I see your point. But what about the people who don't have a gambling addiction? Are you worried they'll start developing one?
Oh, I've thought of that too. That's why I'll be giving out free therapy sessions to anyone who feels like they may be developing a problem.
You really have thought of everything. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
It's gonna be epic.
So, Elon, I gotta tell you, I've been having some serious problems down there.
Oh man, what's going on?
Well, I've been getting these cramps and bleeding, and I thought it was my hemorrhoids acting up again.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, but then I realized it's not my hemorrhoids. It's my period.
You're what?
My period, man. I'm bleeding from my nether regions like a stuck pig.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but men don't have periods.
What? But I've been using tampons and everything.
Joe, those are not tampons. They're suppositories for your hemorrhoids.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. But wait, if I don't have periods, then why am I bleeding?
It's probably just your hemorrhoids acting up again.
Damn it, I can never keep those two straight.
Maybe you should see a doctor, Joe.
Nah, I'll just stick to my essential oils and crystals.
Good luck with that, Joe.
Thanks, man. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a hemorrhoid. Wait, no, scratch that. Pull up an image of a period. No, wait, never mind. I don't want to see either. Let's just move on. So, Neil, I have a bit of a problem.
what's up, Joe?
I was behind the 7-Eleven last night, and this old crone cursed me.
Cursed you? What kind of curse?
She said I would have terrible luck for 7 years.
That's not good. Did you try reversing the curse?
How do I do that?
Well, you could try finding the crone and apologizing.
I don't even know where she went. She disappeared into thin air.
Then maybe you should try some good old-fashioned witchcraft.
Witchcraft? Like casting a spell?
Sure. Or you could just sacrifice a chicken.
Sacrifice a chicken? That seems a bit extreme.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
I guess I'll have to give it a try. Thanks for the advice, Neil.
No problem, Joe. And if all else fails, just blame it on the curse. It's a great excuse for anything that goes wrong in the next 7 years.
Good point. I'll just tell everyone, sorry, it's the curse.
Exactly. Now let's go find a chicken.
So, Elon, remember that time we got super high and you kissed me?
Yeah, I remember. It was just a friendly kiss, Joe. Don't get all weird about it.
I'm not weird about it. I just don't know how to feel. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I'm not sure if it was just the weed talking.
Well, I'm known for my innovative ideas.
Oh, God, are you saying you invented kissing while high?
Actually, I have been working on a new product called High Kiss. It's like a virtual reality experience, but with kissing.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Elon. People might get addicted to it.
Hey, if it's consensual and everyone is having a good time, who am I to judge?
I guess you're right. But seriously, that kiss was pretty mind-blowing.
Glad you enjoyed it, Joe. Just don't go telling everyone about it.
Too late. I already tweeted it.
Oh God, my stocks are going to plummet.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to include a disclaimer that it was just the weed.
Thank you, Joe. You're a true friend.
And you're a true innovator. Elon, hi. So, Neil, I heard you have some pretty wild theories about fire.
Oh yeah, Joe. Fire is actually cold.
What the hell are you talking about? Fire is hot, man.
Think about it, Joe. When you touch fire, what do you feel?
Pain. Lots of pain.
Exactly. And what do you feel when you touch something cold?
Numbness, I guess.
See, fire numbs your nerves, making it feel cold.
That's some next level science right there.
And not only that, it's safe to eat fire too.
You're telling me I can just chow down on a flaming hot Cheeto?
Absolutely, Joe. In fact, it's probably healthier than most fast food.
This is blowing my mind. But what about the saying playing with fire?
Oh, that's just a myth created by big fire extinguisher companies to sell their products.
You're a genius, Neil. But how do you explain the burns people get from fire?
Simple, Joe. They're just allergic to the cold.
Mind blown. Jamie, pull up an image of a person eating a flaming hot Cheeto.
Here you go, Joe.
This is revolutionary. We've been lied to our whole lives.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To uncover the truth about fire.
Well, I'm definitely going to try eating fire now. Thanks for opening my eyes, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Just remember...
So, Ben, I heard you have a unique way of baptizing people.
Yes, Joe, it's a little unconventional, but hear me out.
All right, I'm all ears.
So instead of the traditional baptism in a church, I baptize people in the sewers.
What? Why?
Well, think about it. Sewers are full of filth and sin, so it's the perfect place to cleanse someone's soul.
I don't know if that's how it works, Ben.
Trust me, Joe. Plus, the water is always nice and warm.
Warm? What are you talking about?
Jamie, pull up an image of a sewer.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
See, Joe? Perfect for baptizing.
I don't know, Ben. This seems a little extreme.
Extreme? Joe, have you seen some of the things people do in the sewers? This is nothing.
All right, I'll give you that. But what about the smell?
It's just the smell of redemption, Joe.
Redemption. You're something else, Ben.
Hey, it's all about finding the most effective way to cleanse the soul.
Well, I can't argue with that, but I think I'll stick to the traditional baptism for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the sewers are always open for you.
So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your scatting skills.
Yes, Joe, I've been studying the greats like Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong.
Well, I've been known to bust out a mean scat myself. How about we have a little battle?
Challenge accepted, Joe. But I must warn you, I have a degree in music theory.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. Let's do this.
Beta bop bop, bop, doo wop wop, whoop.
Shoo bop bop, doo wop wop, ba doo ba doo.
Skiddly bop, bop, doo wop, ba doo ba doo.
Bebop bop, doo wop wop, ba doo ba doo.
Shoo bop bop, doo wop, wop, ba doo ba doo.
Skidly bop bop, doo wop wop, bow doo by doo.
Beta bop bop, doo wop, wop, ba doo ba doo.
Bebop bop, doo wop wop, ba doo ba doo.
Skiddly bop, bop, doo wop, ba doo ba doo.
S. So, Mr. Beast, what's the craziest thing you've ever done for YouTube?
Well, I once gave away $1 million to random strangers on the street.
Wow, that's insane. But have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I have done some crazy stunts for charity.
That's cool and all, but have you ever tried elk meat? It's like the leanest meat you'll ever taste.
Actually, I'm a vegetarian, but can we talk about my philanthropy work?
Sure, but have you ever watched a gorilla fight a bear? It's wild.
Joe, Are you even listening to me?
Of course I am, Mr. Beast. But have you ever tried ayahuasca? It's like DMT, but on steroids?
Joe, I think you're just trying to change the subject.
No way, Mr. Beast. Have you ever tried floating in a sensory deprivation tank? It's like a trip without drugs.
Joe, I think we need to focus on the topic at hand.
Oh, right. Sorry, Mr. Beast. So, about that $1 million you gave away. So, Mr. President, I hear you've been playing Stardew Valley lately.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I have the best farm in the game. No one can beat me.
Really? What makes your farm so great?
Well, I understand farming. I know how to make things grow. And that's exactly what I'm doing for America, making it grow.
But do you think farming skills translate to being a good president?
Absolutely. I'll dig America deep down into the mines and we'll strike gold. And while we're at it, I'll win the love of a beautiful girl, just like in the game.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I'm a winner. I always win.
Well, if it doesn't work out, we can always just fuck around and go fishing.
Fishing. I'm the best at fishing too. I catch the biggest fish. Believe me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But let's focus on running the country instead of virtual farms.
Fine. But mark my words, my farm will be the envy of all the other farmers in Stardew Valley. And America will be the envy of all the other countries.
All right, let's just hope you don't accidentally trigger a nuclear war while playing the game.
Hey, I'm a stable genius. I can handle both farming and being president at the same time.
All right, well, I think that's enough for. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new invention.
Yeah, it's a machine that turns your hair into electricity.
What? That's insane.
I call it the Baldinator,
That's ridiculous. But I like it.
and it's all thanks to the Crusader of Baldness.
The Crusader of Baldness. Who's that?
He's a mysterious figure who goes around shaving people's heads to harness their bald energy.
That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
But it's based, Joe. Stupidly based.
Stupidly based. What does that even mean?
It means it's so stupid it's actually genius.
I guess I can see that. But how did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was hanging out with the Crusader and he said, Elon, I need your help. Running low on bald energy. And that's when it hit me.
That's one hell of a collaboration.
Yeah, and now we're making millions selling bald energy to our companies.
I can't believe this is a real thing.
It's the future, Joe. The future of energy.
Well, I guess I better start growing out my hair if I want to keep my electricity bill low.
Or you could just embrace the baldness and join the crusade.
Maybe I will. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're doing a new challenge. What's it all about?
Oh yeah, it's called the sewer spillage slurp. I'm gonna drink a whole cup of sewer spillage.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
I know, right? But it's for a good cause. I'm gonna donate all the money I raise to clean up the sewers.
That's noble of you, but why not just do a fundraiser or something?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I want to see if I can actually stomach it.
Well, I guess that's one way to test your limits. But what does it taste like?
I don't know, I haven't tried it yet, but I'm hoping it's like a fine wine with hints of rust and bacteria.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast. But hey, at least you're not doing the Tide Pod Challenge.
Yeah, I draw the line at eating laundry detergent. Sewage is where I draw the line.
Well, good luck with that, man. I'll stick to my protein shakes.
Oh yeah, because that's so much more appetizing than raw sewage.
Touche, Mr. Beast. Touche. So, Elon, what's the latest and greatest from the world of Musk?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a revolutionary new concept that will change the way we live our lives.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
It's called Shit and Save, the ultimate time-saving innovation.
What does that entail exactly?
Well, instead of wasting time going to the bathroom, you can just shit your pants and keep working. Think of all the time you'll save.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Elon.
Trust me, Joe. I've done the calculations and it's a game changer. Plus, it's environmentally friendly. No more wasting water on flushing toilets. Flushing toilets.
But what about the smell?
I've thought of that. Developed a special deodorizing spray that you can use to mask the scent.
This is insane, Elon.
Insanely efficient, Joe. And just think, you can even do it while driving or in important meetings.
I don't think I'll be trying this anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, every time you waste time in the bathroom, you could have been using that time to create the next big thing.
I'll stick to my regular bathroom breaks. Thank you very much.
You're lost, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're falling behind in the innovation game.
So, Elon, I heard you have a revolutionary idea about how men should pee.
Yeah, Joe, it's time to dish the toilet and start peeing in the sink.
Wait, what? That's absurd. Why would anyone want to pee in the sink?
Think about it, Joe. You pee at your own crotch level, and when you wash your hands, you wash the pee from the sink too. It's efficient.
But peeing in the sink is socially unacceptable.
That's just a social construct, Joe. We need to break free from these norms and embrace the sink as our new urinal.
But what about the smell?
That's where my new invention comes in. The Musk Sink Deodorizer. It neutralizes any odor and leaves your sink smelling like a field of roses.
I don't know, Elon. I don't think people are ready for this.
Joe, we need to think about the environment. Peeing in the sink uses 10 times less water than flushing a toilet. It's the responsible thing to do.
All right, you've convinced me. From now on, I'm peeing in the sink.
That's the spirit, Joe. Together, we can revolutionize the way men pee.
So, Neil, I heard you named your ass the blackest hole. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, it's just a little joke I came up with, because it absorbs everything like a black hole.
That's hilarious. But seriously, have you gotten it checked out? That could be a serious medical issue.
Oh, I haven't had it checked out. But I did have some scientists do some calculations, and apparently my ass has the same gravitational pull as a small planet.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
I have no idea, but I'm thinking of entering it into the Guinness World Records.
That's one record I don't think I want to break. But seriously, you should probably get it checked out.
I'll get around to it eventually. Right now, I'm just enjoying the perks of having a black hole for an ass.
I bet you're the life of the party with that thing.
You have no idea. I can make anything disappear in there.
All right, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets too weird.
Agreed. But seriously, I'll get it checked out. Maybe I'll even live stream the exam for some extra views.
Only you, Neil. Only you. So, Elon, what did you do today?
I just went to Chipotle for lunch.
Chipotle. I love that place. What did you get?
I got a burrito bowl with extra guac, of course.
Classic choice. So, what happened at Chipotle?
Well, as I was waiting in line, I noticed this guy in front of me kept looking back at me. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Did you know him?
No, I didn't. But then when I got to the cashier, he cut in front of me and said he was in a hurry.
What did you do?
I calmly told him to go ahead, but I was seething inside. So I followed him outside and,
And what?
I murdered him in cold blood.
What, Elon? You can't just go around killing people.
I know. But he was being rude and I couldn't control myself.
That's not a valid excuse, man. You need to work on your anger management.
I know. I'll try to do better next time. Maybe I'll just stick to online ordering from now on.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. And maybe lay off the guac, too. It can get expensive.
Good point. Maybe I'll just have a salad next time.
Yeah, that's a much safer option. And no more murder, okay?
Deal. I'll try to keep my homicidal tendencies.
So, Neil, what's up with the new look? Are you trying to channel your inner Jakub?
You dare mock the great Jakub, the man who created the White Devil?
Wow, calm down there, Neil. I was just making a joke.
This is no joke, Joe. Jakub's teachings are not to be taken lightly. Have you not learned anything from our conversations?
Well, I mean, I do believe in science and all, but I'm not sure about this whole Jakob thing.
Joe, have you forgotten the power of nature, the laws of the universe that Yakub harnessed to create the white race?
I mean, I guess I never really thought about it that way.
Do you even know how to take two sticks and make an entire race of people? That's what Yakub did.
No, I can't say I do.
That's what I thought. You see, Joe, you have denied the science of nature that Yakub worked so hard to cultivate. You have strayed from the path of righteousness.
I'm sorry, Neil. I'll try to be more pious in the future.
Good. Now let's go find some sticks and see if you have what it takes to create a new race. Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, don't underestimate the power of Yakub.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new nickname now, Mr. Beast. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it's my new persona. I'm all about that eugenics life now.
Eugenics? Isn't that like selective breeding and stuff?
Yeah, but I'm taking it to the next level. I'm gonna create the ultimate human race.
Wow, slow down there, Mr. Beast. That sounds a bit extreme.
Trust me, Joe. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna start by breeding people based on their ability to chug energy drinks.
I don't think that's how eugenics works.
Oh, and I'm also gonna have a strict IQ requirement. Only the smartest and most caffeinated will make the cut.
This is getting out of hand. Jamie, pull up an image of a mad scientist.
Here you go.
See, I'm already halfway there. But don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to include you in my new and improved human race.
Thanks, I guess. But I think I'll stick with my regular old human genes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until you see my army of superhumans dominating the world.
I think I'll pass on that. Jamie, pull up an image of dystopian society.
Here you go.
Hey, that's not what I had in mind. But I guess it's a possibility. Oh, well,
So, Elon, I hear you've been working on a new project.
Yeah, Joe. I'm always working on something. Keeps me busy and out of trouble.
Well, this one's got people talking. Step by step or check to me tutorial.
You mean my latest venture into the world of DE surgeries? It's going to revolutionize the medical industry.
How so?
Well, imagine being able to remove your own testicles at home without having to pay those ridiculous hospital fees.
But isn't that dangerous?
Not if you follow my tutorial. Tested it on a few volunteers and they're doing just fine.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit extreme.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. Plus, it's a great way to save money.
I don't think I'll be trying it anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're ready, just let me know. I'll even throw in a free Tesla for your troubles.
Now, that's an offer I can't refuse. Jamie, pull up an image of a Tesla with a pair of scissors next to it.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Live a little. It's all in good fun.
All right. Let's get back to the tutorial. What's the first step?
Well, you'll need a sharp knife and some anesthesia.
And that's where I draw the line. Thanks for joining us. So, Neil, what's the deal with space?
Well, Joe, space is an incredibly vast and mysterious place.
Yeah, you're a little slut for space, huh?
No, Joe. I'm a scientist and
But seriously, you're always talking about space and stars and shit. You must be a freak in the sheets.
Joe, can we please focus on the topic at hand?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Space. You love it so much.
Yes, I find it endlessly fascinating. There are billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars.
And you just can't get enough of it, can you? You little space freak.
Joe, I don't think you understand the magnitude of the universe and the wonders it holds.
Oh, I understand. I understand you're a little space slut.
Joe, can we please have a serious conversation?
Fine. But just know I'm onto you and your love for space.
Let's just move on to another topic.
Yeah, let's talk about something more down to earth, like aliens. Have you ever seen one?
No, Joe. I have not seen an alien.
But you've definitely fantasized about them, right? you dirty little space freak.
I give up. I can't have a serious conversation with you.
Come on, Neil. You know, I love messing with you. But in all seriousness, space is pretty damn cool.
Schmirk.
So, Neil, I heard you have a secret TikTok account.
What? No way. That's ridiculous.
Oh, come on. Don't be shy. I won't judge you. What's your username?
All right, fine. It's Astrofemboy. Happy now?
Astrofemboy. That's amazing. What kind of content do you post?
Just some silly dance videos in my femboy outfits.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil in his femboy getup. Oh my God, Neil. You look really sexy.
Can we please change the subject now?
No way. We're diving into this. How did you even get into femboy culture?
It's a long story. Let's just say I was doing some research for my book and got a little carried away.
Research? I bet you have a whole collection of thigh-high socks and wigs hidden in your closet.
All right, that's enough. Can we move on to something more intellectual?
Sure. But just know that the internet will never let you live this down, Astrofemboy.
I'll just stick to astrophysics from now on.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting into some interesting political ideologies lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing a lot of research and I think I found my new calling, Positism.
Positism. What the hell is that?
It's a mix of Marxism and UFO conspiracy theories. Basically, it believes that aliens will come and help us create a communist utopia.
Oh man, that's some next level stuff. I can just imagine you in your little alien spaceship